Chapter 40-26. Haha. Ao Xing laughed. What's the point of saying all this now? The crystal dragon scripture is the sacred item of my dragon island. It's owned by all 9 clans. Since when did it become your clan's private property? Besides, if we spill our essence blood, wouldn't that be the same as letting ourselves be captured? Cough cough. Xiaohua tried to smooth things over. Ao Xing, I can vouch for Ao Zhan, his words should still be trustworthy. Xiaohua. Ao Xing looked at Xiaohua with interest and asked, You know Ao Zhan? Could it be that you entered the stacked Jade Legacy realm with Ao Zhan in secret? Xiaohua shook his head. Ao Xing, I came to Dragon Island for Ao Zhantian, but also for other things I already told the elders in the Dragon Palace. I only met Ao Zhantian before entering the stacked Jade Legacy realm. I don't know his plan at all. Oh, do you think I would still tell you the name of the Deeper Yuan if I knew his plan? Who knows? Ao Xing sneered. Opening the seal of the Deeper Yuan seems to require the essence blood of my Dragon Island's 10 clans. If I didn't come, the essence blood of the Dragon clan wouldn't exist. Is there such a coincidence? Xiaohua looked at the dozens of dragons around Ao Xing, dumbfounded. Ao Zhan said coldly, Ao Xing, I don't want to say anything unnecessary. If you want to live, if you want to rule the Dragon Island in the future, you better give up now. If you still resist after 10 breaths, don't blame me for not giving the Dragon Island any face. You dare. Ao Xing was furious. 10. Ao Zhan ignored him and counted by himself. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Ao Xing yelled in exasperation. As Ao Zhan counted, his body expanded again, and the dragon chi around the ring-shaped mountain flocked into his body. Between the pitch-black dragon scales, a pitch-black dragon stone appeared. Roar. Before Ao Zhan counted to 5, Ao Xing roared, and a series of crackling sounds came from his body. The originally injured dragon body expanded as if it was inflated, and the dragon horns glowed with a brilliant light. A destructive dragon aura emitted from his body. Not only Ao Zhan, but all the dragons, demons and humans present were shocked because the dragon's might was rising steadily. In just a moment, it had reached an unbelievable level. The shock that came from the bottom of their hearts made them not only stop, but they also hurriedly retreated. Their claws were also trembling, and they were unable to resist. First Elder? Naturally, Xiaohua was also intimidated by this dragon's might. His body couldn't help but tremble. He is somewhat familiar with this dragon's might. Isn't this the aura of the great elder of the Dragon Island? Ao Zhan. As expected, Ao Xing's dragon body expanded several times, and the terrifying dragon aura covered the entire ring-shaped mountain. Only then did he lower his huge dragon head and look at Ao Zhan, saying, This old man has waited for you for thousands of years, and you have finally appeared. Haha, you really didn't disappoint me. Although Ao Zhan had obtained the dragon's bloodline inheritance, it was still too early after all. At this moment he tried his best to urge his dragon chi to resist, but under this power his pitch-black dragon body was suspended in the air. The dragon flame was also transparent like a crystal, and he didn't move at all. However, even though the great elder of the Dragon Island sealed his divine ability, he couldn't seal his battle intent and anger. Ao Zhan said loudly, I am a descendant of the Gue clan, so I naturally won't be the same as the other 9 clans of the Dragon Island. How can I disappoint the great elder? However, the great elder actually used the body of a little child to deal with me personally. I am really overwhelmed by the favor. Ao Zhan's words were naturally sarcastic, but why would the great elder care? He smiled coldly, just as the previous generation's elder said, You Gue clan have always had an unruly character. You only think about yourself and not the other dragon clans. Do you know why Ao Qin took the crystal dragon and escaped into the folded Jade Legacy realm? Do you think it's because of those self-righteous reasons that you obtained from your ancestors? Do you think you are the only one who knows about your many schemes? All the truth is the declaration of the victor. Ao Zhan smiled faintly. Don't you think your explanation is too weak? Instead of explaining this to me, why don't you explain how you can borrow Ao Xing's dragon body? If I knew you had this kind of divine ability, how could I have fallen into your trap? The 10 clans of the Dragon Island each have their own secret bloodline divine ability. There are so many. The great elder answered, just like how you Gue clan can naturally hide your own bloodline and transform into another clan's bloodline at will, the primordial spirit of my dragon clan is extremely similar, and we can perform the divine ability of primordial spirit residence. Do you know why Ao Xing is called the Little Elder? Not only because his bloodline is pure, but also because his primordial spirit is extremely similar to mine, the previous generation's elder. Forget it, Ao Zhan sighed, we have left the Dragon Island for a long time, and this kind of secret has long been forgotten. If not for this, our Gui clan would have succeeded today. After saying that, the black flames around Ao Zhan suddenly surged up, and a series of dragon roars came out from his body. Ao Zhan's scales overflowed with dragon blood, and his body expanded, and the dragon's aura began to rise. Oh, this is really beyond my expectation. The Great Elder was surprised to see that Ao Zhan actually had the strength to fight. Roar. While he was talking, Ao Zhan raised his dragon claws, and a shadow flashed past. Swoosh. The Great Elder's chest was instantly covered with blood. Although the Great Elder had occupied Ao Sheng's dragon body, Ao Sheng's dragon body was not the Great Elder's. Under this attack, Ao Sheng's chest was almost torn apart. The Great Elder was shocked and had no time to think about why Ao Zhan had such a mysterious divine ability. He raised his claws and stabbed forward. Sizzle. Dozens of thunderbolts were produced, completely sealing Ao Zhan's neck. No matter how Ao Zhan shook his head and tail, he could not break free. The Great Elder's sharp claws fell, and Ao Zhan was about to be torn apart. And in Ao Zhan's eyes, there was no fear except regret. The resentment of the 10 clans of Dragon Island can finally be settled at this time. The Great Elder said indifferently, "This old man killed you, the leader, so there shouldn't be any more trouble in the future. My Ji clan has tens of thousands of descendants. If you kill me, there will be other dragons." Ao Zhan shouted unyieldingly. "Kill them one by one." The Great Elder laughed, "There will always be a time when we kill them all." As he spoke, the sharp claws were about to fall, but at this time, a voice sounded, "Wait. Wait." The Great Elder's sharp claws did not stop, and he replied indifferently, "Didn't Taoist Xiao say just now? Not participating in the internal strife of my Dragon Island's 10 clans? Why are you going back on your words now?" "I don't plan to participate," Xiao Hua replied indifferently. However, this Xiao saw a future great sage of the Dragon Clan, who has yet to show his talent and is about to fall. "It's a pity for your Dragon Clan, so I wanted to say a word." "You mean him?" The Great Elder was a little stunned. Looking at Ao Zhan, who had already given up struggling, he laughed and said, "How could he be a great sage? Why don't you tell me?" "I will only say one word, I won't say anything else." Xiao Hua laughed, "If there's anything, you should ask Ao Zhan." Ao Zhan snorted coldly and did not answer. The Great Elder sneered and said, "Even if he is a great sage of the Dragon Clan, he is still a great sage of the Ji clan. The more powerful he is, the more harmful it will be to my Dragon Island. My Dragon Island is already a little tired to deal with a Pentaceratops. If there is another enemy of the Ji clan, how can my Dragon Island be peaceful? Damn it, this is bad." Xiao Hua complained in his heart, his eyes turned rapidly and shouted, "Sai, Great Elder, could it be that you didn't see Ao Zhan's mercy towards Ao Shing just now? If he could kill Ao Shing when he captured Ao Shing earlier, he would have already killed Ao Shing, right? Don't you think that with the method he used to injure you just now, it would be easy for him to kill Ao Shing?" The Great Elder was a little hesitant. Xiao Hua was right, Ao Zhan did have a lot of opportunities to kill Ao Shing. Especially what Ao Zhan said to Ao Shing just now, he also heard it. Ao Zhan was really thinking about the Dragon Clan's inheritance. Xiao Hua struck while the iron was hot and said, "My human race often says that family is a relationship of blood and flesh where the bones are broken and the tendons are connected. Your Dragon Island's 10 clans are all Dragon Clan, their bloodline originated from the same source, no matter what, they are close. They are originally from the same root, why are you so anxious to kill each other? I don't know what grudges the Ji clan has with the other 9 clans, but after hearing a few words just now, I feel that there seems to be some misunderstanding. Actually, a lot of things are misunderstood because they can't be explained clearly. As long as things are explained clearly, the misunderstandings will vanish like smoke. Now, it is really rare. One is the son of the Ji clan, the other is the Great Elder of the Dragon Palace. I don't believe that there is anything in this world that can't be explained clearly. Of course, Great Elder, if you really have a reason to kill, not to mention this deeper Yuan, not to mention this folded Jadeite legacy realm, even on the entire Dragon Island, who can stop you? The matter of the Ji clan is too long ago." The Great Elder was moved by Xiao Hua's words and said. Xiao Hua at the side hurriedly waved his hand, "Great Elder, this is your Dragon Clan's secret. It is not suitable for me to know. You should talk to Ao Zhan alone." "Secret? Aha." The Great Elder faintly smiled, he understood the double meaning of Xiao Hua's words. He laughed and said, "You are right, this old man really wants to know, just how much does the Gui clan hate my Dragon Island 9 clans?" After saying that, a layer of faint dragon chi rose between the Great Elder and Ao Zhan. Wherever the dragon chi passed, the two giant dragons froze on top of the dragon chi, and not a trace of movement could be heard. Looking at the other dragon clan, human clan and demon clan, there was surprise on their faces. What was happening in front of them had long surpassed their imagination. They all stopped fighting and separated into two places, waiting for the result. Looking at everyone, Xiaohua sighed a little. Alas, poor Ao Moyun, to be called Mr. Moyun in vain. In the end, he really thought himself clever. But, if she didn't stop this Xiao from taking action, how should this Xiao face Ao Sheng's request for help? After all, it is a living life. It is really a pity. Chapter 40-27. Ao Moyun's poison naturally couldn't hurt the current Xiaohua. He was just giving Xiaohua a reason not to attack. And the price of this reason was a life, which made Xiaohua feel that it was not worth it. Xiaohua waited for half a day, but the longer the time, the more Xiaohua felt at ease. After all, Ao Zhan had to bargain with the Great Elder, which would take time. And if the Great Elder didn't want to listen, he would probably come out in a moment, right? Just as Xiaohua was thinking, the two dragons above the dragon chi moved, and the dragon chi instantly disappeared, revealing the Great Elder and Ao Zhan. However, the expression of the two dragons was different from what Xiaohua thought. There was no crying, no ecstasy, only calmness, as if nothing had happened. This old man can't occupy Ao Sheng's dragon body for a long time. Once the Great Elder appeared, he immediately ordered, "You don't have to fight with the Hui dragons anymore, just listen to Ao Sheng's orders." "Yes, Great Elder." The dragons on the Dragon Island all heaved a sigh of relief and replied. Then the Great Elder glanced at Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, this old man will leave everything here to you. If you help Ao Sheng get the Crystal Dragon Scripture, you can get the friendship of my Dragon Island." Of course, other than the Crystal Dragon Scripture, this old man also doesn't know what else there is in the deeper Yuan. If you are fated to get the Ruined Dragon Core, it might be possible. Don't worry, don't worry. Xiaohua saw that the Great Elder was about to leave and hurriedly shouted, "Do I need to eat the Dragon Core? Great Elder, you have to tell me where the Dragon Cleansing Pool is, right?" This old man has already said what needs to be said. You can ask Ao Sheng yourself. The Great Elder's voice became softer and softer as he replied with a smile. After saying that, Ao Sheng's dragon body rapidly shrank, and the terrifying dragon pressure from before also weakened, revealing Ao Sheng proudly. "Ao Sheng." Ao Zhan's tone was not particularly intimate and said, "Did you hear what the Great Elder said?" "Of course." Ao Sheng said with a smile. Ao Zhan nodded, "Good. You all rest for a moment, then listen to my arrangements. We will break the seal of the deeper Yuan." "All right." Ao Sheng agreed and prepared to bring the rest of the dragons to the other side of the ring-shaped mountain. "Don't be hasty." Xiaohua called out again, "Ao Sheng, tell me the truth. Where is the Dragon Cleansing Pool?" "Reverend." Ao Sheng smiled bitterly. "Didn't I make it clear to you earlier? I really don't know where it is. Why don't I look for it with you after we come out of the deeper Yuan?" If you can't find the Dragon Cleansing Pool, don't blame me for not returning it." Before Xiaohua could finish his sentence, Ao Sheng, who was swimming, naturally knew what he meant. However, in Ao Sheng's eyes, Long Yu was no match for the Crystal Dragon Scripture. He could only throw Xiaohua's threat to the back of his head. Ao Zhan, on the other hand, looked at his subordinates and instructed, "You all should also rest for a while. When we return from the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm, the Dragon Hall will issue the Dragon Hall Order. Because my Gui clan knows our wrongs and repents, we will return the Crystal Dragon Scripture and pardon some of the sins of my Gui clan. Then when will my clan return to the 10 clans of the Dragon Island?" A dragon asked somewhat anxiously. "The road to return to the Dragon Island is still very long." Ao Zhan smiled bitterly. "Unless my clan can produce a great sage of the demon clan. How is that possible?" All the dragons were astonished. "With the first step, it's always good. Take your time on the road from now on." Ao Zhan seemed to be extremely satisfied with this result. He waved his hand and said, "The problem now is to find the Crystal Dragon Scripture. If the Crystal Dragon Scripture doesn't return to the Dragon Hall, we still have to think of a way to leave the Dragon Island." "Yes, leader." All the dragons agreed and flew to the other side of the ring-shaped mountain. Ao Zhan flew in front of Xiaohua and cupped his hands. "Reverend Xiao, I have received your grace again. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. This matter has nothing to do with me. It's because you didn't have any killing intent in your heart. You saved yourself. Furthermore, I have to congratulate fellow Immortal AO. Although you have yet to complete the heavy responsibility on your shoulders, the road has already appeared under your feet. Fellow Immortal AO, sooner or later, you will be able to bring our clan back to the 10 clans of the Dragon Island. Hee, others may not know, but how could enlightened master not understand? If it wasn't for your grace, how could I have such a fortuitous encounter? Ao Zhan said very sincerely. I won't say any more. Xiao Hua knew what Ao Zhan wanted to say. He waved his hand and said with a smile, if I can help you settle your grudges, how much less killing will there be in the future? How many fewer dragons would die? This Xiao is very willing to accept this merit. Things might not be as simple as you think. Ao Zhan smiled bitterly. After all, my race has been at odds with the Dragon Island for many years. The 9 races of the Dragon Island, Pang Bai Luo Luo Shrine, and Swan and I have suffered many losses because of my race. Even if I offer the Crystal Dragon scripture, the other 8 races will still try to stop me. Nonsense, how could it be possible without obstruction? Xiao Hua replied, but since there is a righteous cause, they will have one less weakness to use against you. Your wish will come true sooner or later. By the way, since the Gui clan has been pardoned, what about the Dragon clan in the heavenly abode? What about them? Ao Zhan was a little hesitant. They are naturally a branch of my clan, but my Gui clan hasn't settled down yet. I'm afraid we'll have to wait for some time to settle the matter of the heavenly abode. Wait until you are strong enough. Xiao Hua understood that the Gui clan had many things to do, and Ao Zhan was probably facing many more difficulties. At this point, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly quivered as he thought of Jianghu in the Legacy Realm. After all, the appearance of Jianghu and the other 2 heavenly abode dragons in the Legacy Realm was too strange. If no one had tipped them off, how could they have found that place? However, at this point, Xiao Hua felt that there was no point in asking Ao Zhan anymore, so he might as well keep this secret in the bottom of his heart. Ao Zhan nodded and looked at the restriction below his feet. The dragon patterns had already gathered into a black dragon, and its appearance was very frightening. Ao Zhan stared at the black dragon, and a trace of gentleness flashed in his eyes. After a while he said, this is the former patriarch of my Gui clan Ao Qin. A dragon that could be the great elder of Dragon Island. When he was training in the stacked Jade Forgotten Realm, he used the strength of a single dragon to obtain the Dragon Jade and Crystal Dragon scripture. According to his thinking, he would definitely be able to obtain the position of Great Elder because of this, but the Great Elder of that generation wasn't him. In his anger, he took away the Dragon Jade and Crystal Dragon scripture from the Dragon Hall, and from that moment onwards, the fate of my Gui clan changed. Ao Zhan didn't say the specific reason, but he had obviously accepted the Great Elder's explanation. Xiao Hua sighed and said, perhaps Ao Qin was wrong, or perhaps the Dragon Hall was wrong, but what's right is the fact that has already happened. Our human race has a saying that it's never too late to mend the pen after the sheep are lost. Now that the bloodline of the Gui clan still exists, it's not too late. Yes, I understand. The burden on this Ao's shoulders is getting heavier and heavier. Ao Zhan nodded. This Xiao Hua has other thoughts in his mind. At this point he asked again in a low voice, that's right Ao Zhan, tell this old man the truth. Is the Great Elder's words true? Does he really not know where the Dragon Cleansing Pool is? There are 2 Dragon Cleansing Pools on Dragon Island. One is real and one is fake. Ao Zhan glanced at Xiao Hua as he replied meaningfully, the one outside the stacked Jade Forgotten Realm is a fake. The Dragon Cleansing liquid inside was extracted from the real Dragon Cleansing Pool inside the stacked Jade Forgotten Realm. This Dragon Cleansing liquid is the essence of the Dragon Domain, it can't leave the Dragon Cleansing Pool. Once it leaves the Dragon Cleansing Pool, it can't be called Dragon Cleansing Liquid anymore. However, this liquid can still nourish and repair the body of my Dragon Clan, so Dragon Island still values this fake Dragon Cleansing Pool very much. Generally speaking, the so-called Dragon Cleansing Pool outside of Dragon Island is this fake Dragon Cleansing Pool. As for the real Dragon Cleansing Pool, Taoist Master Xiao, have you heard of the Ascension Pool in your Dao Sect's immortal world? Ascension Pool? Xiao Hua smacked his lips and said with a bitter smile, this Xiao has never heard of it. This Xiao has only heard of the Lotus Cleansing Pool in Thunder Temple. What's the Lotus Cleansing Pool in Thunder Temple? Ao Zhan sneered, that's just a bunch of bald donkeys playing reincarnation. How can it be compared to the Dragon Cleansing Pool on Dragon Island? If you want to compare it, it's at most similar to the fake dragon cleansing pool outside of the stacked jade legacy realm. Xiaohua also looked at Ao Zhan meaningfully. Ao Zhan, who was only at the 6th or 7th stage of origin energy, seemed to care more about Dragon Island's reputation than the Great Elder. Even the Great Elder compared the dragon cleansing pool to the Buddhist sect's lotus cleansing pool, but Ao Zhan immediately stepped on the lotus cleansing pool. It was probably because of Ao Zhan's understanding that the Great Elder was reassured to let Ao Zhan lead Ao Sheng and the others to find the crystal dragon seal. What does immortal friend Ao mean? Xiaohua asked. It's said that the immortal qi in your Dao sect immortal world is very dense. Ordinary cultivators can't withstand the higher grade immortal qi after ascending to the immortal world. Therefore, every cultivator who ascends has to remodel their body in the ascension pool. The dragon realm of my dragon clan is half a level higher than the immortal world. The dragon cleansing liquid in the dragon realm can only be compared to the immortal molding liquid in the ascension pool. Does immortal friend Ao Zhan understand what I'm saying? So, after your dragon clan breaks through the void and reaches the dragon realm, you also have to use the dragon cleansing liquid to remodel your body? Xiaohua understood. Ao Zhan nodded. Of course. Didn't immortal friend Ao Zhan feel that the dragon qi in the stacked jade legacy realm is several times stronger than on Dragon Island? And this is just a fragment of the dragon realm. If it were the real dragon realm, then the dragon qi. Yes, it should be called dragon spiritual qi. Then how terrifying would dragon spiritual qi be? Ordinary dragon bodies wouldn't be able to withstand it, right? Damn it. Xiaohua gnashed his teeth. Your dragon clan's dragon body is already incomparably tough. If you remodel your body after reaching the dragon realm, how are the immortals of the immortal world supposed to survive? You humans don't really rely on your physical body after ascending to immortality. It doesn't make a difference whether it's tough or not, right? Ao Zhan replied with a smile. Don't try to change the topic. Xiaohua snorted. I just want to know the whereabouts of the dragon cleansing pool. After saying so much, do you think the Grand Elder knows? Of course he doesn't. Ao Zhan smiled. If he knows where the dragon cleansing pool is, doesn't that mean he knows where the deeper Yuan is? Wouldn't he have found this place long ago? Chapter 40-28. With that, Ao Zhan glanced at Ao Sheng and sneered, Don't think that Ao Sheng knows that the crystal dragon is here. If I didn't deliberately lead him here, he wouldn't be able to find this place. What? Xiaohua was a little surprised. Ao Zhan looked around and actually transmitted his voice. The dragon cleansing pool, deep air abyss, and a place called the Mirage are the three most mysterious places in the stacked jade forgotten realm. The dragon cleansing pool is called the dragon cleansing pool because of the dragon cleansing liquid, which is the essence of dragon spiritual qi. It is the closest to the dragon domain. No primordial consciousness or divine ability can find it. Furthermore, when the stacked jade forgotten realm changes, the dragon cleansing pool is hidden outside the forgotten realm. And this deep air abyss. To be honest, it is the earliest place connected to the dragon realm. It can be said that it is the source of the dragon spiritual energy in the entire stacked jade legacy realm. If it wasn't for my clan leader, I wouldn't be able to find this place. What? This deep air abyss is the connection between the dragon realm and the stacked jade legacy realm? Xiaohua was shocked and said, So, when clan leader Ao Qin came here? Yes, that should be what the old man meant. Ao Zhan nodded. However, without the strength of breaking the void, it is impossible to pass through this connection. Of course, even if you have the strength of a great saint, you may not be able to pass through this connection. So, no dragon has ever entered the dragon realm through this connection. In the past, I seem to have heard that this is a place to send messages. Of course, by the time of clan leader Ao Qin's generation, this connection was already broken. See? Xiaohua sucked in a mouthful of cold air as if he understood something. Of his two broken dragon jade, one was from the Dawn Rain continent, the other was from the Little White Dragon, and the Little White Dragon was from the 10,000 Demon Realm. Those two places were not the Dragon Island, nor were they the three continents. Previously, the Great Elder of the Dragon Palace didn't ask about the origin of the Dragon Jade because they thought that Xiaohua's Dragon Jade was only lost in the three continents. What they didn't expect was that Xiaohua's Dragon Jade was not obtained in the three continents. If this deep air abyss was the passage connecting the stacked jade legacy realm to the dragon realm, it was now closed. That is to say, the dragon clan wanted to go to the dragon realm with the two broken dragon jade. Because they failed, they ended up in the demon realm and Dawn Rain continent. What's wrong? Ao Zhan asked when he saw Xiaohua's strange expression. Xiao Hua naturally couldn't pursue this matter any further, so he changed the topic and asked, "What about the mirage?" "I don't know." Ao Zhan shook his head. Back then, when clan leader Ao Qin divided the dragons, some of them fled to the dragon realm, while others fled to the four seas. I am a descendant of the dragons who stayed in the four seas. Only through the long bay that Patriarch Ao Qin had passed down did he know all of this. I don't know anything else. In other words, Xiao Hua smiled. You might not pass through Dragon Island and directly return to the four seas? Sure. However, the risk is extremely high. Ao Zhan nodded. There are some spatial layers around the stacked Jade Legacy land, and there are some distorted spatial veins that lead to the four seas. However, these spatial veins also lead to the void. Once we fall into the void, even if we have the body of a dragon, we won't be able to survive. Forget it. Xiao Hua extinguished the thought of escaping with the Long Yu and smiled at Ao Zhan. Fellow Immortal Ao, you seem to have told me everything you know. Spiritual Master. Ao Zhan said with extreme sincerity. I worked together with Spiritual Master in the Legacy realm, so I'm very confident in Spiritual Master's character. Back then, I didn't know that Spiritual Master also had the bloodline of a dragon. Otherwise, I would have communicated with Spiritual Master more. Furthermore, Spiritual Master wasn't moved by the bloodline of a true spirit in the Legacy realm. I really don't know what else in this world can make Spiritual Master interested. If I don't trust such a Spiritual Master, who else can I trust? Now, if my Gui race wants to be ranked as one of the 10 races of Dragon Island again, not only do I need to cultivate to the Great Sage realm, I also need more help. Spiritual Master has a bloodline comparable to Ao Sheng's and is favored by Meng Longhall's Great Elder. I naturally won't hide anything from Spiritual Master. Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed. He didn't really want to care about the revenge of the Heavenly Abode River, but he didn't expect to encounter the revival of the Gui race here. He didn't even have time to cultivate in seclusion, so how could he want to spend more time on these things? He didn't want to say anything more here, so he asked again, "Oh right, is there really a ruined dragon pill in the deeper Yuan?" There is. Ao Zhan nodded. Senior Ao Qin said clearly in the dragon shell that he saw the aura of a dragon pill here, but the aura of the pill wasn't particularly strong. He guessed that it might be a ruined dragon pill. How many years has it been? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Is the dragon pill still effective? Ao Zhan shook his head. I don't know about this. But this place is actually a fragment of the dragon realm, nourished by dragon chi. Even if the dragon pill is ruined, it should still be effective, right? However, Spiritual Master, this dragon pill, even if it's ruined, I'm afraid it's not something you can consume. That day, I spread the news just to encourage the human race cultivators. Sai, let's take a look first. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Didn't you hear what Great Elder said? Leave everything to me. If I don't go in and take a look, he won't let me go. Roar. At this time, Ao Xing flew over from afar and asked, Ao Zhan, we've already rested. Can we break the seal now? Of course. Ao Zhan looked at Ao Xing and replied, the dragon sons of the 9 clans of Dragon Island, release half of your dragon blood. What? Ao Xing was shocked when he heard this. Why do we have to release so much dragon blood? To break this seal, we need the blood essence of the 10 clans of Dragon Island. We already had some before, plus the dragon that fell from my Ji clan, and the 7 clans that didn't release enough blood essence. Especially you, your blood essence is the most important. Ao Zhan replied without any trace of politeness. You. Ao Sheng was a little flustered and exasperated. But after he said a few words, he became dejected again. After all, Ao Zhan's purpose of luring them here was to kill them and use their blood essence. Now that he was only allowed to release half of his blood essence, although it made his heart ache, compared to the previous deadlock, there was a fundamental difference. Roar. Ao Xing roared, opened his mouth, and a stream of dragon blood fell like a fountain. The dragon blood fell on the black dragon seal, and the black dragon seal began to slowly rotate. When Ao Xing was dispirited in midair, the other dragons also spat out their blood essence. The black dragon above the seal sped up and surrounded the ring-shaped mountain, forming a huge whirlpool. The hurricane above the whirlpool also took the shape of a dragon. Seeing Ao Xing curled up and not moving, Xiao Hua smiled and said, What's wrong? Didn't you just spit out a few mouthfuls of blood? Why can't you move? Spit out a few mouthfuls of blood for me to see. Spit out a few mouthfuls of blood for me to see. Ao Xing shouted, This is blood essence. I'm also a dragon. If I was a human, I would have died long ago. Haha, you also know about dying? Xiao Hua laughed. Your dragon clan doesn't have pills? What pills do I need? Ao Xing said disdainfully. If you want to eat, wait until you enter the deep air lake to eat dragon pills. Xiao Hua smiled, took out a jade bottle and said with a smile, this Xiao has refined blood replenishing pill, do you want it? No. Ao Xing waved his hand, this thing is useless to me. Alright. Xiao Hua nodded, this blood replenishing pill is refined by this Xiao. It is most suitable for humans, but it seems that the Yao race can also use it. If you don't want to use it, then forget it. If it's a waste not to eat it. Seeing that Xiao Hua was about to take the jade bottle, Ao Xing raised his dragon claw and shouted, give it. Let me try. Just now I wanted to give it to you but you didn't want to eat it. Now I want to eat it but I won't give it to you. Xiao Hua smiled, pretending to take it and said, whoa. A strong wind swept past, and Ao Xing snatched the jade bottle. He put the jade bottle into his mouth, and with a crunch his dragon teeth crushed the seal on the jade bottle, and the bottle of blood replenishing pill fell into his stomach. Xiao Hua was a little stunned and slapped his forehead. Damn it, this Xiao now knows what it means to be an old cow chewing peony. I am a little dragon, not an old cow. Ao Xing shouted angrily, I am a little elder of the dragon race, yet I can eat your pill. In the future if you sell pills in the hidden immortal continent, this will be a big gimmick. I owe this, what kind of pill is this? Suddenly the dragon chi around Ao Xing's body surged, and layers of blood color gushed out from the dragon's scales. When this blood color reached Ao Xing's face, his entire face turned red. Spiritual Master Xiao. The dragons at the side could not compare to Ao Xing, and their expressions were even more dispirited. Seeing Ao Xing like this, they were all overjoyed and shouted, do you still have more pills? Can you wait for me a moment? Xiao Hua beamed with joy and said, of course. However, this is the pill refined by this Xiao. In the future you must remember it. And this Xiao is now cooperating with Luo Merchant Union. If you need it in the future, feel free to look for Luo Merchant Union. Luo Merchant Union, okay, we will remember it. The dragons hurriedly urged, Spiritual Master, give us the pills first. When Xiao Hua took out some blood replenishing pills and gave them to the other dragons, the blood chi around Ao Sheng's body finally stopped. He blinked his eyes and asked puzzledly, what's going on? It's obviously very comfortable and my blood chi is surging, why did my blood essence recover so little? Haha. Xiao Hua laughed and said, can blood essence be recovered by ordinary methods? That is to rely on one's own recovery. This Xiao's blood replenishing pill can only replenish ordinary blood chi, it is only somewhat beneficial for you. That's not bad. Ao Xing nodded, Luo Merchant Union, I will also remember it. Spiritual Master Xiao, do you still have more? Indeed no more. Xiao Hua shook his head. This Xiao does not use these things, they are all sold in Luo Merchant Union. Spiritual Master, how can you play without them? Ao Xing shouted, you have piqued my interest, how can you not care? There is really no more. Xiao Hua shook his head and then mysteriously probed, of course if you can tell this Xiao the location of the dragon cleansing pool, this Xiao will consider refining some more for you after the stacked Jade Legacy Realm. Chapter 40-29. I also want to know. Ao Xing smiled bitterly, but I really don't know. If you don't want to give me the pills, just say it. Don't use these to brush me off. Alright. Xiao Hua smiled, I won't make things difficult for you. I still have some pills that I refined before. The effect is not as good as the one just now. I'll give them to you. Xiao Hua took out a jade bottle and threw it to Ao Xing. This time Ao Xing did not act rashly. He raised his sharp dragon claw and opened the jade bottle. He threw a pill into his mouth. Sure enough, although there was some blood energy surging around Ao Xing, it was much smaller than before. Taoist Master Xiao, you are really stingy. Ao Xing looked at the jade bottle in his hand as if it was useless. Excuse me. Xiao Hua replied, this was refined when I was learning alchemy. Naturally, it can't be compared to now. Forget it. Ao Xing waved his hand and kept the jade bottle. He took advantage of the situation and said, no matter what, it's still a gift from you. It's not appropriate for me to not accept it. Gotcha. At this moment, the black dragon that was spinning rapidly in the ring-shaped mountain suddenly made a crisp sound. Xiao Hua and the others hurriedly looked over and saw that the black dragon had actually split into two, turning into two identical black dragons. Roar. The two black dragons let out different rhythms, but they sounded exactly the same. Then their huge dragon bodies stretched out from the two sides of the whirlpool. Ho! Obscure, different rhythms of inexplicable syllables were produced between the two dragon bodies. A layer of black and white light film was revealed as the dragon roared. Whoosh! The light film had just appeared when Ao Zhan, who was silent at the side, opened his mouth and a black dragon shell fell into the air. Pooh! Ao Zhan also spat out a mouthful of blood essence that flashed with black light onto the dragon shell. The dragon shell instantly turned blood red and clusters of blood mist surged on the dragon shell. Whoa! Two light threads stretched out from the black and white light film, respectively making different strange sounds. The light threads seemed to be attracted by the blood mist of the dragon shell and landed on the two sides of the dragon shell. The blood mist on Long Bay followed the light threads and landed on the light membrane. The light membrane seemed to come alive in an instant. Its flashing black and white wings gradually expanded and turned into a huge butterfly. Butterfly transformation technique? Ao Xing was shocked. Ao Qin actually used the butterfly transformation technique in the restriction? Of course. Ao Zhan said proudly, if it wasn't for me even the Grand Elder wouldn't have been able to break the seal. Ao Xing did not refute. It seemed that Ao Zhan was right. Xiao Hua naturally didn't know what the butterfly transformation technique was. However, as the butterfly grew bigger, it covered the entire ring-shaped mountain. Roar roar. The two identical black dragons roared and rushed into the butterfly's body. The butterfly's body trembled violently for a moment before it pounced into the vortex where the black dragons had been. Puff. There was a strange sound. The butterfly fell, and the two black dragons' bodies quickly split apart along with the black and white light screen. Then an extremely dense dragon aura rushed out like a tidal wave. This dragon aura seemed so strange. Once it rushed out, it was stopped by the restriction of the deeper yuan. Therefore, a sharp whistling sound came from the ears of everyone and the dragons. Then, wung wung. The bodies of several humans flashed with an intense brilliance, causing everyone's expression to change greatly. Run! Ao Zhan hurriedly shouted. This is the source of the dragon aura of the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Although you all have the bloodline of the dragon race, you are still humans. You can't withstand the cleansing of this dragon aura. Quickly hide at the edge. Yes. The group of humans did not dare to delay and hurriedly flew away. However, just as the humans flew away, the group of dragons could not bear it anymore. The dragons of the Hui race were the first to appear with dragon patterns on their bodies, and their bodies rapidly expanded. Ao Zhan did not panic and shouted, according to the previous plan, you all will leave this place like those humans. Yes. The dragons of the Hui race responded and flew away. After the dragons left, the fake leader Ao Tao was left alone on the spot. Ao Zhan looked at Ao Tao with some surprise, but did not say anything. He turned his head and stared at the dragon aura that rushed out, deep in thought. In just a moment, the dragons of the Dragon Island could not withstand it and left one after another. In the end, beside the light screen opened by the butterfly, only Ao Xing, Ao Zhan, Ao Tao, and Xiao Hua were left. Damn it. Ao Xing muttered and moved closer to Xiao Hua, as if this was the only way to be safer. Ao Zhan looked at Ao Tao, who was also flashing with faint black dragon aura, and said, Ao Tao, the dragon aura of the deeper yuan has stabilized. If you can withstand it, follow me down. Yes, leader. Ao Tao said respectfully. I also did not expect that my bloodline could be considered pure and could actually withstand the remnant dragon aura of the dragon domain. To be able to follow the leader and contribute to the revival of my Hui race is my lifelong wish. All right. Ao Zhan nodded and shrunk into his human form. He then opened his mouth and a dragon pearl flew out. Another dragon breath landed on it, and the dragon pearl turned into a battle armor that covered Ao Zhan's body. Whoa. Ao Xing was not to be outdone. He also took out the purple dragon crown, and a light purple armor appeared to protect his human form. Ao Tao looked at Xiao Hua and hesitated for a moment before he also transformed into his human form. However, he did not take out any dragon pearl. Instead, he took out a set of slightly old black soft armor from the dragon shell. This soft armor looked very ordinary, but when the dragon aura of the deeper yuan rushed into this soft armor, it immediately let out an indescribable dragon roar. The entire soft armor trembled slightly as if it was excited. When Ao Zhan saw this soft armor, his eyes flashed with surprise. Then he looked at Ao Tao with even more interest as he put on the soft armor calmly. Then a powerful aura spread out from his body. At this point, even Ao Xing felt that something was wrong. His dragon eyes moved up and down as he stared hard at Ao Tao. On the other hand, Xiao Hua, as a human, had a faint dragon aura on the surface of his body. He did not make any special preparations and said, "We are ready. Ao Zhan, will you lead the way?" Phew. Ao Zhan took a deep breath and suppressed the doubts in his heart. He nodded and said, "Of course I will lead the way. Everyone please follow me." With that, Ao Zhan moved his body and landed at the entrance of the deeper Yuan. Whoa. Just as Ao Zhan approached the dragon aura that rushed out, the dragon armor around his body flashed with black dragon patterns. These dragon patterns were like wings and dragon whiskers, protecting Ao Zhan's body. When the dragon aura blew past these dragon patterns, it produced a very ear-piercing whistling sound. Ao Tao flew down with Ao Zhan. His black armor actually turned into a dragon shape to protect him. The dragon shape flowed in the dragon aura like a fish in water. After Ao Tao, Xiaohua and Ao Xing flew down and followed the two dragons into the deeper Yuan. The deeper Yuan was a space with an inexplicable brilliance. These brilliances were like strands of light that collided with each other, and little sparks appeared at the places where they collided. Following the fiery threads and sparks, Xiaohua could clearly see that there were countless vortexes in the space. In the center of these vortexes was a sparkling and translucent, almost invisible dot. The rich dragon chi in the deeper Yuan was emitted from these dots. Ao Xing. Ao Zhan landed in the space and paused for a moment. He then flew in a direction and warned, "These vortexes are the crystallization of dragon aura. They are a great supplement for dragons who have broken through the void. But for us they are a great danger. You must not let these vortexes touch your dragon body. Otherwise your dragon body will definitely be blown to pieces." "I know." Ao Xing pouted and replied disdainfully, "I have the purple dragon crown to protect me. There will be no problem. You should ask Ao Tao more." "Leader, don't worry." Ao Tao hurriedly said, "My dragon armor should be able to protect me as well." Ao Zhan responded casually and sped up. There were many vortexes in the space. They were like fireflies flying around without any order. Although the three dragons were in human form, they were still huge. It was inevitable that they would come into contact with some vortexes. Boom boom. Occasionally there would be some rumbling sounds. It was the sound of the vortexes landing on the three dragons' armor. However, the explosion of these crystals was blocked by the armor and did not cause any harm to the three dragons. As for Xiaohua, it was even simpler. Not to mention that his body was originally small, just using the ethereal steps was enough for him to easily avoid all the vortexes. After flying for a full 2 hours, he saw a black mountain rock in front of him. Many strands of light fell on it and it was as gorgeous as fireworks. Ao Zhan and Ao Zhan stopped and flew down. In the time it took to eat a meal, the fireworks actually lessened. There were actually rocks with a radius of several miles on the mountain peak like a monster. Ao Zhan said, "It's close to the left." "Is it here?" Ao Tao moved forward and said respectfully, "This subordinate will help the leader take out the crystal dragon." "Good." Ao Zhan nodded. "After you take it out, give it to Ao Xing directly." Ao Tao responded casually and flew to the front of the stone wall. He only turned his dragon head to look at it for a while before decisively flying to the upper left. When he came to a triangular protrusion, he stretched out his right claw. Kacha kacha. The stone wall that had been tempered by dragon spiritual energy for God knows how many years was pierced by him. As Ao Tao's dragon claw went deeper, a large amount of stone fragments fell and a deep hole of more than 10 feet appeared on the stone wall. "Wait." Ao Zhan suddenly spoke. Ao Tao was stunned. He unwillingly retracted his dragon claw and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Leader, could it be that this subordinate has found the wrong place?" "No." Ao Zhan answered indifferently. "You found it very accurately. The crystal dragon is here. However, this Ao has changed his mind. I want to take it out myself." "Good." Ao Tao retreated to the side and glanced at Ao Sheng from the corner of his eyes. Chapter 40-30. Roar. Ao Zhan raised his head and let out a long roar, revealing his dragon form. Along with the appearance of his dragon body, the roaming whirlpools immediately rushed over like a swarm of bees, producing a series of rumbling sounds. Whoa. Ao Zhan couldn't care less about these. He opened his mouth and spouted a strand of black flame along with the dragon breath, pouncing towards the cave dug by Ao Tao. Whether it was Xiaohua or Ao Xing, their gaze followed the black flame and fell into the cave. But just at this moment, woo! Another dragon roar resounded. Another dragon flame and dragon breath that was almost identical to Ao Zhan's fell into the cave. Boom! Another loud sound resounded. A surge of dragon might emerged from the cave, rushing out like a flash flood. Ao Tao. Ao Zhan was furious and shouted, "What are you doing?" "I'm not doing anything." Ao Tao didn't seem to be afraid of Ao Zhan. His gaze fell on the inside of the cave, only to see a crystal-like small dragon flying out along with the dragon breath of the two dragons. On the small dragon, one after another, thunderbolt-like dragon patterns crazily rushed out. Within the dragon patterns, there were scenes of small worlds appearing and disappearing all the time. "If you're not doing anything, why are you stopping me from collecting the crystal dragon spell?" Ao Zhan slightly narrowed his eyes, looking at Ao Tao, and asked coldly. Ao Tao retracted his gaze, looking straight at Ao Zhan. He asked word by word, "I'm not stopping you, but I also want to collect the crystal dragon spell." "You? What right do you have to collect the crystal dragon spell?" Ao Zhan was so angry that he laughed. Haha. Ao Tao laughed loudly, twisting his dragon body and pouncing towards the crystal dragon spell. He shouted, "What right do I have? Because I am a dragon of the Hui race, because this crystal dragon spell was obtained by the patriarch of the Hui race, Ao Qin, at the risk of his life, I can't just casually offer this crystal dragon spell to the Dragon Island." Whoa. Ao Zhan was furious hearing this. He swam his dragon body and pounced towards Ao Tao. That incomparably ferocious aura immediately blocked Ao Tao to the side. Roar. Ao Tao bellowed loudly, pouncing towards Ao Zhan again. He shouted, "Ao Zhan, do you know what it means to obtain the crystal dragon spell? You are the descendant of the Hui race. You actually dare to take the proud head of the Hui race of the 9 clans of the Dragon Island." The pitch-black dragon aura around Ao Zhan surged out rapidly. The large number of vortexes rushed into the dragon armor formed by the dragon pearl. The dragon aura surged into Ao Zhan's body, causing his body to expand rapidly. Swoosh. With a deafening sound, Ao Zhan's dragon tail strangely appeared out of thin air. That dragon tail was like a pair of scissors that instantly slashed Ao Tao's back. Ao Tao let out a wild howl. The pitch-black dragon armor trembled, and some dragon blood flowed out from under the dragon armor. Ao Tao. Ao Zhan didn't continue his attack. Instead he said coldly, "I'm warning you. You don't have to say anything. I know what this crystal dragon scripture means. At the same time, I also know what the Dragon Island's 10 clans and Dragon Island's 9 clans mean. I naturally have my reasons for doing so. Since you know what the crystal dragon scripture means, then you should understand." Ao Tao's body trembled slightly. However, he still shouted, "My Hui race obtained the crystal dragon scripture. If we can comprehend the profundity of the dragon race's reproduction from the crystal dragon scripture, our descendants will naturally be able to reproduce and prosper. Not to mention suppressing the dragon race, even suppressing the Dragon Island's 9 clans wouldn't be difficult. At that time, even if you don't want to occupy the Dragon Island, my Hui race can occupy the other Dragon Islands. Who would have the patience to mingle with the Dragon Island's 9 clans? This crystal dragon scripture was obtained by Patriarch Ao Qin and the others who risked their lives. They even spent a lot of effort to hide it here. With just a few words from you, you can easily give it to the Dragon Island? How can you face the seniors of my Hui race who died for the crystal dragon scripture?" Ao Tao. Ao Zhan shook his head slightly and sighed, "I know you have always thought of yourself as the leader. Normally you would also command the people of my Hui race. When I suddenly appeared, you were very unconvinced. You are thinking too much." Ao Tao said coldly, "Although you have never shown yourself, I have long known that there is a true leader like you. I have never been unconvinced." Ao Tao replied very calmly, "I just don't understand. My Hui race has fought for so many years. Why is it that with just a few words from you, all the sacrifices we made in the past are all for nothing? We have sacrificed enough in the past. This kind of sacrifice is not worth it." Ao Zhan said indifferently, "Not to mention the dragons who died in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm, not to mention the dragons who died around the Dragon Island, just the dragons in the Paradise River were implicated because of my Hui race. How many dragons have died? In order to take revenge, how many dragons have died in the Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas? My Hui race can no longer sacrifice any more. If this continues, even if we obtain the Crystal Dragon Scripture and comprehend the profundity of the Crystal Dragon Scripture, how can my Hui race have any more dragons to reproduce? If these sacrifices are for my dragon race, I have nothing to say. However, these sacrifices are purely for the internal strife of my dragon race. There is no meaning at all." "You are wrong." Ao Tao shook his head firmly and said, "Those who can persevere must be meaningful. Although you are the leader of my Hui race, You cannot completely represent my race. You do not have the right to decide who this crystal dragon scripture belongs to. I want to take this crystal dragon scripture away and listen to the decision of all the descendants of the Hui race. You dare. Ao Zhan roared. The pitch-black dragon aura around him was like his soaring anger. Ao Tao was also emitting the same dragon aura. However, this dragon aura was clearly not as dense and pure as Ao Zhan's. Roar. Ao Tao did not say anything else. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he pounced towards Ao Zhan. As Ao Tao waved his dragon claws, countless explosions occurred around Ao Zhan's dragon body. The dragon horns on his head even produced black crystal-like objects. These crystal-like objects turned into huge spikes amidst the dense dragon aura and rapidly pierced towards Ao Zhan. Ao Zhan roared and similarly pounced towards Ao Tao. The two dragons actually started fighting in the deep air lake. In just a short moment, the dragon armor of the two began to tear apart. The dragon scales under the dragon armor flew everywhere and dragon blood splashed. Xiaohua was somewhat dumbstruck. Looking at the crystal dragon scripture that the two dragons were fighting over, it was quietly floating in the air. Many whirlpools fell on it, but they only accelerated the birth and death of the small thousand world inside the thunderbolt. Xiaohua urged his figure to fly over. Ao Sheng was very obedient. He did not go near the crystal dragon scripture and even avoided the two dragons' desperate fight. Xiaohua flew in front of the crystal dragon scripture and stretched out his hand to grab it. See. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Because in his hand, an indescribable burning sensation appeared. Even the dragon aura could not block it. Clearly, this crystal dragon scripture was not something that a human race could collect. Roar. Xiaohua released the dragon vein Xiaohua. The dragon vein Xiaohua opened its mouth and swallowed the crystal dragon scripture into its stomach. Immediately after, it entered Xiaohua's meridians. What made Xiaohua puzzled was that not only did Ao Zhan not care about him collecting the crystal dragon scripture, even Ao Tao did not even glance at him. Fellow Taoist. Just when Xiaohua was puzzled, the dragon vein Xiaohua's voice sounded, "This crystal dragon scripture is a bit strange. You delay Ao Sheng and the others. Wait until we get out of the stacked jade legacy realm before returning it to them." Xiaohua looked at Ao Sheng who was sitting at the side and replied, "If it was Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan, naturally it would be fine. But Ao Sheng still has the great elder of the dragon race in his body. How could he let I take it? I can take the dragon jade for you to comprehend. This is already the limit of his tolerance." How about? The dragon vein Xiaohua hesitated for a moment. Fellow Taoist can comprehend it inside the space? This crystal dragon scripture contains a huge secret. I'm afraid it won't work. Xiaohua looked at Ao Sheng who seemed to have regained his senses and flew towards him. He said in a low voice, "I will deal with Ao Sheng. You quickly comprehend it yourself. I will delay it for as long as I can." All right. The dragon vein Xiaohua said a word and did not speak again. Xiaohua. Ao Sheng flew over and opened his mouth. "Where is the crystal dragon scripture?" This old man is afraid that there will be some unforeseen event. I will keep it first. Xiaohua looked at the bloody battle between Ao Zhan and Ao Tao and seemed to reply casually. He sighed and said, "Ao Sheng, tell me, these two dragons are fighting like this. Is it the saying of us humans that there is no need to be so anxious?" "Ai, of course it is." Ao Sheng also sighed. "I also did not expect that Ao Tao would reject my dragon island so much." In his heart, there is really a lot of hatred. "Taoist, why don't you hand the crystal dragon scripture to me first?" "Oh, don't be anxious." Xiaohua waved his hand. "Tell me, between Ao Tao and Ao Zhan, who is right and who is wrong?" This. Ao Sheng hesitated for a moment and smiled bitterly. "Actually, no one is wrong. Doesn't the human race often say that those who walk different paths cannot make plans together? These two dragons are probably like that. However, I feel that Ao Zhan is still right. After all, what he did will allow many dragons to live. It is already difficult for my dragon race to reproduce. One less dragon is really one less dragon. It cannot be compared to your human race. That, can you?" Without waiting for Ao Sheng to say more, Xiaohua interrupted again. "The problem is that this Ao Tao's strength is not comparable to Ao Zhan at all. Furthermore, there is still a great elder in your body. No matter what, Ao Tao cannot succeed. Why did he choose to fight here?" Ao Sheng's expression changed slightly. He shook his head and said, "I don't know about this. Maybe he wants to take advantage of this crucial moment to threaten us?" Xiaohua looked at Ao Sheng with doubt in his eyes. From Ao Sheng's repeated requests, Xiaohua understood that Ao Sheng wanted to get the Crystal Dragon scripture. But why did Ao Sheng not go to get the Crystal Dragon scripture at the first moment, but pay attention to the battle between Ao Zhan and Ao Tao, these two dragons without any suspense? Xiaohua did not have time to think anymore. He saw Ao Zhan roar furiously from afar. The black flames around his body soared into the sky. When they fell, the black flames wrapped around Ao Zhan like a black robe. Ao Zhan's huge dragon body turned into a bolt of lightning and pounced towards Ao Tao. As for Ao Tao, he did not have any intention of dodging. He roared furiously and the black dragon armor grew sharp spikes. The dragon horns rushed forward and met Ao Zhan's attack head-on. Not good. Xiaohua was shocked. Ao Sheng at the side was also stunned. It seemed that he could not understand Ao Tao's actions. Seeing that the two dragons were about to collide, Ao Zhan's body suddenly rose. Obviously he did not want to kill Ao Tao. Ao Tao's body suddenly accelerated. His heart was facing Ao Zhan's dragon horns. It seemed that he did not care about his own life. Chapter 40-31. Pooh. As the white horse passed by, Ao Zhan's dragon horn pierced deeply into Ao Tao's heart. The dragon head that couldn't stop pierced through Ao Tao's body and tore it apart. It even brought Ao Tao's body and crashed into the mountain with a boom. Aren't you courting death? Ao Zhan pulled out his dragon horn and blocked the falling rocks from the mountain. He shouted coldly, "What exactly are you thinking?" Damn traitor. Ao Tao snorted coldly, "I would rather die in the hands of the traitor than lower my head to the 9 clans of Dragon Island. Get lost. After I die, no dragon clan will interfere with your plan. You can obediently become the 10th elder of Dragon Palace." You. Ao Zhan's dragon eyes were filled with anger. He shouted, "If you have such thoughts, it's better for you to die." Ao Tao's dragon body slid helplessly on the mountain rocks. There was an unyielding expression in his eyes. "Taoist Master Xiao?" Ao Tao's low and powerless voice came. Can you take me out? I have something to tell Taoist Master. I don't want other dragons to know." Okay. Xiaohua originally wanted to stall for time. When he heard that Ao Tao had something to say, he immediately agreed. He glanced at Ao Zhan and Ao Sheng and asked, "Do you want to come out too?" Ao Zhan hesitated for a moment and said, "Taoist Master, take Ao Tao up. I still want to go down and take a look." Since Ao Zhan wanted to go down, Ao Sheng naturally didn't want to be left behind. He replied, "I'll go down too. Taoist Master, take Ao Tao up first." Okay. Xiaohua took Ao Tao's body that was starting to feel cold and flew up the ring-shaped mountain. Just after flying for a meal, Ao Tao couldn't hold on anymore. He said in a low voice, "Taoist Master Xiao, I can't go up anymore. Let's just stay here. I'll explain everything to Taoist Master." Okay. Xiaohua nodded, "I'm also very curious. You're obviously not Ao Zhan's opponent. There's also the avatar of Dragon Palace's great elder beside you. Why do you have to seek death?" "It's very simple." Ao Tao said in a low voice, "I have the same pure bloodline as Ao Zhan. I'm also the leader of the Gui clan." Xiaohua was startled and instantly understood. In other words, although you are the leader on the surface, Ao Zhanji is the leader in the dark. But in reality you are also the real leader and, you are the real leader in the dark. You could say that. Ao Tao replied, "The bloodline of the Gui clan can be divided into 2. Ao Zhan and I should be the same dragon." As he spoke, the black gas around Ao Tao slowly receded. The black armor also fell off, revealing a dragon head that looked exactly like Ao Zhan's. "See?" Xiaohua was shocked. "What do you mean?" "No one knows my true appearance." Ao Tao said, "Not even the 2nd elder of Dragon Hall or the Dragon King of Dragon Palace. They only know that my bloodline is pure, they only know that I am a leader on the surface." "I understand." Xiaohua nodded slightly. "I was forced by the 2nd elder and had no choice but to submit to them. As long as I remain in this world, Ao Zhan will never be able to lead the Gui clan back to Dragon Island. Even if he really cultivated to the Great Sage Realm. So, to fulfill his wish to let the 10 clans of Dragon Island have true peace, I must die. Does Great Elder know about this? Whether Great Elder knows or not, I don't know. It's also not something I care about." Ao Tao squeezed out a smile. "I can't even tell Ao Zhan about this. If he knows, there will definitely be a knot in his heart and he will definitely not be able to step into the Great Sage Realm. But if I don't say it, who knows what methods the second elder and the rest of the dragon clan will use to deal with Ao Zhan. So, Taoist, I hope you can remind Ao Zhan when you have the chance. Why does it have to be this Xiao? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Because of Taoist Zhao's dragon bloodline. Ao Tao replied, and also for Taoist to complete Ao Zhan's true dragon bloodline. How do you know? Xiao Hua was shocked. I originally came from Ao Zhan's bloodline, my strength is similar to his. Can even be said that, we should be exactly the same. Ao Tao explained, and in the past, under the nurturing of the Dragon King of Dragon Palace, I was even a bit stronger than him. But now, his strength is more than a bit stronger than mine. Looking at his attitude towards Taoist, how can I not know? As for Taoist's bloodline, if I'm not wrong, it should be the Dragon Clan's Ho clan. At this point Ao Tao's face turned red. Xiao Hua knew that it was the final radiance of the setting sun, and Ao Tao himself was also clear. No longer entangled in Xiao Hua's matter, he changed the topic and said, the dragon armor on my body belongs to the Ho clan's patriarch. Taoist, please give it to Ao Zhan. About my matter. Taoist, please don't tell Ao Zhan a single word. Moreover, if the second elder uses this as an excuse to blackmail him, you must clarify for me. This matter is of great importance. Taoist, please help me help my Ho clan. Good. Don't worry. Xiao Hua nodded, I will definitely help you with this matter. Moreover, I will also try my best to not let you die. No, I must die. Ao Tao hurriedly said, if I didn't want to die, why would there be today's matter? Taoist, if you save me now, you will be harming Ao Zhan and my Ho clan. Forget it. Xiao Hua understood and sighed. Letting Ao Tao breathe his last, he put his soul into the inside of the space. Looking at Ao Tao's dragon body that was exactly the same as Ao Zhan's, Xiao Hua also put him into the space. This dragon body must not be allowed to be obtained by any other dragon clan member. Otherwise it would be used against Ao Zhan for not being able to become a saint. Of course, this was also one of the reasons why Ao Tao painstakingly asked Xiao Hua to send him up. Xiao Hua packed up, took the dragon armor and flew down. As he flew he shouted, green-robed fellow Taoist, you take control of the body. I will go and see the secret of the crystal dragon seal. As he spoke, Xiao Hua pulled out the green-robed Xiao Hua and sent the crystal dragon seal into the space. His mind also entered it. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure appeared. Looking at the crystal dragon that was still surging with endless dragon patterns in the air, he raised his hand and pointed. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's entire body turned into the shape of a dragon. As the dragon pattern changed, he gradually merged with it. Then the entire space was gradually filled with a huge dragon-shaped shadow, just like a pillar of the sun's brilliance. About half an hour later, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure came out of the crystal dragon seal. In his hand was something that looked like a key. His face carried a kind of penetrating understanding. However, there was even more confusion in this understanding. The dragon-shaped shadow in the space also disappeared. Strange. It seems, this crystal dragon seal doesn't have any secret of the dragon clan's reproduction. How come there are some secrets of the dragon field? If I take this key. Jade Archive Xiao Hua thought to himself, damn it, even if I take this key, so what? I can't go to the dragon field anyway. What's the use of knowing this secret? But, since this thing is in my hands, can I still return it to them? These dragon clan members are scheming against each other. They are not much stronger than the human clan. Jade Archive Xiao Hua came out of the space. Green-robed Xiao Hua urged his figure to go deep into the deeper yuan. After finding Ao Zhan, Xiao Hua raised the dragon armor and said with a smile, Ao Zhan, this is Ao Tao's battle armor. I think it's not bad, so I'll give it to you. Ao Zhan looked at the thick blood stains on the dragon armor and sneered, who would have the patience to use something left behind by this rebel dragon? Hee hee. Ao Xing laughed, Ao Zhan, this is the dragon armor of your Ji clan leader. I'm afraid Ao Tao got it from the dragon palace. If you don't want it, won't you have to return it to the dragon palace? Won't that be too convenient for the dragon palace? Ao Zhan muttered. He kept the dragon armor and asked, where's Ao Tao's corpse? What corpse is there? Xiao Hua spread out his hands. I originally wanted to send him outside, but I didn't leave. He couldn't do it. After saying a few words, the dragon chi was broken by the dragon spirit chi. If he got lucky. Ao Zhan snorted and said, Taoist Xiao, don't talk about these unhappy things. There seems to be the aura of the dragon core below. It can't be? How can it be so easy to get the dragon core? Xiao Hua was a little happy. Ao Xing smiled and said, Taoist Xiao, can you give me the crystal dragon seal? What's the hurry? Xiao Hua said impatiently, I'll give it to you when we get out of the deeper yuan. Hee hee. Ao Xing smiled and said, I seem to have suddenly thought of a clue about the dragon cleansing pool. I wonder if Taoist Xiao wants to hear it? Alright. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment and agreed. After Ao Xing said a few words, Xiao Hua sneered, Ao Xing, since you know this, why didn't you tell me earlier? Ao Xing smiled. First of all, I want to say that I just found out about this. Secondly, I don't think Taoist Xiao has told me everything he knows, right? Xiao Hua didn't understand what Ao Xing was referring to, but he didn't want to argue. He took out the crystal dragon seal and handed it to Ao Xing, asking Ao Zhan, is there really a dragon core here? I don't know if it's a dragon core or something. Senior Ao Qin left the crystal dragon seal in the deeper yuan, so he naturally felt the aura of this pill. Otherwise, how would I dare to tell Taoist Xiao about it? Ao Zhan replied, however, we're close to the folded jade forgotten land. There are broken space veins inside. Not only do we not dare to go in, even someone as strong as Senior Ao Qin doesn't want to take the risk. I have to go down and take a look. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and said, you all have your gains, but I'm the only one who is empty-handed. Whether this pill is a dragon core or not, I have to get it. I'll go with you. Ao Zhan answered without hesitation. Let's go. Ao Xing also didn't hesitate. However, as the two dragons roared and flew for a while, the dragon chi in front of them became more and more unpredictable. Moreover, there were hidden spatial veins appearing in the space. The two dragons almost fell into them several times. Thus, the two dragons didn't dare to move forward and waited on the side. Chapter 40-32. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and didn't say much. After moving stealthily for a moment, he immediately opened his illusion breaker eyes and saw everything clearly. He saw that this place was somewhat similar to the space vein that Xiao Hua encountered when he was in the nascent soul stage. Hidden void passages were connected together, and he couldn't distinguish where they went and where they came from. Moreover, within these space passages, there were some strange and incomprehensible brilliances that faintly appeared. Of course, this place was very different from before. Within Xiao Hua's illusion breaker eyes, there were countless splendor that resembled dragon patterns gushing out like a fountain. Each dragon pattern was so dazzling that Xiao Hua's illusion breaker eyes were somewhat sore. Moreover, each of these void passages was curved, and there were sections of pitch black where the curves were. Clearly, these were broken areas that couldn't be passed through. Even some of the passages that were slightly further away from Xiao Hua, there were web-like light threads that covered the entire path. Not to mention the dragon body, even if Xiao Hua used a transformation technique, he might not be able to pass through. The Dragon Hall's great elder is right. Xiao Hua roughly looked for a moment and thought to himself, this should be the location of the broken space. When it was intact, it should have been connected to the so-called dragon field. But since there is still dragon chi rushing over, it means that there are still some places that have some connection to the dragon field. As for the size of the connection, I can't casually judge. While speaking, Xiao Hua separated a trace of Yuan Shen. However, just as this trace of Yuan Shen left his body, a thunder-like sound rang out. His Yuan Shen was hit by the dragon patterns, and Xiao Hua was so frightened that he hurriedly withdrew his Yuan Shen. This is troublesome. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the web-like space vein in front of him. A trace of vigilance appeared in his heart. I can't even use my Yuan Shen. What else can I rely on? However, thinking about the temptation of the dragon core or the ancient golden core, and then thinking about how there was no warning in his heart until now, Xiao Hua's heart became lively again. He urged his body and carefully flew towards the place where the dragon chi was the densest. Xiao Hua's ethereal steps didn't require true chi. Moreover, he had a marvelous sense of direction in the void. Therefore, he was able to effortlessly fly towards the depths of this void vein that even the great elder of the Dragon Hall feared. If this fragment of the dragon domain was truly related to the dragon domain, then perhaps Xiao Hua's fleshly body could really transform into a dragon and enter the dragon domain. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's figure was blocked by layers of fence-like light patterns and the time it took for Emil to fly in. This light pattern was black and white and there was almost no space in the middle. Moreover, in this small space, strands of dragon patterns fiercely penetrated through. Clearly, this was the end of the stacked jade forgotten realm. Behind this light pattern was either a dragon realm or an inexplicable void. The black and white patterns of light did not flicker at all, as if they were engraved in that space. However, between the black and white, there was an absolute majesty that made Xiao Hua's heart tremble. Xiaohua could sense the will of the world above the black and white patterns of light, but his delusion breaker Dharma I could not see any trace of it from the black and white. At first, Xiaohua wanted to test the might of these light patterns with magic tools and other objects. However, when he sensed the powerful will within, he immediately strangled the thought of testing it. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of punishment he would face if he touched the might of the world. Of course, the money grubber Xiaohua also wouldn't give up on any opportunity. He flew slightly closer to the light patterns. The dragon patterns that flew out from the light patterns were so sharp that when they landed on Xiaohua's fleshly body, it almost gave birth to a pain of being cut into pieces. Xiaohua knew that he couldn't hold on for long. Clenching his teeth, a strand of divine sense came out from the space between his eyebrows. Rumble? Just as the strand of divine sense came out, countless thunder-like vibrations instantly entered Xiaohua's Niwen palace. One after another, sparks that were 100 times more brilliant than the previous ones were born on top of the innate divine restriction. Outside the entire Niwen palace, all the innate divine restriction seemed to have come alive and slowly overflowed on the surface. Seeing that the dragon patterns had actually activated the innate divine restriction, how could Xiaohua dare to be negligent? The strand of divine sense hurriedly came out and landed on the black and white light patterns. Just as the strand of divine sense came in contact with the black and white light patterns, two indescribable ripples came out from the black and white light patterns respectively. When the ripples came in contact with the strand of divine sense, the strand of divine sense immediately turned into countless granules. These countless granules then immediately disappeared into the dragon patterns without a trace. The strand of divine sense disappeared, but the ripples didn't disappear. Following the origin of the strand of divine sense, they landed on the space between Xiaohua's eyebrows. Boom! There was a soundless muffled thunder, as if the entire world had collapsed in an instant. Xiaohua only felt one black and one white, one from top to bottom, the other from bottom to top. All of his senses immediately disappeared and everything ceased to exist. Looking at Xiaohua's fleshly body again in an instant, it was like a strand of divine sense. As the ripples entered his body, they turned into granules from the space between his eyebrows. Fortunately, although each granule was half black and half white, they weren't scattered by the dragon patterns like the strand of divine sense. Moreover, after the countless dragon patterns fell into these granules and caused the granules to shake, some more dragon patterns actually seeped out from the other side of the granules. Xiaohua's fleshly body was almost destroyed, and the Tao foundation that he had cultivated for hundreds of years was even more annihilated by the ripples. However, just like the granulation of the fleshly body, after the Tao foundation was destroyed, it also left behind a tiny, almost inaudible dot like a red seed. This unforeseen event came really quickly. Xiaohua's mind didn't have time to hide in the space. He saw black and white filling his eyes, and his mind also became pure. He didn't know how much time had passed, maybe it was a snap of a finger, maybe it was millions of years, but Xiaohua's mind already didn't have any concept of time. Suddenly, a weak voice sounded in his mind, "I want to go to Pingyang City to learn martial arts." Actually, from the moment Lu Zhen met sister-in-law, I'd been thinking about why we were bullied by others but didn't have the power to fight back. It wasn't until this time, when I was injured by the bandits when I was marrying sister-in-law, that I knew the answer. It was because we didn't have martial arts, we didn't have enough strength to make others fear us. If I knew martial arts, those people definitely wouldn't dare to attack us. Moreover, didn't Uncle just say that the bandits of Xichuan Mountain might come to our door? There's no guarantee that we can always rely on other people's protection. Only by mastering martial arts can we truly face the bandits. Only by learning martial arts will I be able to protect myself and everyone else. This voice was so childish but also so determined. Hearing it, Xiaohua's mind, which seemed to be an idiot, suddenly woke up. Similarly, under the Tao Foundation, the weak seed also began to beat. Is this my original intention? Xiaohua asked himself. It was as if this distant memory had been erased from his mind, and was suppressed to the bottom of his memory by hundreds of years of radiant splendor and light dust. Is this what I did? Following Xiaohua's rhetorical question, a series of familiar yet strange old memories jumped out one after another. These memories were not connected, nor were there any order to them. However, the more Xiaohua looked at them, the more resolute his heart became. And the seed under the Tao Foundation grew crazily, as if it had been watered with spiritual liquid. Previously, there might have been some flaws or cracks in the Tao Foundation, but now they were all gone, crystal clear and flawless. Not bad. In the end, after the huge sea monster got the immortal morning pill, the light screen and memories no longer appeared. Xiao Hua suddenly opened his eyes, and an indescribable determination appeared like a mountain. I treat the world with kindness, I treat the people with benevolence, I treat the world with firmness, I treat the sun and the moon with sincerity. If I don't become an immortal, who will? Shua. At this time in the space where Xiao Hua of the Way of the Heavens was, an obscure fluctuation came out from the space and fell on the granulated Xiao Hua. The countless granules gathered together, seemingly to form a complete Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, just as Xiao Hua's figure was about to heal, Hua. Another fluctuation came out from the black and white, and Xiao Hua's figure was forcefully separated. Just when Xiao Hua's mind became blurry again, the familiar flickering light in his childhood dreams slowly appeared. Under the fluctuation, Xiao Hua's figure finally became complete. Xiao Hua opened his eyes, and the flickering light in his eyes slowly disappeared. Then Xiao Hua didn't dare to stay any longer and urged his figure to fly back. After flying for a while, Xiao Hua's figure stopped at a place. This place was also a space passage, and Xiao Hua also knew that this passage was basically closed, and there wouldn't be any exit. However, Xiao Hua had a very strong feeling that there was something very important inside. Dragon Core? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes, and stared at the entrance of the passage. The entrance of this passage was a little strange. Several irregular light patterns were faintly discernible. These light patterns not only blocked the dragon aura from gushing out, but also covered up the remaining brilliance. It seemed that there was a lot of danger inside. Facing the strange light patterns, Xiao Hua already didn't dare to make any attempts. Previously, if there wasn't the fluctuation of light tracing, Xiao Hua would have already turned into dust. But if he had to give up the dragon core, Xiao Hua was also somewhat reluctant. After quietly observing for a moment, Xiao Hua found some opportunity. When the light patterns disappeared again, Xiao Hua didn't hesitate to urge his figure, and drifted into the passage. Just as Xiao Hua entered, the concealed light patterns appeared from another direction, and blocked Xiao Hua's retreat. So close. Xiao Hua let out a sigh of relief and continued to fly forward. Not only the entrance of this passage was strange, even the inside was also very strange. It was like a winding path on top of a mountain, mostly twisted. This is... After flying for a while, Xiao Hua didn't even remember how many turns he had taken. Suddenly, a scarlet dragon shape appeared in front of his eyes. This dragon-shaped brilliance was too brilliant, dazzling Xiao Hua's delirium vision to the point of dizziness. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed and hurriedly closed his delirium vision. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a palm-sized crystal dragon quietly floating in the air. And far away from the dragon, there was a fist-sized pill, like a stardust, slowly rotating. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up and he stretched out his hands, one in each hand grabbing the dragon and the pill. Chapter 40-33. Xiao Hua's hand had just touched the medicinal pill. Wong. The medicinal pill unexpectedly issued a roaring sound like a magic treasure. However, even though the medicinal pill seemed to have spirituality and jumped a few times, it still obediently fell into Xiao Hua's left hand, smoothly exceeding Xiao Hua's expectations. But at the same time, before Xiao Hua's right hand could touch the crystal dragon, roar! The crystal dragon suddenly moved, turning into a stream of light and flying in the direction Xiao Hua came from. Damn it! Although Xiao Hua had obtained the medicinal pills, he still felt very uncomfortable seeing the little crystal dragon fly away. Cursing under his breath, he sent the medicinal pills into his space and chased after it. After chasing for a while, Xiao Hua suddenly realized that the path the crystal dragon flew was exactly the same as the path he flew in. Even when he came in previously, it would appear again when he stopped at certain places. Damn it, it can't be? Xiao Hua woke up. Could it be, this crystal dragon accidentally entered this space passage? It has been waiting for a dragon to come and find it? If this crystal dragon is like this, then what about the dragon pill? Could it have also entered here by mistake? While Xiao Hua was thinking, the crystal dragon had already flown out of the light pattern. The timing was really just right. Xiao Hua had no choice but to wait at the place where the light pattern was, waiting for the next time to disappear before coming out of the space passage. After coming out, Xiao Hua flew out of the space passage and flew towards where Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan were. However, when Xiao Hua flew back, Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan were already gone. Xiao Hua sneered. Needless to say, the crystal dragon must have appeared. The two dragons chased after it at the same time. Neither of them wanted this mysterious dragon to fall into the other's hands. Xiao Hua stopped for a while, then flew towards the entrance of the deep air lock. After leaving the ring-shaped mountain, the restrictions that were previously all over the place had disappeared. Xiao Hua released his Yuan Shen, but he didn't see any dragons, monsters, or humans around. It was quiet. Xiao Hua thought for a while, then sat down cross-legged and his mind entered the space. In the space, the pill he just received turned into a flame that was dozens of feet large and floated in the air. On the surface of the flame, there were tens of thousands of tiny vortexes. In the center of these vortexes were strands of crystal silk, which was the unique brilliance of the space. This Jade Archive. Xiao Hua looked at the huge medicinal pill, and his face immediately showed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Damn it, this might really be a dragon pill. The elixir refined by the dragon god in the dragon domain. Even if it was not consumed by the dragon race, it was definitely not something that ordinary Dao sect cultivators could consume. With such a tremendous medicinal strength, even if it was me, I would still explode from the medicinal strength. If I had guessed correctly, the pill from the upper realm must have been left behind in the space vein and was flushed into the space passage with no exit by the dragon chi. Now I had obtained it by chance. Sigh, what a pity. So what if I get it? Just look at it and don't consume it. As he spoke, Xiao Hua saw Xiao Gua, who had always been diligent, standing there and looking at the medicinal pill as if she was worshipping it. Her eyes were filled with shock. Xiao Gua, what did you see? Jade Archive. Xiao Hua asked curiously. Reporting to Master. Xiao Gua's gaze was reluctant to move away from the medicinal pill, and she replied, I saw the alchemy technique that Master taught me before in the flames, and I also saw other alchemy techniques that I have never learned before. It can be like this. Jade Archive. Xiao Hua looked at the flaming medicinal pill in disbelief. Unfortunately, even if he was Jade Archive Xiao Hua, he still could not see anything from the flames. Master. Xiao Gua asked timidly, can I use those alchemy techniques to refine medicinal pills? Of course you can, why not? Jade Archive. Xiao Hua immediately replied with a smile. Xiao Gua, the more you can refine and better medicinal pills, the happier this old man will be. Thank you, Master. Xiao Gua was overjoyed and looked at the sky with even more focus. I worked hard for nothing. Jade Archive. Xiao Hua sighed and withdrew from the space. After waiting for another half a day, seeing that Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan had not returned, Xiao Hua stood up and smiled. Hee, since Ao Sheng is not coming back, then don't blame this Xiao for not keeping his promise. This Xiao will go find the dragon cleansing pool myself. Xiao Hua originally did not know where the dragon cleansing pool was. In the deep air lake, he had forced Ao Sheng to reveal some vague clues. At that time, Ao Sheng had agreed to go with Xiao Hua, but now that there was an unforeseen event, Xiao Hua could only look for it himself. Beside a stream, outside two mountains, 3 dragons playing with a pearl, for seasons alternating. Xiao Hua randomly picked a direction and flew, pondering as he flew. What does this mean? Is it the location of the dragon cleansing pool or the place where it appears? This sentence was naturally transmitted to Xiao Hua by Ao Sheng, but unfortunately, Xiao Hua still did not understand the meaning of this sentence. After flying for the time it took to eat a meal, Xiao Hua frowned and descended from the sky. This was because below him, in the valley, there were not only huge amounts of dragon crystals, but also dozens of badly mutilated dragon bodies. Just like what he saw before, many of the dragon bodies had their hearts cut by sharp blades. Sai, the dragon palace of the 4 seas. After witnessing the confrontation between Ao Zhan, Ao Tao, and the Dragon Hall's great elder, Xiao Hua increasingly felt that the dragon race was much smarter than ordinary monster race. In terms of scheming, they even surpassed the human race. Since the Dragon Island was like this, then how bad could the Dragon Palace of the 4 seas be? Xiao Hua could not help but sigh inwardly, this must be for some benefits. They recklessly attacked in the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Xiao Hua collected the dozens of dragon bodies, and also collected the huge amount of huge rocks. Only then did he fly into the sky and fly far away. Right after Xiao Hua flew away, a strange shadow slowly rose from the depression in the mountain peak in the distance. It stared at Xiao Hua's back for a long time. Xiao Hua naturally did not know that there was a shadow behind him that even his own Yuan Shen did not notice. He only released his Yuan Shen to explore the surroundings. After all, in the verse there was beside a stream, so he naturally had to find the stream first. The stacked Jade Legacy realm was very strange. There was no stream at all, let alone a lake. This was very inconsistent with the Dragon Island located in the 4 seas. It was also because of this that Xiao Hua was confident that he could find the dragon cleansing pool. After all, as long as he could see the stream, it meant that the dragon cleansing pool was close by. After flying for a few more days, Xiao Hua did not find the stream, but he did find a lot of dragon crystals and piled them up in the space. On this day, another winding mountain range appeared. Without waiting for Xiaohua to stop, a few unfamiliar Yuan-shen swept over from the mountain range. When these Yuan-shen swept past Xiaohua, they immediately locked onto Xiaohua. A few dragon roars could be heard from below the mountain range. 5 huge dragons of different colors surrounded Xiaohua with clouds. The light red dragon in front opened its mouth and shouted loudly, "Are you Dao Sex Xiaohua?" Just when the Yuan-shen locked onto Xiaohua, Xiaohua already sensed that something was wrong. Unfortunately, his flying technique was not fast enough in this place. The 5 huge dragons easily surrounded him. When he heard the huge dragon speak, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he had encountered trouble. He pondered for a bit, then cupped his hands and said, "That's right, I am Xiaohua. I wonder why fellow immortal is looking for I? Where's Ao Sheng?" Another dark blue huge dragon released his Yuan-shen and looked around, then asked. Xiaohua shook his head. "I was with Ao Sheng earlier, but for some reason he suddenly left because of some matters. After that, I never saw him again." "Haha, I'm afraid he has already died in the experiential learning." A yellow huge dragon laughed loudly. "Ao Sheng's life and death has nothing to do with you or me." The huge dragon that spoke first said, "We only need to kill him. Just a human cultivator. I don't know how you got the favor of the Dragon Palace Elder to actually come to the Stacked Jade Legacy realm for experiential learning." A light gray huge dragon seemed to be very dissatisfied with Xiaohua entering the Stacked Jade Legacy realm first. He snorted coldly like a huge thunderbolt and muttered. The last purple huge dragon that didn't speak until now said coldly, "Why are you saying so much? Just kill this despicable human. Second brother already passed the information to us. If he didn't ruin things, this king could have completely taken over the Heavenly Abode River after returning to the Dragon Palace from the Dragon Island. And now, all the credit is taken away by second brother." You. Hearing the purple huge dragon's words, Xiaohua was shocked. He hurriedly shouted, "You are the dragon race of the North Sea Dragon Palace? You are the 7th prince by N?" Roar. Hearing Xiaohua call him by N, the 7th prince was furious. He raised his head and roared, "Human, this daddy is the 7th prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Zheng. Don't associate this daddy with that tiger-shaped thing. That thing is only this daddy's descendant, it is only fit to be carried in the mortal world's government." Xiaohua's eyes turned quickly, looking around, he said with some fear, "Since the second prince has already returned to the Dragon Palace, then the dragon race of the Heavenly Abode River was also captured by him. What's the use of venting your anger on I now? Damn human, you ruined my North Sea Dragon Palace's great matter, ruined this king's good thing. How can this king spare you?" Ao Zheng roared, waving his dragon claws. He shouted at the other dragons, "Don't talk to him anymore, Ao Yen, you and the others attack. After looking for him for so many days, he finally ran into our subordinates, don't let him escape." Roar. The 4 huge dragons roared, baring their fangs and claws as they rushed toward Xiaohua. Xiaohua's eyes flashed fiercely as he saw that this was not going to end well. With a loud shout, he took out the wishful staff and flew towards the light gray dragon Ao Yen, without activating the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique. Although Xiaohua's figure was tall and thin, in front of Ao Yan's gigantic dragon form, he was truly insignificant. However, the dragon aura around Ao Yan's body surged, filling up the space within 1,000 feet. When Xiaohua neared, a fishy smell came from within the dragon's scales. The dragon claws seemed to be piercing through tens of thousands of sharp swords, enveloping Xiaohua's surroundings and piercing towards him. Chapter 40-34. Whoa. The wishful steel staff stirred the dragon chi and smashed into Ao Yan's dragon claw. Before it could get close, the wind from the dragon claw was extinguished. Moreover, just as Ao Yan was shocked and wanted to avoid the wishful steel staff and grab Xiaohua's body, the wishful steel staff hit the side of the dragon claw at an extremely strange angle. Ao Yan screamed and the dragon claw immediately collapsed. Looking at Xiaohua again, his figure suddenly urged, wanting to use the power of the staff to escape the encirclement of the 5 dragons. Ha ha ha. Unfortunately, before Xiaohua could fly more than 100 feet, a thunderous cyan spear appeared in front of Xiaohua. The dark blue dragon that was previously on the side of Xiaohua showed a human form, and the long spear crossed the sky and pointed at Xiaohua's chest. "Second prince is right, the human race is the most cunning. We just started to fight and you want to escape before even a move and a half. This kind of thinking? How is this the demeanor of a master?" Boom. Xiaohua did not dare to neglect. He waved the wishful steel staff and sent the long spear flying. At the same time his figure retreated. When he squinted his eyes and looked around, he found that he was still under the siege of the 5 dragons. Except for the position of the 7th Prince Ao Zheng, the position of the other 4 dragons had changed. Even the 5 dragons had shrunk their dragon bodies and turned into human form in order to trap him. Grandma, I'm afraid it's a kind of array formation of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Xiao Hua was a master of array formations. Now, he understood at a glance and secretly complained, I'm afraid my plan to escape with the help of a small body will not work. Xiao Hua had already fought with Ao Yan. Although he injured Ao Yan, now looking at Ao Yan's indifferent appearance and the teasing look in her eyes, it was obvious that he had deliberately injured himself before to reveal his true purpose. Xiao Hua was now accustomed to the cunning of the dragon clan. He roared and displayed the heavenly law embodiment technique. He waved the wishful steel staff and flew toward the light red dragon clan. As early as in the Dragon Palace Hall, the Great Elder had already told Xiao Hua about the strangeness of the stacked jade legacy realm. Naturally, Xiao Hua was already prepared in his heart. Although all magical powers such as divine thoughts could not be used, he relied on the monster body and the dragon vein to still be at ease in the stacked jade legacy realm. He even broke Ao Jiao's Li in heaven. Xiao Hua gradually threw the Great Elder's words to the back of his mind. He felt that by relying on his own monster race cultivation method, he could also get whatever he wanted. But now that he had encountered Ao Zheng and the other 4 dragons whose elemental power was around the 6th or 7th grade, Xiao Hua realized that his monster race cultivation was still too shallow. Compared with these old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years and cultivated for thousands of years, he was too far away. Seeing that Xiao Hua had transformed into his Transcendence golden body, the North Sea Dragon clan knew that Xiao Hua had given up on escaping and was ready to fight to the death. The group of dragons also urged their dragon chi and revealed their dragon bodies. When the light red dragon clan saw Xiao Hua flying over, he also opened his mouth and a flame spear fell into his hand. He danced and fought with Xiao Hua. The North Sea Dragon Palace originally had a foundation. The dragons who could follow Ao Zheng to participate in the stacked jade legacy realm were naturally the elites of the North Sea Dragon Palace. The magical powers of this light red dragon clan were not inferior to Xiao Hua's. Under the dragon chi of the stacked jade legacy realm, he was even more valiant than Xiao Hua. Seeing that Xiao Hua was already at a disadvantage, Ao Zheng and the other dragons gradually relaxed their vigilance. The 4 dragons only guarded the 4 corners to prevent Xiao Hua from escaping and did not particularly press him. Xiao Hua seemed to be focused on the fight with the light red dragon clan, but the light in his eyes was still looking around. When he saw the 4 dragons relax, his figure immediately burst out, and the wishful steel staff soared, hitting the opponent. The light red dragon clan was naturally shocked. The long spear danced and the end of the spear swept across. Boom! The spear collided with the wishful steel staff, but this time, it was somewhat beyond the dragon's expectations. The force from Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff was stronger than before, and the dragon's long spear was somewhat bent. The dragon hurriedly urged his dragon chi, and his strength rose again. At this moment Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff shrank, and his whole body fell down extremely strangely with the force of the long spear. The dragon was stunned, but in a flash he understood. His body moved and the long spear chased after him. He shouted, "Second Prince, this cunning human still wants to escape." However, before he finished speaking, where the long spear was pointing, Xiao Hua's figure suddenly disappeared. Even if he swept with his primordial thought, he could not find any trace at all. Quick! In the distance Ao Yen shouted, "Ao Ding, you continue to chase, I will chase above. Don't let him create a diversion." Ao Yu checked the left. Ao Long checked the right. Ao Zheng's face was also red, and he seemed to be a little angry. He had been stable and motionless all this time, but now he could not help but move. He ordered and flew down. 7th King, the yellow dragon Ao Yu hurriedly reminded, "Don't worry, let's stabilize the formation." "Got it?" Ao Zheng waved his dragon claws impatiently. "You and the others quickly kill this human." "Yes." Ao Yu and the others released their primordial thought to search around, and although Ao Zheng said that he would not move, his body still flew up. As he flew up, the space that was previously sealed by the 5 dragon auras began to have some gaps, and the dragon chi from outside began to pour in. However, Ao Zheng seemed to be a little anxious and did not care about this. His dragon head looked around, worried that Xiao Hua would take advantage of the chaos to escape. Suddenly Ao Zheng stretched out his claws, and a purple spear appeared out of thin air, piercing towards the slanted space above without any warning. Peng! With a loud sound, at the tip of the spear, circles of ripples appeared, and the space was slightly distorted. Behind these ripples, Xiaohua's figure was revealed. That spear pierced into Xiaohua's arm, and Xiaohua's face was not only filled with pain, but also extreme shock. Ha ha ha. Ao Zheng laughed loudly, and at the same time, the 4 dragons who released their primordial thought to search around also laughed. They all stopped, and their figures cooperated with Ao Zheng, surrounding Xiaohua in a formation. You guys already knew? Xiaohua's right hand landed on the spear that pierced into his arm, and he asked in surprise. Ao Zheng said proudly, "Cunning human. Don't you know the magical powers of the Dragon King's 9 sons? Just now you called this king Bai An, and in just a moment you forgot about Bai An's magical powers?" Xiaohua thought for a moment and sighed, "This Xiao really forgot. Bai An is enshrined in the court of justice, naturally because Bai An is very observant, and nothing in the world can be hidden from his eyes. So you, the Dragon King's 7th prince, also have this magical power. Since you know, then die." Ao Zheng laughed sinisterly, and his dragon claws suddenly became thicker, and even dragon scales appeared on the spear, and drilled into Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua sneered, and with a wave of his hand, the spear that had almost transformed into a dragon's shape was grabbed by the neck, and no matter how it struggled, it could not escape. Damn it! Ao Zheng urged his dragon power, but he actually could not pull out the spear, and he unconsciously lost face. He immediately understood that when he was plotting against Xiaohua, Xiaohua also played a small trick on him. Roar! Dragon patterns appeared on Ao Zheng's body, and he madly pounced towards Xiaohua, and his dragon claws involuntarily exerted strength again. Whoa! Xiaohua suddenly loosened his grip, and his whole body floated away like a paper man, and disappeared in a moment. My lord! Ao Ding and the other dragons were shocked. If Xiaohua escaped at this time, it would really be a big loss of face. Ao Zheng did not say anything, and a blue light flashed on his dragon horn, and like a thunderbolt, a brilliance flew everywhere, and the space around thousands of feet around was torn apart by this brilliance, but Xiaohua, who was good at escaping, was not in this space at all. Damn it! Ao Zheng roared, and the dragon scales on his body emitted a rare purple cloud, and the entire cloud rushed into the space like a hurricane, wreaking havoc in places where the brilliance could not find. However, Xiaohua seemed to have disappeared into thin air, and there was no sign of him appearing at all. Phew! Ao Zheng exhales and raises his head to look at the 4 dragons who want to speak but don't dare to. He suddenly laughs. Damn it, no wonder second brother said that this Xiaohua is cunning. This king still unknowingly fell into his scheme. Forget it, why is this king wasting time with him? As he spoke, Ao Zheng opened his mouth, and a faint purple dragon breath came out, and then a fist-sized dragon pearl flew out, supported by the dragon breath. The dragon pearl's brilliance was faint, but where the brilliance went, all the dragon chi showed the shape of dragon patterns, and at the top of the space in a corner Xiaohua's figure appeared. Roar! The one closest to Xiaohua was the deep blue dragon Ao Long, and Xiaohua was at the edge of his perception. If he moved slightly, as long as the 5 dragons relaxed in the slightest, Xiaohua would immediately escape through this gap, and Ao Long could not help but cry out in alarm. Xiaohua sighed when he saw that the light had appeared and his body was exposed. Without the escape techniques that he usually had, in front of these 5 giant dragons whose elemental energy was around the 7th level, he was doomed. Ao Long cried out in alarm and also opened his mouth, taking out a jade bottle-like dragon weapon, and then a brilliance rushed out from the dragon weapon, and the nearby dragon chi crazily rushed in, only to see a waterfall rushing out from the dragon weapon, smashing towards Xiaohua. Seeing the surging water, each drop of water containing great power, Xiaohua not only did not panic, but a trace of melancholy appeared on his face. In the past he relied on the innate true water to kill countless enemies, but now he was blocked by a dragon using the same Dao method. Roar! Xiaohua did not dodge, and the heavenly law's embodiment of earth rapidly absorbed the dragon chi, and strands of dragon patterns also appeared on the surface of his bronze body. Swish! Ao Long's jade water rushed onto Xiaohua's Dharma body without any suspense, and not only did countless water sparks appear, even the surrounding space was somewhat distorted by these splashes of water. However, what made Ao Long stunned was that Xiaohua's body only flashed brilliantly, and the splashes of water did not cause any harm to Xiaohua at all. Chapter 40-35. No way. Ao Long was a little absent-minded. The dragon weapon in his hand also awkwardly stopped in midair. Of course, he didn't think that Xiaohua's body would be reborn in the blood pool. How could his dragon weapon injure him? Whoa! Xiaohua took advantage of Ao Long's distraction and swung his wishful staff. Boom! It hit the dragon weapon. A burst of splendor splashed, like a silver bottle leaking. Countless splashes seeped out from the cracked dragon weapon, causing Ao Long to be flustered. I'll meet Taoist Master Xiao. The light red dragon Ao Ding hurriedly came out from the side. He opened his mouth and a fiery red ring came out. The ring rushed out and immediately ignited with flames. The flames were blue and purple, scorching the space within 1,000 feet. Xiaohua sneered. Since he started cultivating, when was he afraid of going overboard? He was about to wave the wishful staff in his hand when he heard Ao Zheng, who was beside him, roaring, "Don't do anything. All of you go together. Kill him as soon as possible. Once this matter is over, we still have the more important 4Cs debate." Hearing Ao Zheng's anger, Ao Ding and the other dragons didn't dare to be negligent. They hurriedly urged their dragon qi and surrounded Xiaohua. At the same time, they took out their dragon weapons and attacked Xiaohua at the same time. Cunning dragons! Xiaohua shouted. 4 7th-grade dragons actually besieged Xiaohua, a human. If this spread out, I'll be laughed at. Ah, Xiaohua, you're wrong. Ao Zheng laughed. They're only 6th grade elemental energy. Only with the help of dragon qi here can they have the strength of upper 6th grade. Their cultivation should be about the same as yours. Moreover, do you think you can escape from me today? Can others hear your grievances? Okay, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and sneered. In that case, I have no choice but to fall out with the North Sea Dragon Palace. I don't have any face to begin with, so it doesn't matter. Xiaohua, you're overestimating yourself. At this moment, Ao Zheng's figure also started to move. His ability was the highest and should be at the middle stage of the 7th grade of origin power. However, he was the same as Ao Jing. Other than the fact that he was a little angry previously and lost his composure, he did not particularly step forward during the fight. As Xiaohua's voice fell, the bronze brilliance around Xiaohua's body gradually retracted. Shortly after, his arms and other parts of his body began to mutate. Command edicts that were harder than sharp swords were born. An aura of disdain for the entire world was born from Xiaohua's body. This aura grew denser and denser, and in the end, it actually forced the 5 dragons to fly back several thousand meters. Just as the 5 dragons were once again dumbfounded, the heavenly phoenix's demonic body, the phoenix parasol tree, appeared. The phoenix parasol tree raised its head and let out a long cry. The dragon qi in the surrounding hundreds of kilometers swarmed into the phoenix parasol tree, and the flame-like phantom around the phoenix parasol tree swayed wildly. Whoa! After the phoenix parasol tree appeared, it did not give Ao Zheng and the other dragons a chance to catch their breath. It stretched out its twin thorns and the phoenix beak pierced through the void, directly pecking at Aou's forehead. The phoenix parasol tree's claws, which were even more arrogant than Aou's dragon claws, carried an unparalleled amount of dragon qi as it sharply scratched at Aou's chest. Roar! Aou was stunned at first, but then he went berserk. As he roared, his dragon body expanded by 3 times and he pounced at the phoenix parasol tree. Rumble! The dragon and phoenix fought fiercely, and the dragon qi exploded. Pieces of flesh and territory flew out amidst the explosion. Although Aou's dragon body was not as tough as the phoenix parasol tree's phoenix body, his control of the dragon body and the use of dragon qi far surpassed the phoenix parasol tree's. Although the phoenix parasol tree's dragon body was torn to pieces, Aou also used his dragon tail to entangle the phoenix parasol tree's wings. The dragon armor on his dragon head even took the opportunity to pierce 2 large bloody holes in the phoenix parasol tree's arms. Roar! Just as the phoenix parasol tree's left claw was about to pierce Aou's abdomen, Ao Ding roared and pounced from the phoenix parasol tree's back, flames shooting out of his mouth and nose. Damn it! Though the phoenix parasol tree wasn't afraid of the flames, he didn't dare underestimate Ao Ding when he saw his back. He spread his wings and ignored the injured Aou, preparing to meet Ao Ding's attack. But right at this moment, an invisible restriction appeared around his body like shackles, and began to restrict his movements. This is bad. Alarmed, the phoenix parasol tree hurriedly looked around. Ao Zheng, who'd been standing quietly, was now swimming around him with the other 3 dragons. Clouds of gray, blue, red, yellow, and purple surged out of the 5 dragons' bodies. These clouds intertwined with the dragon qi and spun for nearly 1,000 miles. The chains that were imprisoning the phoenix parasol were clearly born from these clouds. Damn it, so this is the real purpose of the North Sea Dragon Palace's dragon formation. The phoenix parasol tree finally understood. The 5 dragons had taken turns to attack him, but it was all a ruse. Ao Zheng's true intention was to trap him to death with the formation. Dragons were truly cunning. Caw. The phoenix parasol tree let out another long cry and flapped his wings. The binding force was greatly reduced and he reached out with his right claw. An illusory figure suddenly appeared in front of Ao Ding's abdomen. Whoosh. A bloody gash dozens of meters long appeared and dragon blood flowed out. Wounded by the phoenix parasol tree as soon as they met, Ao Ding hurriedly retreated in fright. Roar! Right at this moment, the image of an enormous dragon suddenly appeared on the phoenix Wu's back. As soon as it appeared, it immediately roared furiously, and then the dragon chi in an area of 500 kilometers seemed to have gone mad and charged towards the dragon and phoenix. Expanses of gorgeous multicolored light suddenly appeared around the dragon and phoenix, and rays of multicolored light were reflected from within the multicolored light. Dragon and phoenix parasol tree? Ao Zheng was shocked, and then greed appeared in his eyes. He roared, "Capture this human alive, capture this demon phoenix alive." Before Ao Zheng could finish speaking, a series of cryptic draconic words came out from the dragon-shaped phantom. As soon as the draconic words appeared, the draconic aura that was madly pouring in suddenly became violent. Balls of draconic aura that were dozens of miles long began to condense. Within a range of 500 miles, countless balls of draconic aura instantly gathered. These balls of dragon chi were like warriors, ready to pounce on Ao Zheng. Dragon. Heavenly draconic technique? Ao Zheng was completely dumbfounded. Not only did he not expect Xiao Hua to know the heavenly draconic technique, but he also didn't expect it to be so powerful. Run. Ao Zheng looked at the dense balls of dragon chi within 1,000 miles. His body moved quickly and he charged straight up into the sky. As soon as Ao Zheng rushed up, a flaw appeared in the dragon formation of the 5 dragons. The phoenix parasol tree had no intention of chasing Ao Zheng at all. It spread its wings and its huge body immediately rushed out like a meteor, flying in a certain direction. The moment the phoenix parasol tree rushed out of the encirclement of the 5 dragons, the balls of dragon chi within 1,000 miles suddenly disappeared at the same time. This. Ao Zheng had just rushed 10,000 feet into the sky when he naturally felt the change in the dragon chi. At this time, how could he not know that Xiao Hua's heavenly draconic technique was only half-baked and had no power at all? He was actually scared to this extent by Xiao Hua's empty fort strategy. It was really a disgrace to the dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Chase. Ao Zheng roared and chased after the phoenix parasol tree without stopping. Ao Yu and Ao Ding dragged their injured bodies, and Ao Long and Ao Yen also roared as they chased after it. Although the 5 dragons were heroic, other than Ao Zheng, the other 4 dragons had the same thought. Damn it, how can we catch up to such a cunning human? Sure enough, in the time it took to eat a meal, Xiao Hua, who was in front of the 5 dragons, had already disappeared. The 5 dragons did not know whether Xiao Hua flew away or was hiding in the surroundings. Moreover, other than Ao Zheng, the 4 dragons did not dare to be too far away, for fear that Xiao Hua would take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Roar. Ao Zheng let out a furious roar. He swung his dragon tail and flipped over a small mountain. He then flew to another place. The other 4 dragons shrunk their necks. No one dared to say anything. They followed him with their tails between their legs. 5 dragons with 6th or 7th grade essence energy actually let a human escape in the stacked Jade Legacy realm. If word got out, it would really be a disgrace to the dragons. 2 hours later, at the place where Ao Zheng overturned the small mountain, Xiao Hua's figure appeared. Xiao Hua, who had successfully escaped from the 5 dragons, actually had a vexed expression on his face. Damn it, this Feng Wu's incarnation was originally reserved for this Xiao to use when walking in the Thousand Demons sacred realm in the future. Now, it was actually forced to reveal by Ao Zheng. What a blunder, Xiao Hua thought to himself. But if I don't use the phoenix body, what other divine abilities can this Xiao have? That demonic blade had just been activated once. If I activate it consecutively, perhaps I can kill Ao Zheng, but what about this Xiao? I'm afraid I will also fall into the demonic path, right? Sigh, now that I think about it, this world is really wonderful. This Xiao cultivated Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, demons and other divine abilities, but here I can only rely on the demon race's divine abilities to escape. Looks like the saying of the ancients, there's no harm in having more skills, it's really not wrong. Also, this Xiao has seen many demons and each one of them is all brawn and no brains. But why is this dragon race more cunning than the other? From Ao Jing to Ao Zhan, then to Ao Zheng, one scheme after another. They are simply more intelligent than the human race. Fortunately, there's Ao Tao in Deep Air Abyss who values friendship. Otherwise, this Xiao really wouldn't dare to deal with the dragon race in the future. Xiao Hua looked at the direction Ao Zheng and the others chased after him. After pondering for a moment, he turned around and flew in another direction. He found a call and hid in it like before. He already understood that in this stacked Jade Legacy realm, the divine abilities related to the dragon race were the most popular. Now, although he had obtained the Dragon Jade, he only focused on the Dragon Transformation art. He didn't cultivate the Heavenly Dragon Jade technique in the Dragon Jade technique. Just now, when he was forced to helplessly by Ao Zheng, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the Heavenly Dragon Jade technique in a hurry. Sure enough, although Xiao Hua didn't cultivate it in this stacked Jade Legacy realm, when Xiao Hua slightly used the Heavenly Dragon Jade technique, it immediately had an inconceivable effect. Since that was the case, there was still time. Why didn't Xiao Hua comprehend one or two Heavenly Dragon Jade techniques before looking for the Dragon Cleansing Pool? Chapter 4036. Xiao Hua hid in a secluded place and cultivated for more than a few months. A few months of time was really short for cultivation, not to mention the mysterious Heavenly Dragon technique. Xiao Hua only took a rough look at the Heavenly Dragon technique in the Dragon Jade and found two extremely simple ones. Moreover, he only tried them for a while before hurriedly flying out of the valley. After all, he didn't know when the training in the stacked Jade Legacy realm would end, and he also didn't know how long he would spend looking for the Dragon Cleansing Pool. Xiao Hua flew into the air and looked left and right. The scenery around him didn't change. This time, the interval between the changes in the stacked Jade Legacy realm was a bit long. Xiao Hua thought for a while and flew in a direction. Beside a stream, outside two mountains, three dragons playing with a pearl, for seasons alternating. Xiao Hua flew aimlessly as he muttered to himself. He scanned the area with his origin force to search for similar clues. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua flew for a few more days. Not only did he not find any obvious clues, he didn't even see a single dragon. He didn't even see a huge rock with a dragon crystal hidden in it. It was as if everything in the vicinity had been plundered by the dragon. It's a bit strange. Xiao Hua stopped in the air and pondered while pinching his chin. Could it be that in these few months the stacked Jade Legacy realm has undergone some changes? Whoa. Just as Xiao Hua was pondering, a fishy wind suddenly blew from high up in the sky. Xiao Hua was startled and hurriedly looked up. However, the place where the wind blew was empty. He could only see the disorder of the dragon chi and couldn't see anything unusual. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and stared at the sky. He was already on guard. The sound of the wind definitely didn't come from nothing. There must be a dragon hiding there. Xiao Hua seemed to have already seen the dragon's sharp claws. Xiao Hua raised his hand and prepared to attack the space between his eyebrows and open the delirium breaker eye. But at this moment, a very surprised voice came from afar. At the same time, a trace of origin will also swept over. Xiao Hua. Oh. Xiao Hua's heart moved. He raised his eyes and looked towards the source of the voice. Following the sound of the voice, the dragon's aura that made Xiao Hua vigilant immediately disappeared. Taoist Master Xiao, do you still remember me? A voice that Xiao Hua found familiar came closer. When Xiao Hua saw it clearly, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He whispered, "Immortal friend Xian? Hee long time no see. I didn't expect fellow Taoist Xian to also come to the stacked Jade Legacy realm to train. Wasn't the person flying over from afar the former Western Sea Dragon Palace's Vice Inspector, Xian Qing?" To an old turtle like Xian Qing, a few hundred years had passed in the blink of an eye. Xian Qing still looked the same, turning into a short old man less than 3 feet tall. He still had a goatee on his chin, a pair of shifty eyes and a medium-sized turtle shell on his back. It was exactly the same as Xiao Hua's impression. I'm ashamed. Xian Qing flew closer and cupped his hands. I originally accompanied my family's third crown prince to participate in Dragon Island's experiential training, but I didn't expect to encounter the opening of the stacked Jade Legacy realm. I was testing the purity of my bloodline in the Dragon Chi realm, but I didn't expect that I would actually reach the qualifications to enter the stacked Jade Legacy realm, so I also came in to train. However, this old man is slow-witted. After so many years, my cultivation hasn't improved at all. I haven't gained anything during this time. When Xiao Hua heard what Xian Qing said, he disapproved in his heart. That year in the so-called Western CI, he clearly saw how Xianqing performed. That by Hao Jiao, who looked a lot more powerful than Xianqing on the surface and was also a lot more scheming, was played by him in the palm of his hand. How could he believe Xianqing's words now? That's right. Xiao Hua also said with a smile. This Xiao is similar to fellow immortal Xian. I also occasionally entered the stacked Jade Legacy realm. First, I was thinking about how to escape, so how could I gain anything? Right now, this Xiao is waiting for the stacked Jade Legacy realm to close and leave. Oh, speaking of which, fellow immortal Xian, when will this stacked Jade Legacy realm close? When I was about to come, I heard my family's third crown prince say that it seems to be closing soon. Xianqing replied. Right now, the time inside the stacked Jade Legacy realm is already the same as Dragon Island. When it accelerates again, it will be the beginning of the stacked Jade Legacy realm's closing. Time? Xiao Hua frowned and said in confusion. How can the changes of time be sensed? Oh, it's simple. Xianqing also concealed it and said with a smile. There is no time in the 4 seas. Above Hidden Immortal there are 4 seasons. When spring comes, autumn comes, summer comes and winter comes, that is the sign of time acceleration. Change of the 4 seasons? Xiao Hua's heart jumped and he couldn't help but cry out. Fellow immortal Xian, do you know what 3 dragons playing with a pearl is? 3 dragons playing with a pearl? Xianqing stared blankly. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, this old man doesn't know what Taoist means by that. It's nothing, it's nothing. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said. The Xiao was just thinking of something else. All right, fellow immortal Xian, where are you heading to? Sigh. Xianqing sighed and said. This old man entered the stacked Jade Legacy realm and hid in a place. Just now, I received a message from my family's third crown prince. He wants me and the other subordinates of the Western Sea Dragon Palace to hurry to the Turning Dragon platform. Although this old man doesn't want to come out, I don't dare to disobey the Crown Prince's orders. I can't not go. Turning Dragon platform? How do you know that place is called Turning Dragon platform? Xiao Hua asked strangely. Who would have thought that Xianqing was even more strange than him? Of course I don't know. But my family's third crown prince said the location and also said that the place is called Turning Dragon platform. Hee hee, Xiao Hua laughed self-deprecatingly. The Xiao thought too much. This Xiao thought that fellow immortal Xian was the same as this Xiao, entering the stacked Jade Legacy realm for the first time and not knowing where this place is. It's nothing. This old man is also very unfamiliar with this stacked Jade Legacy realm. Xianqing said with a smile. Before entering the Legacy realm, this old man specially asked my family's prince. Otherwise this old man also wouldn't know. Since that's the case. Xiao Hua looked at Xianqing who was smiling harmlessly and said, fellow immortal Xian, you should go to the Turning Dragon platform. Don't let your family's third crown prince wait anxiously. As he spoke, Xiao Hua cupped his hands and wanted to bid farewell to Xianqing. After all, Xiao Hua's current strength had already surpassed Xianqing. He wasn't afraid that Xianqing had any schemes. Moreover, looking at Xianqing's slightly nervous expression, Xiao Hua also understood that Xianqing definitely didn't expect that he would be able to come out of the Western Sea alive. He was very shocked to see him. Moreover, Xiao Hua wasn't afraid that Xianqing would reveal this matter. After all, only he and Xianqing knew about the Western CI. As for how big the Western CI was, Xianqing probably knew much more than him. The mastermind of the Western CI was Xianqing. If this matter was revealed, Xianqing would undoubtedly die. What was he afraid of? At worst, he could just say that he saved the Grand Mist Ancestor. Although the Grand Mist Ancestor also didn't know that he was still alive, he had already asked Taoist Master Qing Su to recruit him several times. That. Xianqing raised his hand and said with some hesitation, Taoist Master Xiao, please wait a moment. Fellow immortal Xian, is there anything else? Xiao Hua asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. Xianqing hurriedly shook his head and said, there's nothing special. It's just that when Taoist Master asked about the 3 dragons playing with a pearl, this old man suddenly thought of the Turning Dragon platform. What do you mean? Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. What does the 3 dragons playing with a pearl have to do with the Turning Dragon platform? This old man is only guessing. Xianqing said with a smile. According to my family's third prince's message, the Turning Dragon platform is a huge round platform, similar to a pearl. Moreover, the Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas will be fighting on the Turning Dragon platform. However, no matter what, it should be 4 dragons playing with a pearl and not 3 dragons playing with a pearl. What are the Dragon Palaces of the 4 Seas fighting on the Turning Dragon platform for? Xiao Hua was confused and asked curiously. Xianqing replied, Taoist Master Xiao might not know that the dragon palaces of the four seas are led by the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, but in reality, whether it's the Western Sea Dragon Palace, the Northern Sea Dragon Palace or the Southern Sea Dragon Palace, their strength is not inferior to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Under the leadership of Dragon Island, the dragon palaces of the four seas seem to be very harmonious. On the surface, there is no change in the rankings, but secretly, there is no lack of competition between each other for this ranking. Of course, outside of the four seas, no one knows these secrets. That is to say, the Turning Dragon Platforms fight is also one of the competitions. Xiaohua somewhat understood. Yes. Xianqing nodded. Not only this time's training in the Folded Jade Legacy realm, but every time Dragon Island's training, the dragon palaces of the four seas will have this kind of competition. Every time Dragon Island's training nears the end, the dragon palaces of the four seas will find an opportunity to put their gains together and then distribute them according to the ranking of the competition. So much so that in the future, when there is a need for a ranking in many places, it will also be decided according to this ranking. Therefore, the dragon palaces of the four seas attach great importance to every training competition. As long as there is a contribution in the competition, the dragon clan will be rewarded. Speaking to here, Xianqing paused for a moment and changed the topic. Taoist Xiao, this old man previously heard of the grudge between Taoist and the Immortal Palace. Originally, I thought it was just the same name, but now that I have seen Taoist, this old man knows that Blackwind Ridge's Xiaohua is Taoist. If Taoist wants to safely escape from the Immortal Palace's suppression, it is best to form a good relationship with my West Sea Dragon Palace. With my West Sea Dragon Palace's support, the Immortal Palace will not dare to make a move against Taoist. Of course, this old man is saying this for the sake of Taoist and also for my third prince. If Taoist makes a contribution in the competition, not only will third prince benefit, but this old man will also benefit. This Xiao only has the strength of a little over 5th grade essence energy. How can I defeat the dragon generals of the dragon palaces? Xiaohua repeatedly waved his hand. Xianqing smiled and said, Taoist's current strength may not be a match for the other dragon generals of the dragon palaces, but Taoist's potential is something this old man has never seen before. Back then, Taoist's strength? Aha, this old man knows. How many years has it been? Taoist is actually already at 5th grade essence energy. This old man does not ask for anything else. I only ask for a warrior for my West Sea Dragon Palace. How is the relationship between the West Sea Dragon Palace and the North Sea Dragon Palace? Xiaohua frowned and asked in a low voice. Xianqing said without hesitation. My West Sea Dragon Palace is the West Sea Dragon Palace. Not to mention the North Sea Dragon Palace, even if it is the East Sea Dragon Palace. Even if it is the Immortal Palace, my West Sea Dragon Palace will not be afraid. Chapter 4037. Really? Xiaohua reminded with a faint smile. I just offended the 7th prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Zheng. He couldn't wait to eat me alive. Fellow Taoist Shen, you have to think carefully. Ao Zheng? Xianqing stared blankly and said with a bitter smile, How did you offend Ao Zheng again? The 7th prince of the North Sea is extremely narrow-minded and vengeful. Since you offended him, I'm afraid you won't have a peaceful day in the future. How about this? If you want to go to the Turning Dragon platform, you should first hide your appearance and wait for me to report to my third prince. If it doesn't work, don't blame me. If Xianqing agreed, Xiaohua would naturally be suspicious. However, Xianqing declined and Xiaohua instead believed him. He might not go to the Turning Dragon platform to participate in the competition of the dragon palaces of the four seas, but he must go to the dragon cleansing pool. The competition Xianqing mentioned was very similar to the 3 dragons playing with a pearl. Xiaohua had no choice but to go take a look. Xiaohua thought for a moment and nodded. All right, since that's the case, I'll go with fellow Taoist Xian. Xiaohua agreed, but Xianqing hesitated and said somewhat awkwardly, I can bring you there, but I have to report to my third prince first. Deal. Xiaohua replied straightforwardly, I'll do as fellow Taoist Xian said. Even if I can't participate in the competition of the dragon palaces of the four seas, it's enough for me to meet the third prince of the West Sea Dragon Palace. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please. Demonic clouds appeared under Xianqing's feet. He raised his hand slightly and flew away first. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at Xianqing's back. He knew that Xianqing was rather unwilling, but he didn't care and urged his figure to follow. The two flew for a few hours. Xianqing, as he said, was not particularly familiar with the folded jadeite legacy realm. As they walked, they searched. Along the way they did not see any dragon tribe. It seemed that the dragon tribe who were training in the folded Jadeite legacy realm had gathered at the turning dragon platform to prepare for the competition in the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. After flying for another hour, dragons gradually appeared in the same direction as Xianqing. Xianqing didn't greet these dragons and only flew forward with Xiaohua. Seeing a screen-like mountain range appear in front of the two, Xianqing stopped and said carefully, "Enlightened one, please wait here for a moment. This old man will go and report to the third crown prince first." "All right." Xiaohua nodded and stopped in midair, watching Xianqing fly away. Xiaohua released his essence perception and looked around, trying to find clues about the dragon cleansing pool. Unfortunately, after looking around for a while, Xiaohua frowned again. Although Xiaohua had yet to see the turning dragon platform, there were already many dragons nearby. How could the dragon cleansing pool be in such a place? Perhaps this Xiao should go to the left side of the turning dragon platform to take a look. Xiaohua urged his figure and flew towards the turning dragon platform. "Who are you? Why did you barge into the forbidden area of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas?" Xiaohua had only flown a few thousand feet when two dragon generals appeared in midair and blocked Xiaohua's path. "Forbidden area?" Xiaohua looked into the distance and asked curiously, "The Stacked Jade Legacy Realm is a place where we, the descendants of the Dragon Clan, train. When did this place become a forbidden area of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas? Does the Dragon Palace of the Dragon Island know?" "The Dragon Island does not know, the Dragon Palace even more so does not know." The two dragon generals' eyes flashed with ominous glints as they surrounded Xiaohua from both sides. Cough cough. Not far away, Xianqing's coughs could be heard. He berated, "What are you two waiting for? This is a dragon general of my West Sea Dragon Palace." "Oh, so it is the West Sea Patrol envoy." When the two dragon generals saw Xianqing, their expressions relaxed as they said with a smile, "This immortal friend did not mention his origin, how can we let him in? He even threatened us, saying that he will report this matter to the Dragon Palace." "Hee, Taoist Xiao is just joking with you, no need to take it seriously." Xianqing waved his hand and said, "You two go and patrol. This old man will bring him to see my third crown prince." "All right." The two dragon generals nodded and flew away. "Let's go." Xianqing brought Xiaohua to the vicinity of the turning dragon platform. He stopped and said with a smile, "I will not hide it from Taoist Xiao. My third crown prince heard about Taoist Zhao's matter and felt somewhat troubled. My West Sea Dragon Palace is definitely not afraid of the Immortal Palace alone. But Taoist Xiao offended Ao Zheng, it is very troublesome. Third crown prince is not willing to fall out with the North Sea Dragon Palace in the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm. So, no problem." Xiaohua said with a smile, "This Xiao will just walk around nearby. In a while, I will just watch the show from the side. Taoist Xiao, don't be anxious." Xianqing immediately waved his hand and said, "Let this old man finish speaking." Although third crown prince is not willing to offend Ao Zheng, he did not say that Taoist Xiao is not allowed to contribute to my West Sea Dragon Palace. Taoist Xiao only needs to wait by the side. If we need Taoist Xiao to take action, I believe that my third crown prince will not have any more misgivings. "All right." Xiaohua did not really want to rely on the West Sea Dragon Palace, so he casually nodded his head. "This Xiao will be nearby. If you need this Xiao to take action, feel free to speak." "Then, this old man will go over first." Xianqing finally relaxed. He raised his head to look at a place and said, "North Sea Dragon Palace is over there. It seems that Ao Zheng has not come over yet. Be careful by the side. Just don't let him see you." Xianqing exhorted a few more words before turning around and flying away. Xiaohua relaxed and looked towards the turning dragon platform. Indeed, it was as Xianqing said. This turning dragon platform was a spherical greenish-black round platform. It was several thousand zhang tall and towered on top of the mountain peak. It was very similar to a stone pearl. This round platform was perfectly round and flawless. It was truly a work of the gods. Damn it. There is a dragon pearl, but where are the three dragons of the three dragons playing with a pearl? Xiaohua's eyes looked all around, but he could not see anything strange. Xiaohua looked at the four groups of dragons gathered in the four directions of the turning dragon platform. There were also many dragons nearby who seemed to be watching the show. He prepared to leave. Right at this moment, woo! The sound of wind whistling flew out from the direction of the East Sea Dragon Palace. A huge dragon rushed onto the turning dragon platform. He looked around and said loudly, "This king is the East Sea Dragon Palace's second crown prince, Ao Qiong. I believe that all the dragons already know what is going on here. The Stacked Jade Legacy Realm is about to close. Our training in the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm will also end soon. The training in the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm is an extremely rare opportunity for us. I believe that all of you have gained a lot in the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm. Today, my Dragon Palace of the Four Seas will also hold a routine competition in the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm. We will once again distribute the treasures we obtained in the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm. This king also does not want to go into the details of the competition rules. This king only wants to say that the dragon who can stand on the turning dragon platform in the end will be the final winner. Roar, roar. The group of dragons all roared, appearing very excited. Second Prince. At this moment, a dragon general flew out from the North Sea Dragon Palace. He said somewhat timidly beside the turning dragon platform, "My seventh prince has not come yet. Can this competition be postponed? Ao Zheng is not here but you all are." Ao Qiong did not give this dragon general any face at all. His dragon eyes looked towards the sky and shouted coldly, "When Ao Zheng comes, it won't be too late to let him fight." But what if my seventh prince can't make it in time? That dragon general endured Ao Qiong's forceful dragon aura and said reluctantly. Hee. Ao Qiong sneered and said disdainfully again, "The competition on the turning dragon platform is the joint decision of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. The dragon race of the Three Seas Dragon Palace has been waiting for more than 10 days. Ao Zheng has not come yet. Could it be that we have to wait until the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm closes? Moreover, who knows if Ao Zheng is afraid? Does he not dare to come? My East Sea Dragon Palace has plenty of dragons with intermediate 7th grade essence energy like him. It doesn't matter if he has one more or not." But that dragon general seemed to want to argue. Ao Qiong simply shouted, "Does your North Sea Dragon Palace still want to participate in the competition? If you don't, just go to the last place." Alright. The dragon general did not dare to say any more. He hurriedly returned to discuss with the other dragon generals on how to deal with it. Dragon warriors. Ao Qiong's dragon aura lingered around his body. His dragon aura soared into the sky as he said encouragingly, "The previous experience was nothing. The competition on the turning dragon platform is the real battle. Release your dragon aura, release your dragon aura. Let the heavens and earth tremble and let the seniors of the dragon region be excited." Roar? All the dragons roared. Especially the dragon generals of the East Sea Dragon Palace, West Sea Dragon Palace, and South Sea Dragon Palace. They urged their dragon bodies to pounce on the turning dragon platform. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They actually started to fight. As for the North Sea Dragon Palace, seeing that the Dragon Palace of the Three Seas had already made their move, they did not dare to hesitate. Under the lead of a 6th grade essence energy dragon, they also pounced over. In just a short moment, miserable screams and angry roars could be heard in the air above the turning dragon platform. Pieces of flesh mixed with dragon blood fell onto the turning dragon platform. Motherfucker, Xiaohua saw the dragon aura surging over like a tidal wave. That dragon aura and the strength of the battle were similarly spreading out in all directions like raging waves. He hurriedly retreated and secretly cried out in his heart, "How is this 3 dragons playing with a pearl? It's more like 100 dragons playing with a pearl. Forget it, I believe that there's no dragon cleansing pool here. I'd better go somewhere else." Daoist Xiao. Just as Xiaohua was about to turn around, Xianqing flew over and said with a smile, "Now is a good opportunity. North Sea Dragon Palace's Ao Zheng is not here. Daoist should quickly take advantage of this opportunity to get on the turning dragon platform. If you can defeat a few dragons, my third prince will also gain face. Get on the platform now." Xiaohua bitterly smiled. He pointed at the huge dragons churning on the turning dragon platform and said, "How strong are these dragons? If I go over now, wouldn't I be killed for nothing? AI Daoist, now is a good opportunity to win in the chaos." Xianqing's expression slightly changed as he urged, "Moreover, Daoist's body is extremely small. There are also many opportunities for sneak attacks. If you don't go now, when will you? This old man has already reported this to the third prince. If you don't go, not only will this old man lose face, you'll also make the third prince unhappy. The third prince gets angry." Xiaohua's heart jolted. He thoughtfully looked at Xianqing and asked, "If the third prince gets angry, what will happen?" "What will happen?" Xianqing sneered, "When humans get angry, blood will splatter 3 feet. When my dragon clan gets angry." Chapter 4038. Roar. Just as Xianqing was about to threaten them, a shrill roar came from afar. Several giant dragons had already flown to the somersault dragon platform without waiting for the roar to land. The dragon at the front held a dragon shell in his claws. He arrived in front of the somersault dragon platform and shouted, "Stop, stop!" However, the dragons were in the midst of fighting. Who would pay attention to him? None of the dragon clan members stopped. Second prince. The dragon raised his claws and took out the dragon shell. He shouted, "Look, the seventh prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Zheng, and his dragon generals Ao Yen, Ao Long, Ao Ding, and Ao you have all been killed." As he spoke, the dragon shell flipped. The purple dragon body of Ao Zheng, the light gray dragon body of Ao Yen, the light blue dragon body of Ao Long, the light red dragon body of Ao Ding, and the yellow dragon body of Ao Yu immediately floated to the side of the somersault dragon platform. Seventh Prince. When the dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace saw this, they immediately broke away from the fight and landed beside the remains of the 5 dragons. They all looked at the corpses of the 5 dragons in disbelief. Their faces were filled with disbelief. It's a little strange. Xiaohua's gaze naturally landed on the corpses of Ao Zheng and the other giant dragons. Their chests and abdomens had been torn apart by sharp weapons. Their hearts and lungs were missing. It was exactly the same as the corpses he saw earlier. He could not help but feel puzzled. When the dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace stopped fighting, the dragons of the other 3 Sea Dragon Palaces naturally stopped as well. All the dragons looked at Ao Qiong. Aoing Ao Qian. Ao Qiong flew out with a displeased expression. He looked at the dragon generals of the West Sea and South Sea Dragon Palaces and scolded, "Tell me what's going on?" The 3rd prince of the West Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Ing, and the 4th prince of the South Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Qian, flew out with unfriendly expressions. The 2 dragons looked at each other and said in unison, "Ao Qiong, what do you mean by this? What does Ao Zheng's death have to do with us? If it's not you, could it be me?" Ao Qiong said angrily. There might be some casualties in the competition between the 4 Sea Dragon Palaces, but the 7th prince of the North Sea died in the competition. How are we going to explain this to the North Sea Dragon Palace? This has nothing to do with me or the West Sea Dragon Palace. Ao Ing waved his hand without hesitation. Ao Qian also denied it. Second prince. The dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace couldn't take it anymore. They all roared, "You must seek justice for the North Sea Dragon Palace. You must find the murderer who killed our 7th Marquis. As long as the 2nd prince can help the North Sea Dragon Palace, the North Sea Dragon Palace will compete with the East Sea Dragon Palace." Ao Bo. Ao Ing said coldly, "Are you representing the North Sea Dragon Palace?" No, the 3rd prince misunderstood. He looked at Ao Ing, then at Ao Qiong and Ao Qian. "We, the dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace, don't know what's going on, so we'd like to ask the 3 lords to help us. No matter which dragon palace can help us find the murderer, we will join forces with that dragon palace in this competition." This. Ao Ing, Ao Qiong and Ao Qian rolled their eyes. They naturally had to find out the truth about Ao Zheng's death. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to answer to the North Sea Dragon Palace and Dragon Island. What they cared about the most was the dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace. This was a force that could compete with the other 3 dragon palaces. Whichever side they sided with would definitely win this competition. "I know." Suddenly, a slightly hoarse and excited voice came from below the turning dragon platform. The dragons could not help but be stunned, and their gazes looked in that direction. Wasn't the one who spoke Xian Qing of the West Sea Dragon Palace? At this moment, Xiaohua was still standing beside Xian Qing, thinking about what happened. He didn't expect Xian Qing to suddenly speak. Xiaohua suddenly felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, Xian Qing suddenly stepped back and distanced himself from Xiaohua. He raised his walking stick and pointed at Xiaohua. "It's him. It's him. It's him who killed Ao Zheng, Ao Yu and the other dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace." "Xian Qing, are you crazy?" Facing Xian Qing's sudden betrayal, Xiaohua was extremely shocked and furious. He finally understood the purpose of Xian Qing inviting him here. As long as he was killed, the matter of Xian Qing barging into the West Sea would definitely not be known by others. Moreover, at this point, no matter what he explained, there probably wouldn't be any dragons who would believe him. Xian Qing's intentions were truly sinister. How is that possible? Ao Qiong's face was full of disbelief as he berated, "Xian Qing, he's a human. How could he kill 5 dragons around the 6th level essence power?" The West Sea Dragon Palace's Ao Ing rolled his eyes and said anxiously, "Xian Qing, don't be afraid. Quickly tell us what you know." This king will uphold justice for you. When Ao Qiong heard this, how could he not know that Xianqing didn't know anything at all? He just casually pulled a scapegoat and confirmed the merit first, pulling a group of dragon generals from the North Sea Dragon Palace to the West Sea Dragon Palace. However, Xianqing's words shocked Ao Qiong again. Xianqing pointed at Xiaohua and said, "I'll let Third Crown Prince know. He's the human cultivator Xiaohua. He's the best at concealing his cultivation. Previously, I saw him fighting with the North Sea Dragon Palace's 7th Crown Prince Ao Zheng and Ao Yu. However, this subordinate's cultivation was shallow, so I didn't dare to look and hid far away. Later on, this subordinate met Xiaohua again, but I saw that he wasn't injured at all. If you say that he didn't kill 7th Crown Prince Ao Zheng, this subordinate definitely wouldn't believe it. Moreover, this subordinate also found out from his mouth that he has an old grudge with the North Sea Dragon Palace. Therefore, he must be the murderer who killed 7th Crown Prince Ao Zheng." "That's right, Xiaohua, it's Xiaohua," a North Sea dragon exclaimed. 7th King received 2nd King's message. "This human Xiaohua spoiled our North Sea Dragon Palace's matter." 7th King brought Ao Yu and the others to find Xiaohua. This time they didn't return. Indeed. Another unknown dragon below the turning dragon platform also came to a realization and said, "This subordinate also met 7th King. He asked me if I've seen a human cultivator called Xiaohua." "That's right, it's him." "Alright." Without waiting for the other dragons to speak, Ao Ing waved his dragon claw and shouted, "Subordinates of the West Sea Dragon Palace, surround Xiaohua and kill him. There's no need to ask anymore. Let's take revenge for 7th Crown Prince Ao Zheng first." "Yes." A group of dragon generals from the West Sea Dragon Palace flew out from the turning dragon platform and surrounded Xiaohua. Ao Qiong was somewhat puzzled and shouted, "Ao Ing, even if Ao Zheng is looking for Xiaohua, it doesn't mean that Xiaohua is the murderer who killed Ao Zheng. Won't we know if we see Xiaohua's strength first?" Ao Ing replied sinisterly, Alright. Ao Qiong was helpless. Ao Ing was right. If Xiaohua could fight with a group of dragons, he naturally had the ability to kill Ao Zheng. But if Xiaohua couldn't defeat a group of dragons as long as they captured him, wouldn't they know if it was him after a little investigation? However, Ao Qiong was very suspicious whether Ao Ing would spare Xiaohua's life and give him a chance to fight for the North Sea Dragon Palace. Seeing the West Sea Dragon Palace move, how could the dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace hold back? All of them flew towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua glared fiercely at the complacent Xianqing. He didn't know if Xianqing really saw him fighting with Ao Zheng, but the dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace were right. Right now he couldn't defend himself. Facing these dragon generals with ulterior motives, what other choice did he have other than to escape? However, if he escaped, wouldn't his crime be confirmed? Of course, this wasn't the time to hesitate. Seeing that dozens of dragons were already rushing over, Xiaohua made a prompt decision. His body flashed with brilliance. He couldn't care about anything else and was about to use his phoenix body to escape. Roar! Just when Xiaohua was about to expose the secret of the phoenix parasol, a dragon roar that Xiaohua was familiar with came from afar. Wasn't that the small clan elder of the Dragon Island Ao Xing? Damn it! Xiaohua was overjoyed and immediately wanted to transmit his voice. However, after the dragon roar, Ao Xing's panicked voice had already resounded around the turning dragon platform. "Run! Long Sea is here." "What? Long Sea?" As soon as they heard the two words Long Sea, all the dragons panicked. The dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace and the West Sea Dragon Palace who were rushing towards Xiaohua no longer had the heart to avenge Ao Zheng. They swung their dragon tails and fled into the distance like stray dogs. Seeing that his crisis was mysteriously resolved, Xiaohua was really puzzled. Long Sea? What's that? The front of the turning dragon platform was in a mess. Xianqing had already escaped long ago. Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan appeared with dozens of dragons and humans in a similarly sorry state. Before Xiaohua could fly into the air in the space where he was at the same level as Ao Sheng, a loud and clear sound rang out. This sound was extremely penetrating. When Xiaohua heard it, it directly pierced into his heart. Especially inside his body, his meridians were violently pulsating, as if they were dragon veins. Xiaohua was very afraid of this sound. Not only that, when the sound fell, dozens of dragons near Xiaohua who had just escaped immediately fell to the ground. Their dragon bodies twisted uncontrollably, their dragon claws powerlessly grabbing the ground. On the dragon heads that were struggling to raise their heads, A pair of previously incomparably arrogant eyes were now anxiously and fearfully looking at the sky. In the sky, the figure of a strange demon beast appeared. This demon beast was only dozens of feet tall, like a toad. Other than its abdomen, which was a little green and red, there were fist-sized bumps on its back. Between these bumps there were many dragon carvings. These dragon carvings did not produce clouds, instead, they seeped out an extremely stinky liquid. This liquid drifted with the wind, and when it entered the nostrils of the dragons, it caused their bones to go soft and their tendons to go numb. Once the demon beast, Long Si, appeared, it immediately pounced on the giant dragon that was lying limp on the ground. Long Si's body landed on the giant dragon's dragon shell. When it opened its mouth, a long and thin crimson tongue stuck out. This tongue was actually also in the shape of a dragon. The dragon-shaped tongue immediately pierced into the dragon's head. Roar! The giant dragon wailed, its body trembling. However, as if it was an innate fear, the giant dragon could not move at all. Just as the giant dragon wailed and trembled, the giant dragon's brain matter was swallowed by Long Si. Without waiting for this giant dragon to die completely, Long Si flew to another giant dragon and greedily sucked its brain matter again. Chapter 4039. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Xiao Hua suppressed the fear in his heart and quietly flew into the sky. When Ao Xing and Ao Zhan saw Long Si flying out, they had already flown in another direction. Xiao Hua finally managed to catch up with them. Ao Xing didn't have time to ask Xiao Hua how he came to the turning dragon platform. He only said with lingering fear, "This Long Si is from the dragon realm. It was originally the food of the dragon race in the dragon realm. Who knows how it came to the stacked jade legacy realm? Damn it, how can the dragon race of the dragon island deal with something from the dragon realm? Run, hide, wait until the stacked jade legacy realm closes, then we will have a chance to survive." Gee. Just as Ao Xing was reminding them, a sound that caused Ao Zhan and Ao Xing's dragon chi to tremble came from the space above their heads. Long Si, who had sucked the brains of dozens of giant dragons in an instant, chased after them again. Ao Xing and Ao Zhan's bloodline was pure. They didn't go limp because of Long Si's cry, but the other dozens of dragons and humans couldn't do the same. Their bodies trembled and fell from the sky. However, Long Si seemed to be more interested in the pure-blooded Ao Xing and Ao Zhan. It didn't care about the dragons at all. What was special was that Long Si's gray eyes were also looking at Xiao Hua. Not good. This guy seems to have found my dragon vein. What should I do? Xiao Hua saw Long Si looking at him. He couldn't help but be shocked. He then looked at Ao Xing and Ao Zhan. They were all afraid. He knew that the two dragons couldn't win against Long Si, this natural enemy, and he was afraid that only the great elder of the Dragon Hall could win. He quickly thought in his heart, I wonder if the great elder of the Dragon Hall can fight against Long Si? Woo! At this critical moment, the sound of wind whistling came from the sky again. Along with the whistling of the wind, thousands of clouds rolled, and the scenery on the ground began to blur. Under the power of heaven and earth, even the powerful Long Si couldn't help but be swept up by the hurricane. Oh my god! The changes in the scenery are just too awesome. Xiao Hua hated the scenery of the stacked jade legacy realm, but now he almost wanted to hug the crystal and kiss it a few times. The hurricane that changed the scenery was so big that it seemed to blow away everything in the world. Xiao Hua, who had just survived a calamity, danced with the wind in midair. Whoa! After a while, a huge wind whistled over Xiao Hua's head, and the huge turning dragon platform floated away like a bullet in the hurricane. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly raised his hand and hugged the tumbling dragon platform. His entire body followed along. The changes in the scenery of the entire stacked jade legacy realm continued for a few hours. Only when Xiao Hua rolled along with the tumbling dragon platform did the entire process come to a complete stop. Phew. Xiao Hua drilled out of the mountain rocks below the somersault dragon platform with great difficulty. He patted the dust off his body and let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he was about to look around, his forehead felt cold. When Xiao Hua raised his head to look, he saw that the entire sky was covered in red clouds. Snowflakes that were like goose feathers floated out from these red clouds and began to cover the entire realm of stacking jade. The 4 seasons change. Xiao Hua smiled. I thought that it would start from spring. I didn't expect it to start from winter. In any case, since the 4 seasons have started to change, it's not too late for the realm of stacking jade to close. I can finally escape from Long Si's strangulation. This turning dragon platform. At this moment, how could Xiao Hua still be thinking about the dragon cleansing pool? He was already lucky to be able to escape from Long Xi's hands. However, he inadvertently discovered that the huge turning dragon platform was strangely rolling towards the top of a mountain. This is 3 dragons playing with a pearl? Xiaohua looked at the place where the turning dragon platform was rolling up and hurriedly flew up. When he saw the 3 mountain ranges that were like 3 huge dragons crawling on the ground, Xiaohua's heart suddenly jumped. A kind of ecstasy surged in his heart. 3 dragons playing with a pearl, the 4 seasons change. What about the 2 mountains beside the stream? Xiaohua hurriedly looked around, but he didn't see any other mountain ranges nearby. Creak creak. The turning dragon platform that had absorbed the blood essence of the dragon clan slowly rolled up the mountain, emitting an ear-piercing noise. Xiaohua looked at it for a moment and thoughtfully waited in the air. Another hour passed. The turning dragon platform was like a dragon pearl that had stopped at the peak of the mountain, and the ground was covered with rare snowflakes. Roar. 3 faint dragon roars came from below the 3 mountain ranges. The ground shook slightly. The 3 mountain ranges trembled like huge dragons playing with a pearl. The turning dragon platform bounced up into the air, giving rise to waves of fluctuations. Dragon vein. Xiaohua's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something again. When the somersaulting dragon platform fell, a spatial crack appeared high up in the sky where the impact of the fluctuation was. 2 cracks in the shape of mountains appeared out of thin air. Walala. There was the sound of water, and a clear stream flowed out from the spatial crack. Beside the stream, outside the 2 mountains, 3 dragons playing with a pearl, the 4 seasons change. Xiaohua laughed heartily as he flew towards the turning dragon platform. At this moment, how could he not know that the dragon cleansing pool was not within the realm of stacking jade, but within the spatial interlayer of the realm of stacking jade? Moreover, every time the realm of stacking jade opened, the dragon cleansing pool might not necessarily appear. Only when the turning dragon platform fell here, would the dragon cleansing pool appear. Therefore, Xiaohua finally understood that even the great elder of the dragon palace didn't know where the dragon cleansing pool was. However, the direction Xiaohua was flying towards was different from the dragon cleansing pool. His figure landed on the turning dragon platform. He looked at the turning dragon platform that was no longer fluctuating, then looked at the 3 dragon veins in the 3 mountain ranges. He hesitantly pinched his chin and pondered, "Motherfucker, isn't this Xiao being a little insincere?" What insincere? These dragon veins are ownerless items. Moreover, the realm of stacking jade is full of draconic energy. It won't take long for another dragon vein to appear. Moreover, the dragon island hasn't found the dragon cleansing pool for so many years, isn't it not a big deal to them? Thinking about this, Xiaohua's figure fell into the mountain range and released the dragon vein Xiaohua. The dragon vein Xiaohua roared and pounced into the realm of stacking jade. It swallowed the dragon veins that had been growing for God knows how many years. Of course, Xiaohua didn't kill them all. Instead, he left a tail for each of the dragon veins. Presumably, it won't take long for another dragon vein to appear. Of course, when Xiaohua swallowed the dragon veins, he cautiously looked at the spatial crack in the gurgling stream. Only when he saw that there weren't any special changes did he relax. After swallowing the dragon veins, Xiaohua stored them away. Xiaohua flew towards the spatial crack that looked like 2 mountain peaks. Xiaohua's figure landed in the space crack. Before he could see the situation in the space clearly, the roars of 10,000 dragons surged over like surging waves. These dragon roars were different from what Xiaohua usually heard. Some were weeping, some were wailing, some were moaning, some were laughing, and some were whispering. When every sound fell into Xiaohua's ears, the dragon vein in Xiaohua's physical body would tremble. An incomparably solemn and dignified aura of heaven and earth, and a strict aura of order assaulted his senses. This aura was 100 times more intense than the black and white runes that Xiaohua faced earlier. This seems to be the myriad dragon country. It seems to contain the profound mysteries of the dragon race's initial establishment, reproduction, and extinction. Dragon vein Xiaohua whispered from the bottom of his heart, "There's no need for any dragon jade. As long as I can understand these sounds, I can step into the dragon domain." Not only that. The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua, whose freedom had been restricted and who hadn't said a single word, suddenly opened his mouth. This young one has already sensed the boundless vitality within, the power to regenerate all living things. This must be the dragon cleansing pool. See. Xiaohua suppressed the excitement in his heart and entered the spatial crack. At a glance, he saw the dragon cleansing pool that he had yearned for even in his dreams. Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He saw that this was a space filled with lightning. Countless purple lightning bolts appeared out of thin air and fell into a pool of water that was 1,000 li in size. This pool wasn't an ordinary circular pool, nor was it on the ground. Instead, it stood in the spatial crack in the shape of a dragon. Inside the pool, a pool of light purple liquid was rippling like water. From a gap at the end of the pool, a small stream was gurgling out. This stream was originally as thin as a chopstick, but after leaving the pool, it immediately swelled up and became like an ordinary stream. Moreover, this stream grew larger and larger. After flowing for a few li, it completely disappeared and evaporated into the spatial crack. This is the dragon cleansing pool. Xiaohua looked inside the spatial crack. Apart from the lightning, there was nothing else. He was somewhat puzzled. After closing his eyes, he opened his Delirium Breaker Dharma Eye. In the Delirium Breaker Dharma Eye, an enormous dragon shape that was several times more dazzling than an ordinary sun coiled in the spatial crack. Xiaohua resisted the discomfort caused by the Delirium Breaker Dharma Eye and carefully observed it. This dragon shape looked similar to an ordinary dragon, but on the surface of the dragon shape, every dragon scale had millions of mysterious dragon patterns. Moreover, every trace of the dragon pattern gave off a fine light. Within the fine light there were even finer lightning bolts. Tens of thousands of dragon scales gathered together to form an unparalleled dragon might. This dragon might was like a mountain, like the sun and the moon, like the heavens and the earth. Xiaohua almost couldn't see the entire dragon shape clearly. That glaring purple flame had already forced him to close his Delirium Breaker Dharma Eye. After closing his Dharma Eye, he saw the dragon cleansing pool again. He couldn't see the profoundness inside. Xiaohua was enlightened once again. The dragon cleansing pool was not created by man but by nature. The Delusion Breaker Dharma Eye was the key to the creation of the dragon cleansing pool. The dragon carvings on the dragon's shape were the work of the gods. The carvings on the dragon's body were probably the result of these millions of dragon carvings. Xiaohua pondered for a moment. The Confucian cultivator Xiaohua said in a low voice, "Fellow immortal, let me out first. Although I can't rely on this dragon cleansing pool to form my body, I can comprehend the essence of the dragon cleansing pool and see fellow Taoist Longmai's rebirth. This will be of great help to me in comprehending the vitality of Confucian cultivators. Fellow immortal, don't be impatient." Xiaohua said with a smile, "The spatial laws in this folded jade legacy realm are incomplete. Confucian cultivators and clear eyes technique can't be used. This is the spatial crack of the folded jade legacy realm. Who knows if fellow immortal can come out?" Chapter 40. Fortunately, Xiaohua only gave it a try before releasing the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua. Thus, Xiaohua simply let the green-robed Xiaohua send out his invisible nascent soul to experience the changes in the dragon cleansing pool together. Looking at the resplendent sword light and the rumbling thunder, Xiaohua turned his head to look outside the spatial crack, at the snowflakes floating down from the stacked jade legacy realm. He sighed in his heart, then his mind escaped into the mysterious dark clouds. How is it? Xiao Bai had previously swallowed Ao Jiao's soul, so he naturally knew some secrets of the stacked jade legacy realm. Although he had never asked, he was inevitably nervous. After all, even a dragon like Ao Jiao couldn't form her body. Xiao Bai was only a flood dragon, so how could he be blessed by heaven? Now that he saw Jade Archive Xiaohua appear, he couldn't help but speak with a trembling voice. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled and said, "Everything is ready except for the east wind. How is your cultivation of the dragon transformation art?" Ha ha ha. Xiao Bai's face was filled with ecstasy when he heard this and he laughed loudly. The entire soul formation realm was filled with Xiao Bai's joy, and the gloom and sorrow that seemed to have accumulated for hundreds of years disappeared in an instant. Xiao Bai laughed for half a cup of tea's time before he opened his mouth and said, "I don't know how to describe the excitement in my heart, nor do I know how to express my gratitude to you, Xiao Bai." Jade Archive Xiaohua couldn't help but be excited and said, "You and I met because of Yellow Flower Ridge and you died because of Shanghuaming. Although you aren't a member of Shanghuaming in my eyes, you are the same as second senior brother and senior sister. You are my family in this life and I am very happy to be able to do something for you. Furthermore, you and I are best friends. Your soul remains in my mysterious dark clouds, and my soul cultivation progresses along with you. How many people in this world are there who are worthy of such trust? How many people in this world are there who are worthy of such trust? How many people in this world are there who are worthy of such trust? How many people in this world are there who we can entrust everything to?" Sigh. Xiao Bai's expression gradually calmed down, and he sighed slightly and said, "You are right. In the face of such feelings, any words are useless, and no matter what you say, it is useless. Have you cultivated your dragon transformation skill to perfection? Jade Archive. Xiao Hua was still concerned about the dragon transformation skill and asked again. Xiao Bai smiled and said, although there are 9 layers to the dragon transformation art, when the dragon jade was incomplete, I did not quite understand it. After all, the tempering techniques in it were too profound. Furthermore, back then with my python body, I had actually already mastered most of the dragonization art. Otherwise, how could I have transformed into a dragon? When the dragon jade was complete and I learned that the dragon transformation art was originally a cultivation method for the dragon race to remodel their bodies, I completely understood that during this period of time, there were no longer any obstacles for me to look back at the dragon transformation art in my soul state. At this point, Little White asked again, by the way, Xiao Hua, you didn't let fellow Taoist Long Mai reconstruct his body first? Your matter is more important. Jade Archive. Xiao Hua said with a smile, leave the matter of Taoist Long Mai for later. Little White was moved again. After thinking for a bit, it raised its dragon claw and a crystal light fell in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. It said, this is my recent understanding of the dragonization art. Perhaps it will be of some help to Taoist Long Mai. Okay. Jade Archive. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and the crystal light immediately entered Little White's body. He then urged, let's go, Little White. It's time for you to remodel your body. When Xiao Hua's consciousness withdrew from the mysterious dark clouds, he used the soul strands to drag Little White's soul out. Immediately the entire space was filled with crackling sounds. The dragon that was originally difficult to see with the naked eye actually revealed its outline. Moreover, the calm purple liquid in the dragon cleansing pool also began to show traces of ripples. Xiao Hua, I'm going. Little White was actually somewhat reserved as it looked at the dragon cleansing pool and said in a low voice. Xiao Hua said with a smile, go. Don't worry about personal gains and losses. Just stay calm and clear and activate the dragonization art. Okay. Little White took a deep breath. Roar. With a long roar, its soul rushed into the dragon cleansing pool. Boom. Seeing Little White's soul fall into the dragon cleansing pool, the entire space shook with a loud boom. A huge fire dragon shape appeared above the dragon cleansing pool. Oh. Xiao Hua somewhat understood. He knew that this was the reason why Little White swallowed the fire dragon's soul. Buzz. A series of strange sounds came from the dragon cleansing pool. The water in the dragon cleansing pool began to boil. At the crack in space, countless amounts of dragon spiritual energy rushed out from the stacked jade legacy realm and madly entered the dragon shape that was faintly visible to the naked eye. When the dragon spiritual energy entered the dragon scale, it turned into fireflies that hovered in the dragon cleansing pool. Is this the power of rebirth? Xiao Hua's voice came from the sword light. Xiao Hua hastily looked over and saw a flickering black and white light appear at the end of the dragon cleansing pool. Then even more black and white light appeared. In the blink of an eye, another dragon scale was formed. Then the dragon scales began to flicker. Xiao Hua. At this time Little White's voice came, don't forget your promise. Quickly give me a drop of essence blood. You. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What do you want my essence blood for? I have a lot of dragon corpses here. How about I give you their flesh? We had an agreement back then. Little White didn't explain and only laughed from the dragon cleansing pool. Alright. Xiao Hua helplessly sent a drop of essence blood into the dragon scale. Whoosh. A blood-red light flashed within the dragon scale. Within the blood-red light, the chanting of gods and devils could be faintly heard. One by one, the figures of gods and devils that couldn't be determined inexplicably appeared. The black and white light from before immediately dimmed under the influence of the gods and devils. A bit of flesh appeared within the light, and at the same time, the liquid in the dragon cleansing pool began to rush into the flesh and turned into something else. In just a short moment, a butterfly-shaped dragon tail appeared. Thunderclaps sounded like raindrops, and the dragon's spiritual energy blew in from the spatial crack like a hurricane. Snowflakes also entered the spatial crack, and the originally solemn atmosphere in the spatial crack became even denser. Mysterious ripples were produced in the spatial crack one after another. Scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua wasn't the only one who was immersed in comprehending the Tao of life. Green-robed Xiao Hua wasn't the only one who was engrossed in comprehending the Tao of life and death. Even Xiao Hua's eyes were filled with extraordinary splendor. This was the power of heaven and earth that was rarely seen in the world. This was the mystery of heaven and earth that came out of nothing. It was more profound than any cultivation method, secret technique, divine ability, or secret technique in the world. This was the source of all magical techniques and divine abilities. After a full 2 hours, the reconstruction of Little White's dragon body finally came to an end. A dragon body that was close to 50 kilometers in size gradually emerged from the dragon cleansing pool. Its scales flashed with mysterious dragon patterns, and every inch of its flesh was engraved with indescribable runes. Its seemingly real dragon body was filled with vitality and vitality. In the end, the entire space began to rumble with lightning and thunder. Consciousnesses that could easily destroy the entire world appeared above the dragon cleansing pool. With the appearance of these consciousnesses, an obscure and incomprehensible draconic incantation appeared amidst the rumbling thunder. Following this draconic incantation, the lightning in the entire space began to gather, forming a huge character on the little white dragon's blurry head. This character was so strange that even Xiaohua, who had cultivated green seal text, couldn't see it in his mind even though he could see it with his eyes. Chirp. The words that came out of the lightning made a sound that was similar to the green seal script. Then they fell into the little white dragon's head. It was like the finishing touch. The little white dragon's head suddenly appeared. At the same time, all the waves converged on the little white dragon's head, and the blood-red dragon horn appeared on its head. The moment the dragon horn appeared, all the gods and devils chanted, and all the thunder and lightning disappeared. Haha. Little White laughed and flew out of the dragon cleansing pool. Its huge dragon body rapidly shrank. When it arrived in front of Xiaohua, the flames around Little White's body flashed, and a human figure wearing a scarlet robe appeared in front of Xiaohua. It cupped its hands and said, "Fellow Taoist, I greet you." Looking at the human figure that looked exactly like him and the mysterious dragon pattern on the robe, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He raised his hand and returned the gesture. "Little White, don't you have your original form?" Haha. Little White laughed, "I only have my original form of a monster. I don't have a human face." Xiaohua nodded slightly and said, "I understand. Ordinary dragons can't transform into a real human like you because they don't have the bloodline of a human. And you can only transform into me because you have my blood essence?" Not only that. Little White's body swayed and transformed into an ordinary dragon. It danced in the air a few times and said with a smile, "I once cultivated in your soul, so I also have the power of your soul. When I transform into you, even Virokana revered one wouldn't be able to tell the difference. You're my real incarnation." Xiaohua said with a smile, "You're no longer a soul body, so you can't enter the soul to cultivate. What plans do you have?" "Plans?" Little White laughed, "I'll follow you. What other plans do I have?" "The world is vast. There are many places you can go." Xiaohua nodded, "Even if you and I depend on each other for survival, you should go out and gain experience." "All right." Little White replied, "I'll listen to you. After all, I've just condensed my physical body. It's better for me to walk around first." Also, Xiaohua thought of something and wanted to send a voice transmission, but he hesitated. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Your origin. Just don't reveal it. I don't have anything else to tell you." "All right." Little White replied without hesitation, "We naturally have to endure our blood feud. When the time is right, we'll talk about it." "How much dragon cleansing liquid did you use in the dragon cleansing pool?" Xiaohua looked at the dragon cleansing pool and asked, "Is there enough left for fellow Taoist dragon bloodline to condense his body?" Chapter 40-41. Haha, don't worry. Little White Dragon laughed and replied proudly, "I only used 20% of the dragon cleansing pool's dragon cleansing liquid. The remaining is enough for Taoist Long Mai to condense his body." "Good." Xiaohua relaxed and asked, "I have a Kunlun mirror here with a Kunlun immortal realm for you to cultivate in. Do you want to go in now? Or do you want to stay here?" "Of course I want to stay here." The little white dragon replied without any hesitation, "Fellow Taoist Long Mai is your clone, so I have to protect you no matter what." "Good." Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said, "Taoist Long Mai, it's time for you to condense your body." Roar. With a dragon roar, Long Mai Xiaohua rushed out of Xiaohua's body. Rumble. As Long Mai Xiaohua appeared, the previously extinguished lightning instantly enveloped the entire space. Even the dragon cleansing pool's dragon cleansing liquid began to boil. Seeing such a phenomenon, not only was Xiaohua shocked, even Little White Dragon was stunned. "Taoist friend." Xiaohua hurriedly said, the dragon cleansing pool's life force suddenly flourished, 10 times stronger than before. The lightning energy has also strengthened 10 times. Green-robed Xiaohua reminded at the same time. There's more. Xiaohua said, once Taoist Longmai condenses his body, he might not be able to return to your body. How will you cultivate your Tao sex techniques? Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said, I have already thought about it for a long time. Now Taoist Longmai is no longer just eyes meridians. He is also an independent Taoist friend. Condensing his body is the first step of his cultivation. I cannot destroy his heavenly Tao for myself. Xiaohua. Longmai Xiaohua's entire body was incomparably bright in the space. His voice also seemed to come from the heavens. Thank you. No need to be so polite. Xiaohua laughed. You are me and I am you. I'm thinking for you and also for myself. Little White, thank you for your understanding of the dragonization art. Longmai Xiaohua looked at the reborn Little White Dragon. Now, I have full confidence in condensing my body. No need to be so polite. Little White Dragon's voice. You are me, I am you. Roar. Longmai Xiaohua's dragon roar shook the space. Xiaohua the dragon flew into the dragon cleansing pool. Don't worry, I'll give you some essence blood. Xiaohua thought of something and hurriedly forced a drop of essence blood into Xiaohua's mouth. Aren't you being too stingy? The green-robed Xiaohua laughed from the side. Now, the lightning in the dragon cleansing pool is more than 10 times stronger than the Little White Dragon's body. How can a drop of your essence blood succeed? UTTT it? Xiaohua almost stomped his feet. He fiercely glared at the green-robed Xiaohua. Taoist, it. Taoist Lord Longmai's body is to condense body to condense. Me too. Xiaohua of course wouldn't let Longmai Xiaohua's body formation fail. Thinking for a moment he gave another 8 drops of blood. Xiaohua's face turned pale. Boom. Longmai Xiaohua rushed into the dragon cleansing pool, causing the space to tremble. Inside the dragon cleansing pool, Longmai Xiaohua's body formation phenomenon was 10 times stronger than when Little White Dragon condensed his body. Looking at the dragon's spiritual chi gushing out from the folded jade legacy realm, it caused the space crack to shake. The two mountains seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Oh no! Although Xiaohua was prepared, he didn't expect Longmai Xiaohua's body formation to be so powerful. Before he could come up with a countermeasure, the dragon cleansing pool roared. Roar. The dragon above the dragon cleansing pool actually let out a roar. The dragon cleansing liquid in the dragon cleansing pool was like a water dragon charging into the dragon. Even more concentrated lightning bolts struck the dragon's scales and patterns. After the dragon cleansing pool filled up the dragon, it continued to expand uncontrollably. At the end of the dragon cleansing pool, the black and white specks of light at the dragon's tail had yet to appear, let alone the condensation of blood and flesh. Little White, what's going on? Xiaohua panicked and turned to ask Little White Dragon. Little White Dragon was also dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say. After a while he stuttered, I don't know, roar. Right at this moment, Xiaohua's dragon roar resounded once more from the dragon cleansing pool. An enormous dragon figure actually charged out from the pool, flashed over Xiaohua's head, and flew towards the stacked jade legacy realm. Around the dragon shape, there were billions of lightning and billions of dragon runes that looked like sparkling jade lights. It was a spectacular sight. Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly moved his body and followed Little White Dragon out of the space. Whoa! A huge wind whistled. The dragon shape gradually expanded and rushed towards the folded jade legacy realm. It was probably already more than 10,000 miles away. At this time, the drifting snowflakes were sucked into the huge dragon shape along with the dragon spirit chi in the folded jade legacy realm. This hurricane was so big that it gradually affected the entire folded jade legacy realm. Along with the hurricane, the entire folded jade legacy realm fell into lightning and thunder. 10,000 layers of dragon clouds, 10,000 layers of dragon roars, the entire folded jade legacy realm seemed to be splitting the heavens and earth. This huge movement was not inferior to the changes in the scenery of the folded jade legacy realm. Especially, along with the appearance of the dragon cleansing pool's dragon shape and the condensation of Longmai Xiaohua's flesh, an earth-shattering dragon aura gradually condensed from an inexplicable space within Xiaohua's body. This dragon aura was so powerful that it caused all the dragons in the folded jade legacy realm to crawl on the ground. Dragon territory. Dragon territory. Ao Xing and Ao Zhan were naturally attracted by the phenomenon of Longmai Xiaohua's body condensation. Like all the other dragons, they flew towards the direction of the huge dragon shape. However, when the dragon aura was released, they couldn't help but tremble. Ao Sheng resisted the trembling and actually revealed the tone of a great elder. Could it be that the passage between the folded Jade Legacy Realm and Dragon Territory has been repaired? Did the Dragon Territory's Holy Dragon descend here? When did the dragon aura of the Four Seas Dragon Clan and Dragon Island's Dragon Clan become so powerful? Looking far into the distance, Long Si, who was sucking on a giant dragon, raised her head in surprise. She looked at the dragon pillar, and a rare look of fear and indescribable greed appeared in her withered and emotionless eyes. After hesitating for a moment, Long Si suddenly jumped into the air, and her figure disappeared in a flash. Long Si was not the only one who was attracted by this unusual phenomenon. Even further away, another black figure that was dozens of feet large flew up from the ground. Its body also swiftly descended into the empty space. Behind this black figure, there were also a couple of huge dragon corpses that had fallen on a huge rock. Quick, quick. Although the dragons were shocked by the dragon aura, they understood in their hearts and shouted, "Quickly rush to where the holy dragon is. Only by reaching there will we be safe. Only the holy dragon can resist Long Si." Damn it, fellow Taoist, Long Mai is too strong. Little White Dragon was also shocked by the dragon aura. However, he had just come out of the dragon cleansing pool and the dragon aura of the dragon cleansing liquid in his body hadn't faded yet. Therefore he could still stand there steadily. He couldn't help but exclaim. However, Xiao Hua, who was standing next to Little White Dragon, had a trace of worry on his face. Although he couldn't see what was wrong with this powerful dragon aura, he could feel the lack of strength in Xiao Hua's body condensation. Xiao Hua looked at the snowflakes dancing in the air, then the yellow leaves drifting in the air, and now it was drizzling. He understood that because of Xiao Hua's body condensation, the 3 seasons of the stacked Jade Legacy Realm had been completed within several hours. The dragon spiritual chi had condensed into Xiao Hua's body, but the will of the body condensation and the dragon language that sealed the heavenly pattern land deed hadn't appeared. This could only mean that his 9 drops of essence blood weren't enough to condense Xiao Hua's body. What else is missing? What else is missing? Xiao Hua held his forehead with one hand and whispered in a somewhat anxious tone. Little White Dragon also frowned. He thought for a moment, then probed, "Xiao Hua, fellow Taoist, Long Mai is formed by luck and borrowed your meridians. It's easier for him to fuse with the dragon cleansing liquid in the dragon cleansing pool. This place is a fragment of the dragon domain. Does he lack dragon domain's essence blood? Damn it, how can I have dragon jade's essence blood?" Xiao Hua replied somewhat anxiously. "Isn't there a dragon priest in the stacked Jade Legacy Realm?" Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua reminded. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, but then he shook his head. Although dragon priest is from the dragon domain, he isn't a dragon. His essence blood won't be useful. That's not right. Green-robed Xiao Hua said, "Fellow Taoist, Long Mai hasn't condensed his body for a long time. It should be because he doesn't have enough life force. Or rather, he doesn't have enough dragon spiritual chi. Dragon jade. Crystal dragon. Dragon core." Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization. These 3 things came from Dragon Field. There must be pure dragon spirit chi from Dragon Field inside. Put the dragon core at the back. Green-robed Xiao Hua immediately shouted, "Let's give the useless crystal dragon and dragon jade to fellow Taoist Long Mai first." With a wave of his hand, Xiao Hua took out dragon jade and crystal dragon and sent them into the dragon cleansing pool together. Boom. The dragon cleansing pool once again surged with wild waves. An indescribable ripple spread from the dragon's tail to the dragon's head that Xiao Hua still couldn't form. Boom. With a loud sound, the entire stacked Jade Legacy Realm turned completely dark. Only a bolt of lightning flashed in the sky. In the darkness, hundreds of powerful consciousnesses appeared in the stacked Jade Legacy Realm. Then hundreds of cryptic dragon language appeared in the thunder like an incantation. It was like a blessing and also like a prayer. Following this dragon language, hundreds of huge characters directly emitted a dazzling light in the darkness. Dragon. Dragon ancestors' blessing. Ao Sheng crawled on the ground and couldn't help but cry out, "This isn't the dragon domain's holy dragon descends. It's a dragon's body condensed." So, Xiao Hua. This is Xiao Hua. But dragon ancestors' blessing? How can there be so many? There's a total of 100. How is this possible? Chapter 40-42. Just as Dragon Hall's Great Elder was confused, hundreds of dragon runes landed on Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's head. At the same time, A huge dragon head slowly grew out. 2 9-colored crystal dragon horns also grew out. Above the dragon horns there was a faint dragon crown. The hundreds of dragon ancestors' blessings landed on the dragon horns. All the gods and demons chanted and all the thunder and lightning completely disappeared. Along with the disappearance of the lightning and thunder, there were also layers of dark clouds in the forgotten realm of stacked jade. The entire sky seemed to have brightened up as jade-like crystals were born in the sky. Like a spring breeze, tens of thousands of flower petals bloomed among the cloud trees. Stacked jade, stacked jade. Xiaohua was in a good mood. Looking at the layers of jade falling down, he smiled and said, "I'm afraid this is the origin of the realm of stacked jade?" Roar. Dragon Vein Xiaohua stretched his neck and let out a long cry. His huge dragon body rapidly shrank. The dragon might that pervaded the entire realm of stacked jade also faded like the tide. When Dragon Vein Xiaohua landed in the dragon cleansing pool, all the strange phenomena disappeared. "I greet you." Dragon Vein Xiaohua flew out from the dragon cleansing pool and transformed into a human figure that looked exactly like Xiaohua. He bowed and greeted. Little white dragon's figure flashed and landed beside Dragon Vein Xiaohua. His appearance was also no different from Xiaohua. Not to mention the naked eye, even if divine sense swept over, it was impossible to distinguish Little White from Dragon Vein Xiaohua. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist." Xiaohua ignored the little white dragon and cupped his hands in return. His gaze was rather satisfied as he looked up and down at Xiaohua of the dragon bloodline, who was dressed in a dragon-patterned Taoist robe. He said, "Fellow Taoist, you can use your original appearance. There's no need to transform into my appearance." Dragon Vein Xiaohua smiled. The dragon runes moved slightly and his human figure disappeared. A 5-clawed colored dragon with a dragon crown appeared in front of Xiaohua. You actually formed a 5-clawed dragon body?" Little White Dragon looked at Dragon Vein Xiaohua's 5 claws and was shocked. He asked in disbelief. Dragon Vein Xiaohua smiled and said, "Indeed. Before I condensed my body I didn't notice it. Now that I have condensed my body, I realized that I actually formed a 5-clawed dragon body." Sigh, a dragon among dragons. Fate is indeed different. Little White Dragon sighed. Comparing dragons to dragons really makes dragons angry. Ouch. Xiaohua smiled as he looked at the 2 dragons that had successfully condensed their bodies. Suddenly, his expression changed as if he had thought of something. He threw down the 2 dragons and hurriedly flew to the side of the dragon cleansing pool. At this time, the dragon cleansing pool was almost empty. Less than half of the dragon cleansing liquid was flowing in the pool. Withdraw. Without hesitation, Xiaohua extended his consciousness into the dragon cleansing pool. Fortunately, the dragon cleansing pool had just been destroyed by the Dragon Vein Xiaohua's transformation, and all the innate restrictions had yet to recover. Xiaohua's consciousness swept up the dragon cleansing liquid and smoothly sent it into the space. Haha. Xiaohua clapped his hands and laughed. "This way I won't have any regrets." Before he could finish laughing, the sound of a beast's roar that made Xiaohua's hair stand on end came from outside the dragon cleansing pond. "Long Si. Why did this thing chase after us? Damn it." Xiaohua's face was pale. Long Si was the natural enemy of the dragon race. How could the 2 freshly emerged dragons outside the dragon cleansing pool be a match for Long Si? Roar, roar. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, 2 resounding dragon roars rang out at the same time as the sound of an explosion. Xiaohua was so frightened that he hurriedly flew out of the dragon cleansing pool. When he flew out, the little white dragon and Long Si had already transformed into a 1,000-zhang long dragon and were fighting with a similarly 1,000-zhang long Long Si. Although the 2 dragons were at a disadvantage, they did not look like ordinary dragons that were being eaten. Xiaohua came to a realization. The dragon cleansing pool was an item of the dragon domain. The 2 dragons born from the dragon cleansing pool were naturally not something the Dragon Island's dragon race could compare to. They would not be particularly afraid of Long Si. Of course, the strength that Long Si Xiaohua was displaying now was extremely unmatched with the huge abnormality of Long Si Xiaohua's body condensation. This made Xiaohua a little confused. However, how could Xiaohua have the time to think? With a roar, his body flashed with brilliance as he displayed the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique and joined the battle with the wishful steel staff in his hand. Rumble. Just as Xiaohua's figure left the dragon cleansing pool, a loud thunder sounded again. The 2 mountain-like spatial cracks quickly healed, and the dragon platform between the 3 mountains also began to slowly roll down the mountain. Roar. Dragon bloodline Xiaohua roared angrily. He opened his dragon mouth and tore off a piece of flesh from Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua's body. Taking advantage of Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua's success, Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua opened his mouth and a several thousand-foot-long tongue came out of his dragon head and fiercely lunged at Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua's forehead. Boom! Just as the tongue was about to pierce Long Si Xiaohua's forehead, a black wishful steel staff suddenly appeared from the void and smashed right in the middle of the tongue. The whole tongue bent like noodles. Gee! Long Si Xiaohua was ashamed and angry, and its huge claws slapped at Xiaohua. This slap of Long Si Xiaohua actually contained a restriction that shrouded the space of several hundred zhang around Xiaohua, imprisoning Xiaohua. Pa! Xiaohua's whole body shone with golden light, but he was unable to break free from this restriction. The beast claw slapped down and hit his arm. Xiaohua's several hundred zhang golden body fell from the sky like a stone and landed on the ground with a boom. However, it was only a moment before Xiaohua flew out from the ground again and rushed into the air, although there were some cracks on his arm. It was also at this moment that Long Si's other beast claw fell on Little White Dragon's tail. A large piece of flesh was torn and Little White Dragon cried out in pain. Immediately, Long Si Xiaohua turned its head and its long tongue suddenly attacked Little White Dragon's forehead. Little White Dragon turned pale with fright, and a dark green halo flashed between its dragon horns. A halo rushed out and landed on Long Si Xiaohua's forehead without any obstruction. Long Si Xiaohua suddenly screamed and hastily retracted its tongue, as if it wanted to protect its forehead. Ka! At this moment, a shadow flashed by on Long Si Xiaohua's tail. Long Si Xiaohua's dragon tail suddenly fell, and Long Si Xiaohua's tail immediately bent. Long Si Xiaohua's figure rose up and loudly howled. Kill! Xiaohua coldly waved his hand. Following Xiaohua's command, Little White Dragon and Long Si Xiaohua once again pounced on Long Si Xiaohua from both sides. GGG. Long Si Xiaohua roared 3 times in a row, and its entire monster body was suffused with a striking scarlet color. The dragon patterns on its body seemed to be alive, and an indescribable dragon might was actually emitted from Long Si Xiaohua's body, forcing Little White Dragon and Long Si Xiaohua to retreat several thousand zhang. Xiaohua was even worse off, and was firmly pressed on the ground, unable to move at all. Moreover, as the dragon might grew stronger, the 2 dragons' movements were also restricted, and a vague feeling of bone softness and tendon numbness appeared again. Not good. Xiaohua looked at Long Si Xiaohua, who was ferociously closing in on Little White Dragon and Long Si Xiaohua, and was greatly alarmed. Little White Dragon and Long Si Xiaohua have after all just formed their bodies, and their strength is still shallow. How can they be this Long Si's opponent? At this crucial moment, roar! A loud and clear dragon roar came from afar, and a mountain-like dragon might rushed over like a wave. Rumble! It violently collided with Long Si's dragon might from all directions. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaohua struggled to fly up from the ground, and rushed to Long Si Xiaohua's side. Fellow? Xiaohua bitterly smiled and asked, the heaven and earth anomaly of your body forming is so big, and has indeed disturbed the entire overlapping Jadeite legacy realm, but why is your strength still so weak? Long Si Xiaohua indifferently replied, Ai's body forming movement is big, and it can only mean that Ai's dragon body foundation is good, and I have great potential in the future. It can't mean that Ai's strength can surpass you all of a sudden. That Ao Sheng is called Little Clan Elder, but isn't his current strength inferior to Ai? Xiaohua was only complaining, but he actually understood in his heart. Looking at Long Si, whose dragon might was like a mountain, he asked, Now, what should we do? Fight to the death. Long Si Xiaohua's dragon eyes were unyielding. I formed my body from the dragon spiritual energy of the dragon domain, and this heaven and earth originally did not tolerate it. How can you not know? It is difficult for any almighty to descend into the world, and there is bound to be a heaven and earth calamity. This Long Si is the heaven and earth's test for Ai, and I will definitely fight and win and kill if I win. Good? Little White Dragon shouted from the side. I will also help. Rumble? While Xiaohua and the others were talking, Long Si Xiaohua had already clashed with Long Si. Dense draconic aura wreaked havoc in an area of nearly 1,000 miles. Specks of emerald green danced in the hurricane. Scales and drops of dragon blood also flashed with a bloody color in the emerald green. The entire space was cracking and collapsing amidst the roars. The great elder of the Dragon Hall once again used Ao Sheng's dragon body to reveal his true form. That 8th grade essence force was evenly matched with Long Si. Even with the powerful combat ability of the dragon race, the Great Elder tore Long Xi's body into pieces. The pain made Long Xi's withered yellow eyes flash with green light. Xiaohua, Little White Dragon, and Long Xi Xiaohua were forced back step by the unstoppable force, and that knife-like wind blade even cut open the huge rocks of the realm of Jade. Luckily, Little White Dragon looked at Long Xi Xiaohua, who had the upper hand, with lingering fear, and said, Long Xi Xiaohua was distracted during this training, otherwise we would have all died in Long Xi's mouth. Not necessarily. Long Xi Xiaohua's expression suddenly changed and said in a low voice, this Long Xi's dragon might is starting to change. Not only that. Xiaohua's face also turned pale. Long Xi Xiaohua has already appeared once with Ao Sheng's body. I'm afraid he won't be able to last long this time. His dragon might and aura are already starting to weaken. At this moment, Long Xi Xiaohua's sharp claws slashed through the air, and instantly created a several hundred zhang long wound on Long Xi's abdomen, and that faint golden blood flowed out from the wound. However, Long Xi not only did not roar in pain, but instead let out a hiss, and this hiss actually had a hint of a dragon's roar. Looking at the wound, Kacha. It expanded, and a golden light flashed out from the wound, and a monster that looked like a python dragon poked its head out from the wound. Chapter 40-43. Once this monster similar to Long Xi appeared, a huge dragon might and an aura that could cause 10,000 dragons to tremble was released. It spread towards the depths of the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Even Dragon Hall's Great Elder couldn't help but tremble when facing this aura. It was hard for him to gather the dragon chi in his body. Not good. Dragon Hall's Great Elder shouted and transmitted his voice to Xiaohua. Quick! Taoist Master Xiao, ask these two immortal friends to come and help. This Long Xi is about to advance. As long as he succeeds, the stacked Jade Legacy realm, no, the entire Dragon Island will be destroyed. You can't even deal with it with your 8th grade essence energy strength. How can we deal with it? Xiaohua was a bit hesitant. Right now, the only person in the entire stacked Jade Legacy realm who wasn't afraid of Long Xi was probably him. Of course I can kill Long Xi with my strength. Dragon Hall's Great Elder said anxiously. I even have the Heavenly Dragon technique that I haven't used yet. But this Long Xi is the natural enemy of my dragon race. Before Long Xi advanced, I could still resist his killing aura. Now that Long Xi has started to advance, I'm afraid I can't resist anymore. And Taoist Master's two immortal friends have just condensed their bodies and came out of the dragon cleansing pool. They aren't afraid of Long Xi's killing aura. Xiaohua squinted his eyes as if he was bargaining, but their strength is only at 6th grade essence energy. Relying on the dragon chi of the stacked Jade Legacy realm, they might reach 7th grade essence energy. Adding on Taoist Master. Great Elder's voice became more and more hurried as if he couldn't breathe due to Long Xi's killing aura. I can also use the Heavenly Dragon technique again. We might have the strength to fight. Long Xi only consumes dragons, right? Xiaohua asked in confusion. Of course, the entire stacked Jade Legacy realm's dragon race. Great Elder was caught off guard and said casually. But just as he said that, he immediately understood Xiaohua's meaning and said angrily, Taoist Master Xiao Yu. Xiaohua's hand pinched his chin, looking at the new Long Xi who was coming out of the bloodstains on Long Xi's abdomen. He said calmly, Great Elder has already used this Xiao enough. Don't you feel that you are very unkind? But didn't you also find the dragon cleansing pool? Didn't he condense his body as well? The Grand Elder couldn't help but tremble. Even his voice was trembling. That new dragon priest's killing intent was too powerful. If there is no Long Xi, Xiaohua said with a smile, of course I will abide by the agreement in the Dragon Palace. Besides, even if there is no Long Xi, the thing that Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan obtained in the deeper yin, you don't think that it flew out of nowhere, do you? Alright. The Great Elder of the Dragon Palace naturally knew what Xiaohua was talking about. He also understood Xiaohua's meaning. He resolutely and decisively said, Long Yu will be given to a real person to comprehend for 1,000 years? No. How could Xiaohua agree? He waves his hand and says, Long Yu belongs to your Dragon Island. Now that this Xiao has found him, he should already belong to this Xiao. However, this Xiao is willing to return it to its rightful owner. As for when it will be returned, that will depend on my mood. At this point, the Great Elder of the Dragon Hall no longer had any room to bargain. He said without hesitation, if you return it before you ascend, I will agree on behalf of the Dragon Hall. Otherwise I will go all out. Deal. Xiaohua saw Long Xi break out of the cocoon and did not dare to delay any longer. He hurriedly said, let's go together. Kill this bastard. Alright. The great elder of the Dragon Hall said again, Long Si has advanced. There is a fetal belt in his abdomen. It is the essence of Long Si and is also Long Si's only weakness. My dragon race does not dare to approach that place. Only that immortal friend Five Claws can. However, that place is especially tough. Only Five Claws' dragon claws can break it. Once this fetal belt is broken, Long Si's essence will leak out. You can also kill him. What about you? Xiaohua nodded and whispered to Little White Dragon and Dragon Vein Xiaohua. He then asked. The great elder of the Dragon Hall sneered, Do you think this old man is useless? Even if this old man has to give up this primordial spirit, I will still kill Long Si. That is. Xiaohua said with a smile, if Long Si does not die, I am afraid the entire Dragon Island will be in danger. Great Elder, if you have any trump cards, take them all out. Long Si cannot leave the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. The Great Elder looked at Long Si and said with a decisive tone, Without the true Dragon Tablet, no one can return to the Dragon Island. Roar. At this time, Long Si had already raised his head from the blood stains. Although there were no dragon horns on the beast's head and it did not have the shape of a dragon, a kind of beast roar that was extremely similar to that of the dragon race came out from its bloody mouth. When this sound came out, the Great Elder's dragon body trembled and shouted, Taoist Master Xiao, we do not have time. Hurry up and do it. All right. Xiaohua waved his hand and ordered, We will attract Long Si's attention. Fellow Taoist Dragon Vein, you are responsible for killing Long Si. Roar. Little White and Dragon Vein Xiaohua roared at the same time, as if they were emboldening each other. The two huge dragons, one from the left and one from the back, pounced towards Long Si. Whoa. Seeing the two dragons move, the Great Elder urged Ao Sheng's dragon body and also rushed into the sky. However, before the Great Elder could get close to Long Si slightly moaned, and the Great Elder's body immediately trembled. He could not even fly and was about to fall. Wing wing wing. The Great Elder's dragon body suddenly flashed with brilliance, and streams of dragon aura surged from all directions. The dragon aura of the Stacked Jade Legacy realm was first plundered by Dragon Vein Xiaohua's body, and now that Long Si had advanced, it was swept clean again, so the dragon aura that the Great Elder attracted this time was really insufficient. However, as the dragon aura poured in, the Great Elder opened his mouth, and obscure dragon language flew out from his mouth. Then, the Great Elder waved his dragon claws, and the space within hundreds of miles gradually condensed into a kind of crystal-like thing. Jia. At this time, Xiaohua did not care about hiding his strength anymore. He abandoned his Transcendence golden body and gradually formed a demon body. The Phoenix Wu raised its head and screamed, flapping its wings and pouncing towards Long Si. Facing Long Si, the Phoenix Wu who had transformed into a phoenix did not have any natural fear. Even the sound that made the dragons go limp only made his heart tremble, and did not have any effect on his physical body. The Phoenix Wu waved its phoenix claws, and a mark that was hundreds of feet long flashed in midair, slashing towards Long Si like lightning. This sharp blade that could cut an ordinary cultivator in half did not seem to be in Long Si's eyes at all. Long Si sensed the abnormality and suddenly turned his head, spitting out dirty blood from his mouth. Swoosh. An extremely tough blood cloud blocked in front of the Phoenix Wu. Ka-ka. Under the Phoenix Wu's sharp claws, this blood cloud actually made a golden sound. When the blood cloud was torn apart, the Phoenix Wu's strength had already disappeared, and the Phoenix Wu did not hesitate to extend its beak and peck at Long Si's forehead from afar. Long Si's forehead was originally stained with blood, but at this time, it seemed to have been washed away by the rain. Swoosh swoosh. With a sound, a crack appeared between Long Si's brows. Long Si was shocked and his figure flashed quickly. The hidden dragon patterns on his body flashed brilliantly, and he rushed out of the blood, wanting to block the Phoenix Wu's attack. At this time, Little White Dragon and Dragon Vein Xiaohua's attacks also arrived. The dragon claws landed on Long Si's skin, but with a ka-ka sound, the dragon patterns on Long Si's skin still flashed, and it actually blocked the attacks of the two dragons. Wing wing. At the same time, within a few miles of Long Si, the sound of wind whistling could be heard. Tens of thousands of huge scenery-like objects appeared out of thin air and stabbed into Long Si's skin from all directions. Although the skin flashed with dragon patterns and destroyed a portion of the scenery-like objects, there were still many of the scenery-like objects that stabbed into it. Boom boom. The scenery-like objects exploded, and the skin was also blasted into pieces. Large amounts of blood gushed out, and Long Si, who was not fully formed before, was exposed in mid-air. However, at the same time that the scenery-like objects exploded, Great Elder, who was using the heavenly dragon speech technique in midair, had traces of dragon blood seeping out of his dragon scales. His brilliance also dimmed a lot, and his entire body flew back several thousand feet. It was obvious that he was hit by Long Si's backlash. "This is all I can do." Great Elder's extremely weak voice sounded, "Quickly kill Long Si." "It can't be?" Feng Wu really didn't understand why Long Si was so powerful that even someone as strong as Great Elder was so powerless. However, he didn't dare to be careless. He flapped his wings, and the thin power of the stars and moon created a simple restriction. His entire body moved again and he pounced towards Long Si. Little White Dragon also seemed to be going all out. Its entire body rapidly transformed, and it became extremely long as it desperately tried to entangle Long Si. Roar! Long Si sensed danger and roared loudly. His entire body expanded and it was actually 10,000 feet long. However, the body that had just been pulled out of the scenery-like object looked abnormally slender. Moreover, although there was a large amount of dragon spiritual energy surging in from the stacked Jade Forgotten Realm, it was clearly not enough for Long Si to fully form. When Long Si roared, his body suddenly expanded. Little White Dragon's body made creaking sounds, as if it was about to be torn apart. On Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon head, the seven-colored dragon horn on his dragon head gave off an inexplicable fluctuation, firmly covering Long Si's forehead. The vague dragon crown also appeared, and a colorful light rushed towards Long Si. Swoosh! Feng Wu rushed over and his sharp claws scratched Long Si's body. Several feet of flesh and blood were torn apart, and his other sharp claws pierced deeply into Long Si's body. Before Feng Wu's sharp claws could penetrate deeper from the side of Long Si's body, a tentacle stretched out. Paw! It hit Feng Wu's phoenix body, and the huge force sent Feng Wu flying. Even his skin was torn apart by an extremely corrosive thing on the tentacle. See? Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. Even his powerful body wasn't Long Si's opponent. How could an ordinary dragon be Long Si's opponent? Boom! The moment Long Si attacked Xiaohua, Dragon Vein Xiaohua pierced his dragon horn into Long Si's body. A huge explosion rang out, mixed with a bloody light that soared into the sky. Long Si's screams resounded through the air. All of the dragons were scared out of their wits when they heard the miserable screams. Chapter 40-44. Although Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon horn had already pierced into Long Si's body, Long Si's screams were still loud and clear. It was far from being killed. At this moment, Xiaohua suddenly saw something that looked like a human baby's umbilical cord within the bloodstains. It was several zhang in size and was slightly wriggling in the bloodstains. Xiaohua was overjoyed and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Little White Dragon heard it and swept its tail towards the umbilical cord. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The umbilical cord emitted a strange brilliance and cryptic fluctuations, not allowing the dragon tail to get close. Long Si sensed Little White Dragon's intention and turned around to bite Little White Dragon. Roar! Long Si was indeed the natural nemesis of the dragon race. Long Si had not completely transformed yet. With just a small bite, it immediately bit off a large part of Little White Dragon's neck. This pain was not only physical but also spiritual and other mysterious parts. Little White Dragon was in so much pain that it raised its head and roared. Not only that, Long Si's dragon claw even reached into Little White Dragon's chest. With a piu sound, the dragon body formed by the dragon cleansing pool was like a piece of paper under Long Si's dragon claw. Roar! Little White Dragon threw caution to the wind. Ignoring the tearing pain all over its body, it once again urged its dragon chi and wrapped its body around Long Si. At this critical moment, Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon claw quietly reached out from Little White Dragon's side and grabbed Long Si's umbilical cord. Just as Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon claw reached out, Long Si had already sensed it. He roared and turned around to escape. However, although Little White Dragon was covered in blood, it still risked its life to entangle Long Si. Above Long Si's head, Feng Wu once again pounced and blocked Long Si's escape with its huge wings. Suddenly, Long Si's immature tail pulled out from the blood and landed on Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua's back. This Long Si's tail was even sharper than a sword. A deep wound appeared on Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua's back, revealing the bone. When had Dragon Vein Xiaohua ever suffered such great pain? Xiaohua's entire dragon body was trembling. However, it was also at this crucial moment that Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon claw suddenly reached into his fetal belt. The defense that little white dragon was unable to break through was even more like crumbs under Xiaohua's dragon claws. As the dragon claws penetrated, a burst of blood that emitted a fragrant smell spurted out like a fountain of blood. Looking at the unusually ferocious Long Si, she looked like a giant dragon whose tendons had been pulled out. She fell limp in the air and hung down on the little white dragon like a vine. At the same time, the dragon might that intimidated the dragons and the murderous aura that could kill dragons instantly disappeared. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dragon shape appeared. Without waiting for Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon claw to pull out, it swallowed Long Si's womb and other parts. It even swallowed Long Si's abdomen, which was more than 100 feet away. Grand Elder Yu. Feng Wu's body had yet to recover, and he flapped his wings and shouted in midair. Ao Sheng's dragon body appeared in midair. His dragon head was still stained with blood, but his dragon eyes were filled with ecstasy. He said, "Spiritual Master Xiao, you've only eaten meat. No matter what, you should let me drink some soup." That voice was Ao Sheng's. "Don't you think you're too shameless?" Xiaohua recovered his body and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If it was Dragon Hall's Grand Elder, Xiaohua might have fought for something, but facing Ao Sheng, Xiaohua really didn't know what to say. It was probably because of this that Dragon Hall's Grand Elder let Ao Sheng out. Just as Xiaohua's voice fell, he suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly took out a yin-yang bracelet, and with his mind he swept Long Si's body into the space. "What are you doing?" Ao Sheng was also shocked. He shouted, "Quickly kill Long Si. Don't raise a tiger and invite calamity." "Long Si's womb was swallowed by you. Can he still do whatever he wants?" Xiaohua asked. Ao Sheng thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Long Si's womb has been lost. He can no longer cause harm to my dragon race. At best, he is now a strange beast of the dragon field. And an immature strange beast." Then it settled. Xiaohua looked at the little white dragon and the dragon vein. Xiaohua transformed into his human form, and his body was covered in blood. He said fiercely, "This Long Si is too despicable. I'm determined to make him regret it for the rest of his life." "All right." Ao Sheng knew that he couldn't get back what fell into Xiaohua's hands. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Since you want to take Long Si, then you have to be responsible for my dragon race. Don't let this Long Si come out alive. If he eats my dragon race's brain, he might be able to recover." "Don't worry." Xiaohua patted his chest and said, "In this old man's hands, how can I let him escape?" At this point, Xiaohua changed the topic and said, "Oh, also North Sea Dragon Palace's Ao Zheng and the others were not killed by me. Now that I have Long Si, I believe you can testify for me. Although I'm not afraid of North Sea Dragon Palace, I don't want to cause trouble." Ao Sheng looked Xiaohua up and down and said with a smile, "Didn't you offend North Sea Dragon Palace's Ao Jing? Ao Zheng came to settle the score with you, so it's normal for you to kill him. Look, you killed Long Si. Doesn't that phoenix body, which is even more powerful than a dragon's body, prove that you're the one who killed Ao Zheng?" "Why would I kill Ao Zheng?" Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "At that time Little White and this brother Long had yet to condense their bodies. How could I be a match for Ao Zheng and the other 5 dragons alone? Other than being killed by Long Si, what other possibility could there be?" "The problem is," Ao Sheng replied, "Ao Zheng and the other 5 dragons' brains weren't eaten by Long Si." Hiss. Ao Sheng's words were like a bolt of lightning, instantly waking Xiaohua up. He had a strange feeling in his heart. Then he reached out his hand and took out the body of a dragon. He said anxiously, "Could it be that Ao Zheng is the same as this dragon? Ehe, you actually killed one of my dragon race's descendants?" Ao Sheng chuckled, "Now I've caught you red-handed." "Not good." Xiaohua looked at the wound on his chest that was torn by a sharp weapon and exclaimed, "There are other dragon domain beasts in this stacked Jade Legacy realm. These beasts eat the heart and lungs of the dragon race." "Impossible, right? What other dragon domain beasts can there be?" Ao Sheng was stunned. Little White Dragon and Dragon Vein Xiaohua also quivered. After all, Long Si almost killed the dragon race that was training. If another one came, who would be able to escape? "Quickly run. Why hasn't the stacked Jade Legacy realm closed?" At this moment, there was a burst of chaos in the distance. Shocked voices and miserable cries could be heard. "So, Daoist Xiao." Ao Zhan flew over from the distance. As he flew, he shouted loudly, Quickly run. There's a beast." While he was speaking, a several zhang large black figure flew up from the ground. This black figure moved slightly and immediately disappeared in the air. When it reappeared, it had already landed on top of Ao Zhan's head. Ah! Oh! How could it be? When Xiao Hua saw that black figure, he unconsciously looked like a mortal who had seen a ghost. His face was deathly pale, and an incredulous cry of surprise escaped his mouth. He was actually 10 times more surprised than when he saw Long Si. What blocked Ao Zhan's head was a several zhang large strange insect. Half of this strange insect's size was its head. There were 2 long feelers on its head. The feelers were serrated. They looked very sharp. Behind the feelers were 2 skull-sized pitch-black spots. This pitch-black spot seemed to be made up of thousands of even smaller pitch-black spots. Looking at the strange insect's body again, it was slightly protruding. Layers of gray spots stacked together. The gray spots converged at the strange insect's tail, condensing into a several-inch-long spike. The spike emitted a grayish-black color. On both sides of the strange insect's body, there was a pair of several zhang-long wings. When they flapped, they emitted a black light. Under the wings, there were 2 even longer hind legs on its abdomen like a pair of long halberds. Those hind legs streaked across the air, setting off strands of ripples. It actually tore the space apart. Wasn't this the strange insect that Xiao Hua and Sun Jian joined hands to kill in the void that year? However, this strange insect was more than 10 times bigger than the one Xiao Hua had seen before. That year, that 2 qi-long strange insect gave Xiao Hua and Sun Jian, who were at the lower 5th grade of essence energy, a headache. If Xiao Hua hadn't used his spiritual fire to launch a sneak attack, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape from the strange insect's attack. Moreover, the hind legs that Xiao Hua obtained from the strange insect's body were refined into the soul execution vital light. The sharpness of those hind legs increased the might of the soul execution vital light by 30%. Now, although Xiao Hua's strength had reached the upper 6th grade of essence energy and he had 2 huge dragons by his side, but how could he be a match for this strange insect? Thinking about those dragons that were easily killed by the strange insect in Ao Zhang and the others that died under the strange insect's sharp teeth, Xiao Hua immediately made a decision. He then angrily roared, "Little White, don't move. I will take care of you first. Ao Sheng, if you want to live, quickly carry this old man and escape." While speaking, Xiao Hua's arm shook and the universe bracelet that he didn't have time to put away shook, putting the little white dragon into the space. However, it was a bit troublesome to put Dragon Vein Xiao Hua into the space. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua couldn't enter Xiao Hua's space. Xiao Hua didn't have time to think at this time. His figure floated onto Ao Sheng's back. Ao Sheng roared and used the dragon race's secret technique to fly into the distance. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua flew beside Ao Sheng. "Fellow Dragon Vein," Xiao Hua transmitted, "can you still return to Ai's body?" Dragon Vein Xiao Hua hurriedly replied, "Ai's dragon body hasn't completely solidified yet, it should still be possible." "Alright," Xiao Hua urged, "don't resist, I will try to take you in first." Immediately Xiao Hua's mind covered Dragon Vein Xiao Hua. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's dragon body quickly shrank and fell into Xiao Hua's meridians. However, once Dragon Vein Xiao Hua entered Xiao Hua's body, Xiao Hua immediately felt his body sink, as if there was something heavy entering his body. Of course, this heavy feeling only lasted for a moment. On the contrary, Ao Sheng's dragon body suddenly sank and he cried out in shock, "Xiao Hua, why are you so heavy?" Before Xiao Hua could speak, Ao Zhan's cry for help came from behind, "Spiritual Master Xiao, save me." Chapter 40-45. This. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart sank. It was even heavier than when Xiao Hua entered the dragon vein just now. Ao Sheng was also somewhat hesitant. He slowed down and asked in a low voice, "Daoist Xiao, what should we do? Should we save him or not?" "Damn it, why are you asking me?" Xiao Hua was going crazy. "You should ask yourself. You have the Great Elder's soul in your body. The Great Elder can't appear again." Ao Sheng smiled bitterly. "That old man is only using my dragon body to survive, so he can't use too many divine abilities. He just used the heavenly dragon speech technique and used up too much of his yuan qi. If he uses it again, I'll really lose this primordial spirit. And if he loses this primordial spirit, the Great Elder's vitality will be greatly damaged and his position on the Dragon Island may not be stable. If the Great Elder's position is unstable, my Dragon Island may be in chaos. If the Dragon Island is in chaos." As he spoke, Ao Sheng didn't dare to continue. "If that's the case, why are you asking me?" Xiao Hua replied snappily, "I don't have the Great Elder's divine ability, so it's impossible to save Ao Zhan from that strange insect." "But," Ao Zhan has that crystal dragon. Ao Xing replied, moreover, if Ao Zhan dies here, the Gui clan will have no leader, the 10 clans of the Dragon Island will not be able to gather, and even the 9 clans will be in chaos again. You're just a small clan elder, why are you worrying so much? Xiao Hua ridiculed. Although I'm still young, I have a lot of responsibilities on my shoulders. Ao Sheng's figure completely stopped. I can't let the Dragon Island fall apart. Yes. Xiao Hua looked at the struggling Ao Zhan and sighed. If you don't kill this strange insect, not only will your Dragon Island not be able to come to this folded jade legacy realm, even the Dragon Island may be in danger, even the 3 continents will be in danger. Daoist has seen this strange insect before? Ao Xing suddenly realized, Daoist must have a way to kill this strange insect. I did before, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, but this folded jade legacy realm spatial laws are changing, I can't use my divine ability, I'm afraid it won't work. Since you have it, we'll turn back now. Ao Xing said anxiously, I've already thought about it. Even if you and I manage to escape with our lives, if all the dragons in the 3 rivers and 4 seas are killed, we won't have the face to go out. Rather than that, we might as well fight to the death. All right. Xiao Hua knew that what Ao Xing said was reasonable, and this strange insect was too powerful. If he couldn't escape before the stacking jade Forgotten Realm closed, after the strange insect killed all the dragons, it would definitely attack him. He might as well take this opportunity to join forces with the dragons to kill this strange insect. We will return. Xiao Hua instructed. Instruct the dragon race of the 3 rivers and 4 seas. Not only is this strange insect proficient in devouring, its skin is also tough and thick. Ordinary dragon artifacts cannot harm it in the slightest. It's best to let it devour some spiritual objects of heaven and earth when it's unprepared, so that the spiritual objects of heaven and earth's yuan qi of heaven and earth explode. All right. Ao Xing hurriedly moved his body, and Xiao Hua followed Ao Xing to the strange insect. Whoa! His whole body flashed with a bronze luster as he used the heavenly laws embodiment technique. Falling from the sky, he shouted, Ao Zhan, don't panic, this Xiao is coming. Ka. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to land, a light that was close to nothingness flashed, and one of the strange insect's hind legs strangely swept across, slashing at Xiao Hua's waist. Seeing the strange insect's almost perfect sneak attack, Xiao Hua's heart turned cold. He somewhat understood why Ao Zhan was not killed by the strange insect. It was not because Ao Zhan's strength was superior, but because the strange insect used Ao Zhan to lure him and Ao Sheng. This strange insect's hind legs had been lying in ambush in the void for a long time. This strange insect was much more cunning than the ones he encountered before. Xiao Hua's courage to turn back disappeared by more than half. Xiao Hua's heart moved and he immediately took out the wishful staff. With a loud keng, the wishful staff was cut with a deep cut, and the strange insect's hind legs bent again, bypassing the wishful staff. With a zeng sound, the sharp point just happened to cut across the surface of Xiao Hua's body. A burning pain appeared on the surface of Xiao Hua's body, and a wound several inches deep was revealed. Xiao Hua's monster body that was tougher than a dragon's body, and his transcendence golden body that would not be damaged by ordinary magic weapons, was actually injured by the strange insect in this face-to-face encounter. That kind of indescribable horror immediately emerged from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. Even when facing Long Si just now, he did not feel a sense of crisis, and it suddenly shrouded Xiao Hua. I understand. Xiao Hua suddenly woke up. Could it be, the danger this Xiao has been worried about is the strange insect? However, at this time Xiao Hua did not have time to think too much, because the strange insect's whip-like tentacles were about to hit him. These tentacles were now only a few dozen feet long, and compared to Xiao Hua's transcendence golden body, it was really insignificant, but Xiao Hua did not dare to be careless at all. Using the ethereal steps, he hurriedly dodged. This Xiao Hua will help you. When Ao Zhan saw Xiao Hua turn around to save him, he was extremely grateful. The long spear in his hand danced, stabbing at the strange insect from the side. Whoa! The strange insect spread its wings, and a layer of gray fog rose up, blocking Ao Zhan's long spear. Facing this seemingly illusory fog, Ao Zhan's long spear actually could not pierce it. Ao Zhan hurriedly pulled back, and the end of his spear was about to swing out. Clang! A sound of metal rang out, and the strange insect's front leg swung, and Ao Zhan's long spear was easily cut into two. Quickly run. Xiao Hua saw that Ao Zhan was a little dazed and hurriedly reminded him. At this time, Ao Zhan understood why he was not killed by the strange insect earlier. He shuddered and his figure quickly retreated. It was also in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Shwa. The strange insect's hind legs swayed again, and a few dozen feet long blood line appeared from Ao Zhan's abdomen. Just a little bit more, and Ao Zhan's stomach would have been cut open by the strange insect. Ao Zhan was covered in cold sweat, and looking at this strange insect that was 100 times more terrifying than Long Si, he quickly flew away. Quickly call Ao Sheng, he has a way. At this time what else could Xiaohua say? He hurriedly urged Ao Zhan to find Ao Sheng. When the strange insect saw Ao Zhan escape, it did not chase after him. The eyes formed by thousands of small black pieces flashed, and its figure jumped towards Xiaohua. The brilliance around Xiaohua's body flashed again, and his body shrank, returning to its normal size. He waved the wishful staff and fought with the strange insect. Shwa. In just a few moves the strange insect's front legs slashed, and its speed was comparable to lightning. Xiaohua could not dodge at all, and a deep wound appeared on his back. However, this wound had just appeared, and the demonic qi in the blood surged, quickly repairing it. However, before this wound could be repaired, whoosh! Another hind leg stretched out from the void, adding another wound on Xiaohua's back. Damn it, I don't have the strength to fight back at all. How can this be? Xiaohua's heart was clenched together. He was originally good at physical strength, and almost invincible in close combat, but all of this was child's play in front of this strange insect. His Taoist, Confucian, Buddhist, and other supernatural powers were restricted, so how could he fight with this strange insect? Now that the spatial laws have changed, this Xiao's spiritual fire can't be activated. Either I use the demonic body or that white bone. Xiaohua used the ethereal steps to desperately resist as he thought in his heart. At this time, a strange hiss came from his ears. Xiaohua was startled and hurriedly looked over. He saw a pitch-black dot of light falling in front of him like a meteor. It was the tail of the strange insect. Its sharp stinger tore through the void. Before Xiaohua could react, it had already pierced his forehead. It was the location of the delusion breaker Dharma eye. Damn it. Xiaohua's forehead seemed to be split open by a sharp sword, and there was a sharp pain in the illusion breaker eye. This sudden attack of the strange insect was really powerful, and Xiaohua was actually forced to the end without any strength to dodge. Wing wing wing. At this critical moment, strange sounds came from all around, and dozens of strange things flew out from midair. These things were like a beehive, and the sound of wind blew out from hundreds of holes, and they also emitted the fragrance of people. The body of the strange insect suddenly stopped, and it gave up on Xiaohua, suddenly turned around. With a wave of its antennae, the dozens of things were immediately split in half, and a golden liquid flowed out from these things. That strange insect opened its sawtooth mouth and sucked on the nearest thing, and the liquid dripped into the body of the strange insect. Woo-woo. The fog around the strange insect's body rose again, and its entire body swelled up by half, but in just a moment, the strange insect returned to its original state and pounced on another thing. Xiaohua escaped death by the skin of his teeth, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. That rock-hard arm of his couldn't help but tremble slightly. He didn't dare to make another sound and urged his body to quietly fly away slowly. And far away, Ao Xing, Ao Zhan, and a few other dragons were standing in midair carefully, and each of them took out their dragon shell. Those dozens of things were the underwater spiritual objects that the dragons of the West Sea Dragon Palace took out. Ao Xing. Xiaohua didn't have time to say anything and transmitted his voice. Ordinary spiritual objects are completely useless. We need to use foreign objects. I understand. Ao Xing smiled bitterly. My Three Rivers Four Seas dragon race has countless treasures, and this morning dregs is also one of them. There are also things that are richer in spiritual energy than this morning dregs, but the problem is, we came to the folded Jadeite legacy realm to train who would bring so many spiritual objects. Then, facing this extremely vicious strange insect, Xiaohua really didn't have many divine abilities that he could use, and he was somewhat helpless. Raising his head to look at the faintly discernible folded Jadeite in midair, Xiaohua asked again, when will the folded Jadeite legacy realm close? If we can't kill this strange insect, I'm afraid we can only lure it to the Dragon Island. No, definitely not. Ao Xing shook his head resolutely. Swoosh. Just as they were discussing, that strange insect suddenly abandoned the morning dregs, and with a flash, it suddenly appeared in front of a dragon. Without waiting for that dragon to react, the strange insect's hind legs slashed, and the dragon's chest and abdomen were instantly torn apart. The strange insect's entire body sank into the dragon's body, and in just a moment, its sharp teeth stretched out, and it was precisely the dragon's heart and lungs that were swallowed into its mouth. Looking at the bloody strange insect coming out of the dragon's chest and abdomen, the group of dragons suddenly dispersed. Facing this strange foreign object, the always valiant dragon race was like a helpless beggar. Chapter 40-46. Damn it. This strange insect should have the strength of a 9th grade essence energy, right? Ao Zhan cursed as he fled. Thinking about how he escaped from the strange insect just now, it was a miracle. Don't run too far. Ao Xing suddenly shouted, let's take out the spiritual items in the dragon shell and try to attract this strange insect to eat the spiritual items. If we scatter, we can only let this strange insect kill us one by one. The time of the stacked Jade Forgotten Realm is almost up. Let's hold on for a while more. Ao Zhan also stopped. The princes of the Three Seas Dragon Palace also seemed to have woken up and stopped running. They all hurriedly took out the dragon shell and nervously rummaged through it, trying to find a spiritual item that could save their lives. The stacked jade spring flower in the stacked Jade Forgotten Realm had already gradually disappeared. The true dragon tablet in Xiaohua's hand also emitted a faint fluctuation, but this fluctuation was not enough to send them out of the stacked Jade Forgotten Realm. Shua. After the strange insect finished eating the dragon's heart and lungs, it moved again and teleported to the side of the East Sea Dragon Palace. The dragons of the East Sea Dragon Palace trembled as they took out a few bright dragon pearls. After the strange insect swallowed them, its body grew a bit bigger and the mist around it surged, looking very carefree. After that, the strange insect teleported again and pounced on a dragon beside Ao Xing, obviously wanting to devour the dragon's flesh and blood again. Ao Xing roared again as a mountainous dragon's aura appeared. The Dragon Palace Great Elder could not tolerate the strange insect eating his people in front of him, so he revealed himself again. Whoa! The Great Elder's dragon's aura appeared and immediately attracted the strange insect's attention. The strange insect left the dragon and pounced on the Great Elder. Xiaohua, help me block it for a moment. The Great Elder quickly retreated as dragon qi surged around him as he ordered loudly. Xiaohua was very helpless. He took out the wishful staff in one hand and some spiritual herbs and magic treasures in the other hand as he fought with the strange insect. Even with the spiritual herbs, in just a moment, Xiaohua's body had several more wounds. Roar roar. Several obscure dragon language came out from the Great Elder's mouth. Around the strange insect, a crystal shackled and this crystal shackled the strange insect. Boom. With a loud sound, the strange insect was flattened by the crystal. But in the blink of an eye, the strange insect's flat body landed on the crystal and began to devour it. On the other hand, the first elder's body became weak again. Xiaohua. Suddenly, the first elder's voice came from Xiaohua's ears. This old man will entrust Ao Xing to you, you have to bring him out of the stacked jade legacy realm. What are you doing? Xiaohua had a bad feeling in his heart. He looked at Ao Xing's dragon armor and saw a ball of blood-red light. The ball of light let out a roar similar to the dragon language and turned into a crystal dragon that pounced on the strange insect. Whoa! As soon as the strange insect saw the crystal dragon, it immediately abandoned the crystal and flapped its wings towards the crystal dragon. Whoosh! Facing the sharp teeth of the strange insect, the crystal dragon suddenly accelerated and rushed into it. Boom! With a loud bang, the left side of the strange insect's body was torn apart. Xiaohua understood that this was the great clan elder abandoning his primordial spirit and wanting to perish together with this strange insect. However, the first elder still underestimated this strange insect. After the small half of the strange insect's body was torn apart, the mist around its body was born again. Strands of mist shuttled between the strange insect's body and immediately repaired it. Looking at the eyes of the strange insect, it was staring at Ao Xing, who had already lost his strength. It was ready to split his chest and abdomen open at any time and devour the delicious dragon's heart and lungs. Quick! Xiaohua reminded, and without hesitation he took out a lot of spiritual grass and threw it in the air, wanting to attract the strange insect's attention. Buzz buzz. At this moment, a faint buzzing sound came from the distance and a few balls of light appeared. A dragon cried out with a sad and happy voice, "My true dragon card has been activated. The stacked jade legacy realm is finally closing." Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, the strange insect's figure flashed and appeared in front of him. There was no suspense at all. Wherever its tentacles passed, not only was the true dragon token annihilated, but even the dragon clan was split into two. Run run run. Ao Xing shouted loudly. Those dragons who were like earthworms and didn't dare to use their divine abilities immediately scattered. As the true dragon cards flashed, they disappeared on the spot one by one. Woo woo. The strange insect chased after these lights. Although some of the dragons disappeared, they were still killed by the strange insect. Roar. Ao Xing was anxious and pounced at the strange insect with a roar. Xiaohua was even more shocked and shouted, "Damn it, Ao Xing, do you want to die?" With that said, Xiaohua also hurriedly rushed over, throwing out spirit grass and magic treasures one by one, wanting to attract the strange insect. Ao Xing was not a fool. Seeing that the strange insect was attracted by him, he hurriedly flew towards Xiaohua, and in the dragon claw, he threw out one item after another. Woo woo. The strange insect flew over and swallowed all the spiritual grass and other things. These spiritual grass and other things were not special. The mist around the strange insect's body did not have any special changes. Seeing that the strange insect was about to pounce, Ao Xing screamed and threw out the long bay in his hand. The heroic spirit from before was completely gone. He shouted, "Xiaohua, save me." Nonsense. Xiaohua used the wishful rod to tease the strange insect. What are you screaming for? Aren't you courting death? Wong wong. At this moment, the true dragon card in Ao Xing's hand flashed and covered Ao Xing. After the strange insect swallowed Ao Xing's long bay, its hind legs drew a line in the air and pierced into the brilliance of the true dragon card very easily. Be careful, Ao Xing. Xiaohua was shocked. Ao Xing was about to fall under the strange insect's hind legs. Whoa! Suddenly, a scene that Xiaohua was familiar with occurred. The strange insect's body emitted an intense rumbling sound, and the strange insect's body instantly expanded to a size of 300 meters. Then, the gray mist flourished, and the strange insect shrunk again to a size of 100 meters. This process repeated 3 times, and the strange insect's body could no longer be controlled. It expanded to a size of 300 meters and with a loud bang, it completely exploded. How is this possible? Isn't this too strange? Xiaohua was dumbstruck. His body was blown 100 feet away by this explosion. Wong wong. At this moment, Xiaohua's true dragon card also began to flash with brilliance. However, after a few breaths, all the other dragons disappeared along with the brilliance of the true dragon card. However, the brilliance of Xiaohua's true dragon card flickered several times and his body still couldn't disappear. Damn it, what's going on? Xiaohua was a little anxious. Looking at the nearby space that was beginning to distort in the Forgotten Realm, he knew that the time in the Forgotten Realm had begun to change. In a flash, Xiaohua suddenly thought, Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Damn it, it must be. He is now in this Xiao's body and his dragon body was condensed by the dragon cleansing pool. This true dragon card probably can't bring the dragon spiritual energy of the dragon domain back to the dragon island. But the problem is, why can't Dragon Vein Xiaohua enter the space? Could it be because of the dragon spiritual energy? But if little white dragon can, why can't he? If I want to return to the dragon island, this Xiao is afraid that this Xiao will have to conceal Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon spiritual energy. Thinking of this, Xiaohua tried to use the Devil Realm's Blood Drop Paradise to conceal Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Sure enough, as the devil blood surged, Xiaohua's body slightly blurred and was about to disappear. Hee, don't worry. The moment Xiaohua's figure disappeared, the greedy Xiaohua smiled again. His figure reappeared and he hurriedly flew in all directions. He released his divine sense and collected the corpse of the strange insect, as well as the dragon shell and dragon body scattered on the ground. He collected them all into the space. After a meal, seeing that the surrounding scenery was already blurred, Xiaohua urged the devil blood to completely conceal Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Only then did his body completely disappear. Light and shadow fluctuated. An indescribable feeling emerged from Xiaohua's Naiwan palace. It was as if a huge hand was vigorously shaking him. This was something Xiaohua had never encountered before. When the scenery in front of Xiaohua's eyes stopped, an extremely disgusting feeling surged up. Xiaohua's body couldn't help but curl up. He released his consciousness vigilantly. However, when he saw the surroundings clearly, he put it down again. Ao Xing's slightly mocking voice rang in his ears. Spiritual Master Xiao, how is it? How does it feel to go back in time? Xiaohua knew that Ao Xing was somewhat dissatisfied with his coercion in the stacked jade ruins, so he simply ignored him. He closed his eyes and rested. The feeling of heaven and earth spinning slowly disappeared. Then he straightened his body and stretched his body. In front of him was still the Dragon Island. The serene blue sea water filled the surroundings. Although Xiaohua couldn't take a long breath of fresh air like usual, this tranquil and safe atmosphere was enough to make him feel relaxed and happy. Xiaohua turned around and looked behind him. The huge rock that was 10,000 zhang tall had now recovered. Other than a few deep cracks on the surface of the huge rock, it was no different from before. The dragon soldiers and dragon generals who were previously guarding this place with bright armor were already very few. Looking at the huge rock and thinking about the bloody storm that happened within the huge rock in just a moment, Xiaohua felt as if a lifetime had passed. Spiritual Master. Ao Xing said with a smile behind him, "You helped the Great Elder to kill Long Si and even helped me kill the Dragon Realm's strange insects. You saved thousands of my dragons who were training in the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm. You have done a great service to my Dragon Island. My Dragon Palace's 9th Elder is already waiting in the Dragon Palace, ready to reward you. Spiritual Master, please." Oh. Xiaohua was startled. He secretly pondered in his heart. That strange insect was obviously killed by Ao Xing. How did it fall on his head? However, when he saw Ao Xing winking at him, he seemed to have understood something. Xiaohua's expression didn't change. He slightly nodded and replied, "Since I was blessed by the Dragon Island and entered the Stacked Jade Ruins to train, I naturally had to consider the safety of the descendants of the Dragon Island. Killing Long Si and the strange insect was also considered for my own safety. There's no need to be too grand." Ao Xing laughed. "Spiritual Master, leave these words for the Dragon Palace. Don't worry." Xiaohua raised his hand and asked, "Where's the Dragon Clan of the West Sea Dragon Palace?" "I want to find that old turtle Xianqing." "Oh? Why are you looking for Xianqing?" Ao Xing was slightly startled. However, he immediately came back to his senses and laughed. "Is it because Xianqing slandered you for killing Ao Zheng of the North Sea Dragon Palace?" "Of course." Xiaohua clenched his teeth until they creaked. "This guy hit me when I'm down, how can I forgive him?" Chapter 40-47. Forget it. Ao Xing waved his hand and said, "He doesn't know you, what's there to add insult to injury? Besides, you should have fought with Ao Zheng, right? It's not wrong for him to speculate based on that." Xiaohua and Xianqing were both well aware of the secret between the two of them. No one dared to say it. Of course, Xiaohua couldn't say anything to Ao Xing at this time. He could only insist, "No, I can't be slandered for no reason. If you came out 3 days earlier, naturally you can." Ao Xing shrugged his shoulders, stretched out his dragon claw, and said helplessly, "Unfortunately, you came out now. The Dragon Palace of the Four Seas suffered a lot in the Folded Jade Ruins. They had already left the Dragon Island in a hurry. Where are you going to find them?" 3 days? Xiaohua was stunned. "I clearly only stayed in the Folded Jade Ruins for the time of a meal." "The time of the Folded Jade Ruins has begun to change," Ao Xing explained. "Your meal in there is naturally 3 days in the Dragon Island. It's like a day in the Immortal Palace is equivalent to a year in the hidden Immortal Continent." Speaking of this, Ao Xing's face showed that he was thinking and said softly, "What was Taoist doing in there during the time of a meal? Oh damn it, my poor dragon shell, that's a treasure that I've plundered for God knows how many years, all of a sudden, it's all gone." "You know what's inside, right?" Xiaohua hurriedly asked. "What treasure is so useful? I presume you have a plan in these 3 days?" Ao Xing replied with a sad face, "Indeed. I thought for these 3 days I also have a plan in my heart. It's probably a treasure called the Saint Dragon Seal. Alas, what a pity for my other treasures. Why did I?" Speaking of this, Ao Xing immediately came over, lowered his head and said, "Taoist, what were you doing in there during the time of a meal?" "What can I do?" Xiaohua jumped and said, "You think I didn't want to come out? I was trapped inside and couldn't get out. Damn it, you scared me to death. If I can't get out now, the next time you see me, I'm afraid you'll be like Ao Jiao." "How can I not get out?" Ao Xing was a little puzzled. "Can't you use your true dragon plate?" "Of course I can. But that person can't," Xiaohua replied somewhat resentfully. Ao Xing was shocked, but he still mumbled doubtfully, "Jinren, if you have any ideas you can say them now. Once we get to the Dragon Palace, you won't have the chance." Xiaohua glared at him and said fiercely, "Nonsense, isn't it because of you? Why didn't you tell me earlier that Grand Elder's primordial spirit is in your body?" Ao Xing shrunk his neck and his voice became even softer. "I wouldn't dare." "So, your Long Bay was thrown away for nothing. You won't be able to get your Saint Dragon insignia back. Serves you right," Xiaohua said, then urged again, "Why aren't you bringing me to the Dragon Palace Hall?" "All right." Ao Xing looked around. He had been guarding this place for 3 days because he wanted to get some benefits from Xiaohua. Unfortunately, Xiaohua was stingy. It seemed like his 3 days of waiting had been wasted. Above the Dragon Palace Hall, it was a little different from before. It really revealed the true appearance of the Dragon Palace Hall. The 10 dragon pillars seemed to be connected to the heavens and the earth as they stood above the huge dragon-shaped hall. The surroundings were filled with endless 10,000 dragon catalog. The 9 elders were coiled around the dragon pillars. They seemed to be very far away but also seemed to be very close. The entire hall was filled with a solemn dragon's might. Xiaohua came to the Dragon Palace Hall, and Ao Xing quietly retreated to the side. The great elder's voice sounded, "Jinren Xiao, we have already heard from Ao Xing about this time's experience in the Stacking Jade Legacy realm. Jinren's contribution is great. If it wasn't for Jinren's strength, I'm afraid that my dragon clan would have been completely annihilated. This old man thanks Jinren." With that, the great elder raised his dragon claw and bowed solemnly. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly bowed and said, "Just now Junior has already told Ao Xing about this matter. Junior used the Dragon Clan's legacy realm to train, so naturally I have to contribute to the Dragon Clan. Great Elder is too polite. Jinren Xiao is righteous." The Great Elder sighed. Jinren entered the Stacking Jade legacy realm to train. This old man also hurriedly looked up Jinren's actions in these years. Not only this old man, all the elders of my Dragon Palace Hall were moved by Jinren's compassion for the state of the universe. Our Dragon Palace Hall has never seen a Taoist cultivator like Jinren who cares about the common people of the world. Oh. Xiaohua's eyes turned and hurriedly took out a pile of universe bangles and dragon shell from his bosom, and said with a smile, "Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble Dragon Island with these grains. The 3 rivers and 4 seas and the 3 continents are really big. This Xiao's strength is not enough, and there are many places that I can't go to. Please borrow the power of Dragon Island to spread these grains all over the world so that there will no longer be hungry people in this world." Ah. The Great Elder was stunned, but he immediately nodded. "The merit of this matter is immeasurable. Although my Dragon Clan doesn't cultivate merit, how can my Dragon Island miss such a good thing in front of us? Fourth Elder, this matter will be supervised by you." "Yes, Great Elder." On the distant stone pillar, the Great Elder scooped up the universe bangles and dragon shell from Xiaohua's hands with a huge dragon claw. "Junior thanks Dragon Island on behalf of the common people of the world." Xiaohua hurriedly bowed. "All right." The Great Elder nodded. "This matter has already passed. Taoist Master Xiao, can I trouble you to tell us a little bit about the experience in the Stacking Jade Legacy realm? Although Ao Xing and the other Dragon Clan descendants have already verbally reported, there are still some secrets that we don't know." Xiaohua understood the Great Elder's a little bit of explanation. He nodded and said, "Even if Great Elder didn't mention this matter, Junior would still have to report it, so as to avoid any problems in the future when Dragon Island's descendants are training." Immediately after, Xiaohua told everything that he had experienced. Of course, he used the 9 false and 1 real technique to perfection, so he wasn't afraid of being seen through by the Dragon Clan's 9th Elder. Sigh. After listening, the 2nd Elder sighed and said, "This old man really didn't expect that this time's training in the Stacking Jade Legacy realm would actually have so many strange things appear. Not only did Dragon Domain's Long Sea appear, even the strange insects from the other domain came. In front of these strange insects, my valiant Dragon Clan simply couldn't withstand a single blow. If there are a few more of these strange insects, my Dragon Island will be in trouble." Taoist Master Xiao, that method of killing the strange insects is? The 6th Elder hesitated for a moment and asked. Xiaohua shrugged and said with a bitter smile, "At that time, Junior was panicking and took out a lot of spiritual items from the Qingquan pouch. Junior is also not clear about the effect of those spiritual items. However, from Junior's experience of fighting with the strange insects twice, this strange insect can only be killed in this way." "Taoist Master, where did you encounter the strange insects last time?" the 4th Elder asked probingly. Xiaohua said with a smile, "This is Junior's secret. Forgive me for not being able to report it. And let's not talk about this anymore." The Great Elder nodded. "If Taoist Master Xiao didn't have this kind of experience, my Dragon Clan would have suffered even more losses. However, Taoist Master Xiao, your human clan emphasizes on being buried in peace, my Dragon Clan also emphasizes on being still after being overturned. The Dragon Clan's corpses also have a special way to bury them, so that their corpses won't be disturbed by outsiders." Hearing the Great Elder's change of topic, Xiaohua immediately understood. He took out another Qingquan bracelet and respectfully handed it over. Junior also has the same idea. Junior also felt grief in my heart when I saw the fall of the Dragon Clan members who were training together with me. Junior can't do anything for them, I can only bring them out of the folded jade ruins and let them return to the embrace of Dragon Island. Good. Seeing Xiaohua take out the Qingquan bracelet, the Great Elder stretched out his dragon claw and took it. He looked at it with his origin sense and couldn't help but be moved. He looked left and right, then handed it over to the second elder and said, Taoist Master Xiao is indeed a trustworthy person, this old man admires you. The second elder and the others looked at the Qingquan bracelet and their faces also revealed a sad expression. Elders. Seeing that the second elder and the others didn't speak, the great elder opened his mouth and said, Taoist Master Xiao is extremely benevolent to my Dragon Island, then his request, do you think we can agree to it? Of course we can. The fourth elder was the first to express his opinion, that Long Yu was originally found by Xiaohua, and he also promised to return it after comprehending it. I don't think there's anything wrong with letting him comprehend it. The eighth elder also opened his mouth, moreover Xiaohua has a true dragon on him, cough cough. The great elder coughed softly and stopped the eighth elder from speaking. He turned his head and asked the second elder, what do you think? Let's ask that immortal friend to come out first. The second elder's expression didn't change as he replied. Good. The great elder nodded his head solemnly and said to Xiaohua, Taoist Master Xiao, can you ask that true dragon to come out and meet us? Xiaohua knew that the ugly daughter-in-law would have to meet her parents-in-law in the end. If he only molded the body of little white dragon, the Dragon Palace's ninth elder might not care too much. However, he molded the body of Dragon Vane Xiaohua, such a big scene, how could the Dragon Palace's ninth elder turn a blind eye to it? Thus Xiaohua agreed and slapped his forehead. Roar. A loud and clear dragon's roar resounded throughout the Dragon Palace. Dragon Vane Xiaohua flew out from Xiaohua's body. Swish. The moment Dragon Vane Xiaohua appeared, not only was the entire Dragon Palace filled with clouds and wind, even all of the desolate catalog swayed. Countless dragons' roars flew out from within, as if they were crawling to welcome him. Following the appearance of the Dragon Palace, the dragon's might around Dragon Vane Xiaohua's body was also emitted. It rose little by little and rushed straight to the top of the Dragon Palace. Even Dragon Vane Xiaohua's body was also suffused with 9 colors, reflecting the sparkling and translucent dragon's horn. The brilliance sprinkled all over the Dragon Palace. Buzz. A huge rumbling sound came from the center of the Dragon Palace. The 10 stone pillars began to tremble, emitting different brilliance and fluctuations. The fluctuations and brilliance were so intense that the 9 elders of the Dragon Palace no longer dared to circle around the stone pillars. They flew away from the stone pillars and stopped in midair. Great Elder's primordial spirit had seen Dragon Vane Xiaohua in the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Unfortunately, his primordial spirit had already been destroyed in the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Now that he saw Dragon Vane Xiaohua again, his face was similarly as shocked as the other 8 Great Elders. While Second Elder was surprised, his eyes flashed with other expressions. Ao Jia greets the Holy Dragon, Ao E greets the Holy Dragon, Ao Bing greets the Holy Dragon, Ao Ding greets the Holy Dragon, Ao Wu greets the Holy Dragon, Ao Ji greets the Holy Dragon, Ao Gung greets the Holy Dragon, Ao Xen greets the Holy Dragon, Ao Ren greets the Holy Dragon. The 9th Elder of the Dragon Palace did not dare to be negligent and bowed. Chapter 40-48. Hearing this, Xiaohua almost burst out laughing. He had been guessing the name of the Dragon Island's Great Elder, but he never thought that the name of the Dragon Palace's 9th Elder was actually from the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Dragon Vane Xiaohua's body coiled in the air. Although he didn't pose, the dragon cleansing pool formed his body. His body was completely formed from the spiritual energy of the stacked Jade Legacy realm. The majesty didn't allow him to be careless. Dragon Vane Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, Fellow immortals, I haven't completely condensed my body yet. I can't be considered a saint dragon. You don't have to be so polite. I's body condensation is now my top priority. I won't waste any more time here. If you have anything to say, you can tell Taoist Master Xiao. Yes. Although Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua said so, Ao Jia and the other elders did not dare to be negligent and agreed respectfully. However, before Ao Jia could finish speaking, Second Elder Ao E hurriedly said, Shenglong, I don't know how many years it has been since a 5-clawed true dragon appeared on Dragon Island. The position of Dragon Palace's 10th elder has always been empty. I implore Xinglong to stay on Dragon Island and inherit the name of Ao Gue and take charge of our Dragon Island's Ho clan. No need. Dragon Vane Xiaohua's body swayed. As he landed on Xiaohua's body, he replied, I haven't completely condensed my body yet. Let's not talk about this matter. As Dragon Vane Xiaohua entered Xiaohua's body, the phenomenon of the entire Dragon Palace slowly disappeared. The 9 elders could no longer sit on the stone pillars peacefully. They heard Ao Xing talk about the stacked Jade Legacy Realm's abnormality. They also heard Xiaohua say it again. It wasn't that there weren't any dragons who condensed their bodies in the stacked Jade Legacy Realm. However, none of the dragons had ever seen Dragon Vane Xiaohua condensing his body, let alone the appearance of the legendary 5-clawed Saint Dragon. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, it was completely the aura of the Upper Realm's dragon domain. That kind of incomparably holy dragon aura made them completely believe that Dragon Vane Xiaohua was a genuine 5-clawed Saint Dragon. Ao Jia stood in the air with a complicated expression on his face. He looked at Xiaohua and said, Taoist Master Xiao, can you explain the origin of the Saint Dragon to us? After all, Dragon Island has reconstructed their bodies in the dragon cleansing pool, but we've never reconstructed a holy dragon. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and replied very seriously, First Elder, everything this Xiao said earlier is true. He didn't hide anything. Besides, do you think there's a need for me to hide it? Taoist Master Xiao, there's no need to say any more. Second Elder Aoe smiled and said, all of this was arranged by the dragon ancestor. The appearance of the legendary Gue race on Dragon Island is a sign of the prosperity of the dragon race. The position of the 10th elder of the Dragon Palace belongs to Xinglong. Xinglong is a 5-clawed true dragon. How can he be lower than the 10th elder? The 4th elder hurriedly said, even we can't stand shoulder to shoulder with Xinglong, right? When Xiaohua saw that the Dragon Palace was about to have an internal strife, he hastily waved his hand and said, Junior is a Dao sect cultivator. That fellow immortal also said clearly that he is also a Dao sect cultivator. He won't get involved in the internal affairs of the Dragon Island. I ask for the elder's understanding. First Elder Ao Jia heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. If Spiritual Master Xiao says so, then I won't force you. That won't do. Second Elder Aoe shook his head and said, if Xinglong is not a member of the Dragon Island, how can Long Yu be given to him to comprehend? But Long Yu was found by Spiritual Master Xiao. Fourth Elder Ao Ding was unhappy. Ninth Elder Ao Ren tried to smooth things over. Why don't we let Spiritual Master Xiao have a name on the Dragon Island? Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Second Elder Aoe rolled his eyes and smiled. He said, although Xinglong has not completely condensed his body and can't live up to the name of Ao Gue, why don't Spiritual Master Xiao temporarily take over the position of the 10th Elder? When Xiaohua heard that, how could he not know that Aoe was using him to compete with Ao Zhan? He hastily waved his hand. I'm just a human cultivator, how can I be an elder of the Dragon Palace? Second Elder, you're flattering me. First Elder Ao Jia's head turned quickly and he winked at the 4th Elder. Fourth Elder Ao Ding's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, Spiritual Master Xiao, if you don't want to do anything practical, it's necessary to take on an empty position. Since Spiritual Master Xiao has given the 5-clawed true dragon a new lease of life, then you're half a teacher to the Dragon Clan. Why don't we invite Spiritual Master Xiao to be the Dragon Master of the Dragon Clan? Dragon Master? Xiaohua was slightly stunned and didn't understand. However, he immediately declined and waved his hand. He said, there's a saying in the human race, a teacher is a father, imparting knowledge and dispelling doubts. How can this junior be the Dragon Master? Fourth Elder, you must be joking. No way, absolutely not. First Elder Ao Jia nodded. Let's do it this way. Spiritual Master Xiao, don't decline. Dragon Master is just an empty title. Moreover, this title is for Xinglong. You're more than qualified to be the Dragon Master of Xinglong. Previously, I was still having a headache about how to thank Spiritual Master for taking care of the Dragon Clan. With the title of Dragon Master, firstly, it's to express the goodwill of the Dragon Clan. Secondly, it's to convey the respect of the Dragon Island to the 3 continents. Fourth Elder said with a smile at the side. With the title of Dragon Master, if the Immortal Palace wants to touch Spiritual Master, they must also be wary of the title of Dragon Master of the Dragon Island, right? Hearing this, Xiaohua muttered to himself. Although he didn't come to the Dragon Island to seek protection from the Dragon Island, he couldn't refuse the kindness of the Dragon Island. With the title of Dragon Master, not only would the Immortal Palace be wary, even the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas wouldn't dare to touch him, right? If he wanted Xian Cheng's body, wouldn't the Dragon Palace of the West Sea obediently deliver it to him? All right. Xiao Hua nodded and bowed. Junior thanks all the seniors for taking care of me. Haha, you're welcome. The happiest one was naturally the second elder Aoe. He said, since Spiritual Master Xiao has become the Dragon Master of the Dragon Clan, we'll be a clan in the future. There's no need to hide some of the secrets of the Dragon Clan from Spiritual Master Xiao. Hehe, Junior's knowledge is limited, I don't dare to comment on the affairs of the Dragon Clan. Xiao Hua hurriedly declined. He looked at the silent Ao Sheng at the side and said, furthermore, Junior and Ao Sheng were training in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm this time. I saw that many of the elites of the Dragon Clan had died. I'm afraid it's somewhat unfavorable for the Dragon Clan. I just don't know if the things we found are useful to the Dragon Clan? We haven't found any useful clues yet. The Great Elder was afraid that the Second Elder would say something else. He hurriedly sighed and said, however, since it was left behind in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm, there must be a reason. Let us slowly comprehend it. I hope that thing can help the Dragon Clan. Xiao Hua thought for a moment. He had a lot of questions to ask the Great Elder. For example, what was the golden core in the deep air abyss, and what was the crystal dragon? However, he didn't know what the Great Elder's arrangement was. He didn't want the Dragon Clan to know that he had obtained the golden core. He also didn't want to get involved in the internal affairs of the Dragon Clan. Therefore, he could only hide all his questions in his stomach. Oh, Great Elder, may I ask, other than the Dragon Clan members who came to the Dragon Island to gain experience in the Stacking Emerald Legacy realm, have the other human descendants who came to the Dragon Island to gain experience left the Dragon Island? Xiao Hua was thinking about how to bid farewell in his heart, so he changed the topic and asked. The Great Elder said with a smile, the training in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm is the longest. The training in the other forbidden areas has already ended. Those human descendants and demon descendants have already left the Dragon Island on the dragons. Very good. Xiao Hua said with a smile, then Junior will also prepare to leave. That's right, Dragon Master Xiao. The fourth elder suddenly spoke. The human cultivator who came to the Dragon Island with you, Ao Zhantian, didn't come out from the smoke tree training area. However, I did ask one of the descendants of the monster race who went in with him. According to him, he was searching for a Tao Gate spiritual treasure in one of the forbidden grounds of the smoke tree. When the descendant came out, he received a distress signal from Ao Zhantian. However, according to the message, that demon descendant didn't find any trace of Ao Zhantian. Ah. Xiao Hua was stunned and hurriedly asked, then, has the smoke tree been closed? Hehe. The fourth elder said with a smile, our Dragon Island usually opens the clear snow, Baotu, autumn wave, evening glow, spring cuteness, smoke tree and dawn moon. These 7 places are different from the Stacked Jade Legacy realm, they are not closed. However, when the time is up, the descendants will be forced to leave. Ao Zhantian hasn't left yet. He might have died or been trapped in the forbidden area. If you want to find him, you can go and take a look. Thank you, fourth elder. Xiao Hua bowed and thanked. May I know if Ao Zhantian left a message talisman? The message talisman has already been abandoned by that demon. The fourth elder replied, however, this old man did ask for the name of the forbidden area. If you want to go, you can ask Ao Sheng to bring you there. Alright, then I'll have to trouble you. Xiao Hua raised his hand and said, if it's possible, this junior wants to go now. Ao Sheng. Great Elder Ao Jia nodded and ordered, follow this Xiao Hua to the smoke tree. Yes, this boy obeys. Ao Sheng, who was in the Dragon Palace, was abnormally obedient. After Xiao Hua left the Dragon Palace with Ao Sheng, the fourth elder pondered for a moment and said, Great Elder, Xiao Hua's matter will be settled as such for now. His strength is still shallow and his 5-clawed true dragon body has yet to fully materialize. Our Dragon Island has already done what we should do. The only thing left is to wait for him to grow. At this time, I think we should discuss the Gui tribe's matter. Great Elder, the Gui tribe has been rebelling for a long time and has caused great harm to our Dragon Island. Our Dragon Palace has been more lenient in the past. During this time's training, the Gui tribe didn't forget to cause trouble. If we suddenly pardon their crimes now, I'm afraid it's not very appropriate. Second Elder Aoe had a different opinion. The Great Elder waved his hand and said, it's very difficult for our Dragon Island's descendants to reproduce. For so many years it's abnormally withered. The human race is 100 or 1,000 times worse than the Dragon Island. But look at the three continents, the hidden immortal continent and the Elysium world are monopolized by the human race. They have almost become the masters of this world. Our 3 rivers and 4 seas are vaster than the 3 continents, but what about the descendants of the Dragon Island? Didn't Xiao Longshi say it earlier? Harmony is the most precious. He, a bystander, can understand it. Why can't we? In the past, because the Dragon Jade and the Crystal Dragon scripture were stolen and lost by the Gui tribe, our 8 races have a grudge against the Gui tribe. Now that the Dragon Jade and the Crystal Dragon scripture have returned, isn't it a good opportunity and a good start? Chapter 40-49. It's not that I don't think the Ji tribe can't return. Second Elder Aoe said with a smile. I just think that without an elder to lead the Ji tribe for so many years, every branch is in a mess. It's not easy to control them. The strength of the 9 elders of the Dragon Hall was rare in the world, but the rhythm of the Dragon Hall's discussion was the same as the rhythm of the mortal world. There was no lack of delay and struggle. Naturally, Xiaohua was not interested in this. He followed Ao Xing out of the Dragon Hall and went straight to the smoke tree. Seeing that Ao Xing was very familiar with bringing him to the depths of the Dragon Island, Xiaohua frowned and suddenly asked, Ao Xing, is this smoke tree where you usually play? Of course not. Ao Xing replied without turning his head. Who would play in this place? Then how do you know which forbidden area Ao Zhantian is trapped in? Hey. Ao Xing understood what Xiaohua meant. He turned his head and threw a, you know what I mean look. He smiled and said, you are now the Dragon Master. You have unlimited potential in the future. Shouldn't I be closer to you? That's not important, right? Xiaohua sneered. You dragons, Tiske, you're even more cunning than a 1,000-year-old fox. What's a 1,000-year-old fox? Ao Xing covered his mouth and laughed. The Great Elder and the others are all tens of thousands of years old. You can't beat them. Just don't ruin the Great Elder's plans. Of course I won't ruin anyone's plans. Xiaohua shrugged. In fact, I don't want to ruin anyone's plans. I just want to leave the Dragon Island peacefully. Xiaohua glanced at Ao Xing. Don't tell me Ao Zhantian's matter was arranged by the 4th Elder? The 4th Elder wouldn't do such a thing. There's no need for that. Ao Xing smiled. He's in charge of the training. Any changes in the training have to be reported to him. If it was in the past he wouldn't care about Ao Zhantian's matter. But since it's related to you he'll naturally pay more attention. AI, why is this Ao Zhantian so unlucky? Xiaohua sighed. He already caused so much trouble when he came to the Dragon Island, and now he's in trouble. If I didn't want to find an excuse to leave the Dragon Palace, I wouldn't have gone to look for him. Exactly. Ao Xing added, it's just a smoke tree and he got trapped inside. What bad luck. Teacher Xiao, if you don't want to go, shall we turn back now? Xiaohua said confidently, how can that be? A gentleman's word cannot be taken back. Since this Xiao has said so, then I will definitely go and find him. As you wish. Ao Xing shrugged. This smoke tree can't be compared to the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm. Since you're so powerful in the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm, this smoke tree is nothing. You'll definitely succeed. Then Ao Xing shamelessly asked Xiaohua about the deeper Yuan. Of course Xiaohua would not hide from Ao Xing and told him everything he saw. Ao Xing's eyes lit up as he listened to Zhongyu's explanation, and he said, damn it, I didn't expect the deeper Yuan to be the fault that leads to the Dragon Realm. If it's possible, then I can directly enter the Dragon Field from there. Why do you have to go through so much hardship to train on Dragon Island? Forget it. Xiaohua's face was full of disdain. If you don't train and enter the Dragon Field, you'll be eaten by the little dragon priest before you even show up. AI, that's true. Ao Xing hung his head dejectedly. Long Si is just a low-level demon beast in the Dragon Field. It's already so powerful in the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm. How many demon beasts in the Dragon Field can eat me? But then Ao Xing rolled his eyes and said in a low voice, Taoist, that crystal dragon seems to have taken a lot of time. Did you find anything from it? No. Xiaohua shook his head decisively. I didn't plan to look at it at all. Actually, that crystal dragon was deliberately released from the deeper Yuan by me. Dizzy. Ao Xing was disdainful. Taoist, you're just trying to trick me. In order to capture that crystal dragon, Ao Zhan and I racked our brains. In the end, Ao Zhan still used the secret technique of the Gui clan to get the crystal dragon. Taoist, I'm afraid it's not possible for you to get it right? Then what's inside the crystal dragon? Xiaohua took the opportunity to ask. How would I know? Ao Xing shrugged his shoulders. But according to Great Elder's deduction, it might be something left behind by the holy dragon of the dragon field or a message from the dragon field. Now that Taoist wants to know the specific situation of the deeper Yuan, I'm afraid it's mostly from the dragon field. So the crystal dragon was taken away by Ao Zhan just like that? Xiaohua looked around and asked. Ao Xing nodded. Of course. The more bargaining chips Ao Zhan has, the more advantageous it is for Great Elder. Alright, Taoist, the dragon cleansing liquid in the dragon cleansing pool. Did you get it? That thing is useful for Great Elder. This? Xiaohua hesitated. After all, as long as he takes out a drop, the Dragon Island will know that he has the dragon cleansing liquid. Who knows how much trouble there will be in the future. However, Xiaohua thought for a bit and nodded. I got 3 drops. That's great. Ao Sheng's face showed extreme excitement. He shouted, Great Elder's injury can be cured. Xiaohua looked at Ao Sheng strangely and asked, What are you so happy about? That thing belongs to me. What does it have to do with Great Elder? Doesn't your Dragon Island also have the dragon cleansing pool? Can't the dragon cleansing liquid inside be used? Ao Sheng's figure stopped and looked at Xiaohua in a daze. After all, the years of experience in the stacked Jadeite legacy realm made him feel close to Xiaohua. He almost regarded Xiaohua as a member of the dragon race. And the most special thing was that Xiaohua even became a dragon master on the Dragon Island. The happiest person in the entire Dragon Palace was him. He was sincerely happy for Xiaohua. He had received many benefits from Xiaohua, but he never thought that Xiaohua would refuse to give the dragon cleansing liquid to Great Elder Ao Jia. Why can't I give it to Great Elder? He lost a part of his primordial spirit to save us. Ao Sheng asked pitifully. Primordial spirit might not be much to human cultivators like you, but to my dragon clan, it is very important. Ao Sheng. Xiaohua said seriously. In the stacked jade legacy realm, Great Elder sacrificed his primordial spirit, but if you think about it carefully, he did it for you. It wasn't for this Xiao can still escape without his help. You can't say that. Ao Sheng closed his mouth, like a pitiful child of the dragon clan. His eyes were filled with tears, but he still argued. Although you don't need it, you still received his favor. Moreover, he treated you so well and even gave you the title of Dragon Master. This is unprecedented on my Dragon Island. Don't you think he was using me? Xiaohua sneered. Ao Sheng let out a long breath. He looked into the distance, then looked in the direction of the Dragon Palace. He said bitterly, Of course I can see that. However, Great Elder also has his own difficulties. The unspeakable pain is still his, not mine. Xiaohua shook his head. You know how precious the dragon cleansing liquid is. Presumably, the dragon cleansing liquid in your Dragon Island's dragon cleansing pool has lost its effect after 1,000,000 years. I'm afraid these 3 drops of dragon cleansing liquid are the only ones left in this world, right? Whoa! Ao Sheng suddenly wailed. His entire dragon body crawled in the air. His dragon claws were actually in a kneeling position. He said, Taoist Master Xiao, I beg you, you must save Great Elder. Second Elder has already seen some clues. If he suddenly makes trouble, my Dragon Island might fall into chaos. Looking at Ao Sheng's pitiful appearance, Xiaohua immediately felt the little bit of filial piety in his heart. Compared to the craftiness of the dragons in the stacked jade legacy realm, this filial piety made Xiaohua's heart soften. Xiaohua flicked his sleeve and helped him up. Ao Sheng's huge dragon body couldn't help but stand up when Xiaohua flicked his sleeve. I just can't see this pitiful appearance of yours. Did Fourth Elder teach you this? Xiaohua snorted coldly. Ao Sheng lowered his head, shook his head and said, No, other than me, Great Elder doesn't dare to tell anyone. Master Xiao, I beg you, as long as you give me the dragon cleansing liquid, I'm willing to give you all the fun things in the palace. Why would I want so many of your toys? Xiaohua scolded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Say it, I can give you whatever you want. Ao Sheng heard that there was hope, so he hastily asked. Swear a dragon oath as my dragon servant, you will be at my disposal for the rest of your life. Xiaohua replied coldly. Who would have thought that Ao Sheng didn't hesitate at all and said, I Ao Sheng swear by my dragon god's life? Shut up. Seeing the layers of strange dragon patterns appearing, Xiaohua hastily scolded, This old man is just joking with you. Really? Ao Sheng shut up, that indescribable dragon pattern disappeared. Ao Sheng opened his seemingly pure and flawless eyes and looked at Xiaohua. How am I going to give it to you? Xiaohua said fiercely, This old man owes your Dragon Island, but I just got 3 drops and now I have to give one away. Oh. Ao Xing went blank for a moment, then immediately woke up. He hastily took out the purple dragon crown and said, Put it in here. Humph. Xiaohua snappily took out a drop of dragon cleansing liquid from the space that looked like a pool and threw it inside. Just you wait. Ao Xing seemed to be in a hurry to present a treasure to the Great Elder. He turned around and was about to fly away. Xiaohua shouted, Why are you in such a hurry? It won't be too late to give it to the Great Elder after we come out from the smoke tree. Who knows when you will come out? Ao Xing shouted, I will go to the Dragon Palace first before talking to you. Don't be in such a hurry. Xiaohua thought of something. He hastily transmitted his voice and told Ao Xing about Jianghong's matter. You go and ask how to solve this matter. No problem. Ao Xing heard about this matter from Lu Yi. He agreed without hesitation. What a pitiful and cute child. Xiaohua looked at Ao Xing's cheerful back. The corner of his mouth revealed a smile. This kind of dragon who loves his clansmen is the hope of the Dragon Island. If he takes over the Dragon Island in the future, he will surely coexist peacefully with Ao Zhan. Chapter 40-50. Xiaohua thought that Ao Xing would be delayed for a long time, but he didn't expect that Ao Xing would appear in his line of sight in just the time it took to eat a meal. At this time, Ao Xing's face was obviously more intimate. Oh, so fast? Xiaohua smiled. Could it be that the noise in the Dragon Palace Hall has ended? Ah? How do you know? Ao Xing was surprised. How can I not know? Xiaohua smiled and didn't explain. Ao Xing nodded. When I went, only the Great Elder and the Fourth Elder were there. The other elders had already left. Seeing that the Fourth Elder's expression was not good, I didn't dare to say anything, and only transmitted the 3 words Dragon Cleansing Liquid, and returned the purple dragon crown to the Great Elder. No way. What about the thing I asked you to ask? Xiaohua was flustered and exasperated. I haven't finished yet. Ao Xing smiled. The Great Elder took the purple dragon crown and asked me inexplicably, what does Xiaohua want? So I told him about Jianghu, and the Great Elder gave me a dragon bone. Saying that, Ao Xing gave a dragon bone to Xiaohua. Xiaohua looked at it and knew that it was the heavenly dragon speech technique, so he handed it to the dragon vein Xiaohua without thinking. The Great Elder must be secretly proud of himself right now. Xiaohua smiled. How could he exchange something for the dragon cleansing liquid? This is a big bargain for him. It doesn't matter, Master Xiao. Ao Xing said seriously. If you want anything, just tell me, I will definitely help you. No need, no need. Xiaohua waved his hand. You better hurry up and take me to the smoke tree. Then Ao Xing accompanied Xiaohua to talk while bringing Xiaohua to a dark place that stretched as far as the eye could see. This place was covered with ribbon-like seaweed. These seaweed were hundreds of feet tall, and each seaweed was like a big tree on land, divided into 2 branches in the middle. With so many seaweed gathered together, swaying with the sea water, it really looked like a lingering smoke wave. Xiaohua looked at these seaweed and smiled bitterly. This is the smoke tree, right? It really lives up to its name. These seaweeds are called smoke, like smoke from the mortal world. Ao Xing explained, this smoke looks soft, but it is actually very tough. Ordinary Dao's and Confucianis's imperial artifacts Dao. Once one is caught by this smoke, it's hard to get away without special skills. Oh, there are even barbs on the smoke. Even the dragon clan doesn't dare to let the smoke stab us. If Ao Zanoff, of course, it's smokes of the smoke. Master Xiao, please follow me. Xiaohua's to Xiaohua's, of this of nature of the of hua of the of this flight to of fire of T of the Xiaohua was a little surprised. Just as he finished speaking, a whirlpool suddenly appeared 1,000 feet in front of him. The whirlpool shot straight down, bringing with it a few feet of seawater. Under the whirlpool, the seawater really looked like a sharp thorn. Whoa! The sharp thorn whistled and fell into the smoke, splitting it apart. In just a few breaths' time, the smoke swirled and surrounded the split space. These are the thorns. Ao Xing laughed. If you're unlucky enough to be pierced by the thorns, you'll inevitably fall into the smoke tree. That'll be troublesome. Aren't you afraid? Xiaohua looked left and right, but he couldn't see any danger. I'm a dragon, so I'm naturally sensitive to changes in the sea. Ao Xing replied, I can sense the thorns as soon as they're born, so there's no need to worry. Of course, sometimes the thorns are formed too quickly, so I can't sense them. As he spoke, Ao Xing's figure flashed, and sure enough, a bowl-sized thorn suddenly shot out from the top of his head. Master Xiao, be careful. Ao Xing calmly stopped and reminded, Old man about 3 feet in front of you. Just as Ao Xing finished speaking, a whirlpool of several feet suddenly appeared and smashed toward Xiaohua's head. Ao Xing was a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything. After all, he knew how powerful Xiaohua was. Sure enough, Xiaohua looked up indifferently and rubbed his hands slightly. Several crystal lights fell into the sea, and a huge whirlpool appeared, rushing towards the newly born thorns. Boom! With a muffled sound, continuous waves rippled out in all directions. Oh, not good. Ao Xing smiled bitterly. Master Xiao, you're a little reckless. Actually, Ao Xing didn't need to say anything. Looking at the waves spreading into the distance, and the thorns of different sizes appearing one after another, Xiaohua knew that he had caused a big trouble. Fortunately, the training has ended. If the dragon blood descendants were still here, I'm afraid many of them would have fallen. Ao Xing said helplessly, now let's wait for a while. That's the only way. Xiaohua smiled bitterly, I didn't expect this smoke tree to be so strange. Master Xiao. Ao Xing replied, no matter what, this smoke tree is still one of the 7 training grounds of my Dragon Island. If there isn't any danger, how can it serve as a training ground? If you have time, Master Xiao can go to Clear Snow, Baotu, Qiubo, Shizhao, Chunmeng and Xiaoyu. The scenery there is much more beautiful than this smoke tree. Let's talk about it in the future. Xiaohua waved his hand. After waiting for the thorns to settle down, he once again followed Ao Xing into the depths. After flying for a few hours, seeing that they were gradually approaching the mountains, Ao Xing stopped and released his Yuan will. Master Xiao, this is the place. This is called Qing Qiu Feng. Ao Zhantian's message talisman was sent from here. Are you sure you didn't go the wrong way? Xiaohua released his divine will and swept the surroundings like a gust of wind. Of course. Ao Xing said proudly, I followed the 4th elder's instructions. Master Xiao, can your divine will not be so strong? Following Ao Xing's exclamation, more thorns appeared around the smoke tree. These thorns were much bigger than before and their range was also much wider. They were like thunderbolts that struck towards Xiaohua and Ao Xing. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He rubbed his hands together and several crystal lights flew into the air. A water shield that was 1,000 feet long appeared above his and Ao Sheng's heads. Rumble. The thorns landed on the water shield one after another, causing the water shield to shine brightly. Damn it, why can't I use my divine will in this smoke tree? Xiaohua spat and cursed, and this seaweed can actually block my divine will. Ao Xing shrugged, Master Xiao, it's not that I can't use it, but I can't use it so crudely like Master Xiao. Can't you be a little gentler and not let your divine will come into contact with the seaweed? Forget it. Xiaohua waved his hand and pointed at a place. Let's go over there, there seems to be some energy fluctuations there. Xiaohua activated his water escape technique and flew towards a distant mountain. Along the way the smoke rushed towards Xiaohua. On the other hand, although Ao Xing's dragon body was huge, it merged with the seawater as it swam. The smoke swayed around the dragon body but didn't get close. Of course, Xiaohua didn't care about this kind of smoke. As his body swayed, the true qi around him overflowed and blocked the seaweed to the side. However, the seaweed was really strange. Although the true qi could block the seaweed also swallowed a lot of true qi. Why is there a deep hole here? Even Ao Xing was a little surprised to see a cave that was less than 3 feet deep in the depths of the seaweed when he arrived at a hidden place in the valley. After all, the seaweed known as chimney smoke was capable of blocking origin sense and divine sense. Furthermore, it was impossible for an ordinary dragon bloodline descendant to reach the depths of such dense seaweed. It was truly not easy to find such a hidden cave. Hee, how could a pampered little elder like you know the difficulties of our Taoism cultivators? Xiaohua said proudly, not to mention this place, even if it's 100 times more difficult, we Taoism cultivators can still find it in order to find cultivation techniques and spiritual treasures. Ao Sheng curled his lips and didn't refute. Xiaohua stood on the mountain peak above the deep hole and released a strand of divine will to slowly explore inside. After an entire meal, a strange expression appeared on his face and he said, Ao Zhantian is inside. He's really inside. Ao Xing was really impressed. Master Xiao, hurry up and save him. I have to ask him how he found this cave. Aren't you going down? Xiaohua asked with interest. Teacher Xiao, take a look at this cave. Is it a place that I can enter? Ao Xing curled his lips. I'm curious, why did the dragon descendant dig a cave here? Could it be that there's something strange about this? I'll go take a look. Xiaohua instructed. If you don't go down then wait here. All right. Aoshing swayed his dragon body and lay down lazily on the mountain peak. The murderous seaweed swayed around his dragon body, looking very warm and cozy. Xiaohua activated his escape technique and landed among the seaweed. When his feet touched the bottom of the sea, he raised his head to take a look. The seaweed was lush and green, and it was no different from the forest seen on the continent. Moreover, there were no paths around the seaweed and it grew irregularly. It was extremely easy for humans to get lost in it. It was indeed an excellent place to gain experience. Xiaohua naturally didn't dare to go too far. He activated his body and flew toward the black hole in the depths of the seaweed. That black hole was among the seaweed, and there was no place to hide. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and decided not to hide. He just wanted to go into the black hole. Just as Xiaohua approached the seaweed, dozens of seaweed pounced on him like the tentacles of a sea beast, instantly binding him. Xiaohua looked at the seaweed around him. As if it had a life of its own, it firmly wrapped around his arms, legs and other parts of his body. Then the corner of his mouth slightly smiled. He raised his arms upwards, and the seaweed immediately let out a zhi-zhi sound. Under Xiaohua's enormous strength, it actually didn't break. Shua. Immediately after, a bunch of roots several times larger than the seaweed was pulled out from the ground by Xiaohua, raising a cloud of mud and sand. The mud and sand dyed the surrounding seawater turbid. Chapter 40-51. This seaweed is indeed powerful. Xiaohua reached out and pulled the severed seaweed off his body. Then he looked at his skin, which was slightly scratched by the seaweed's barbs, and thought to himself, even I am in such a state. If ordinary demons and humans come here, it is inevitable that they will be injured. After witnessing the power of the seaweed, Xiaohua simply pulled out all the seaweed around the hole and came to the entrance of the hole. There was no light in the hole, nor was there any seaweed. Xiaohua jumped into the hole and dove down easily. This black hole was not straight. Instead, there were many twists and turns. There were even some forks that Xiaohua was most afraid of. It seemed like this black hole was not used to search for treasures. As for the real reason, no one could say for sure. Xiaohua continued to dive down. After diving for more than 10 miles, he finally reached the end of a tunnel. This tunnel was not big, only a few feet long. Looking at the freshness of the soil, it should be newly formed. At the end of this layer of soil, a cluster of brilliant spring flowers bloomed. Ao Zhantian's body had already disappeared into the spring flowers. Only his head with closed eyes could be seen. Xiaohua had already seen it clearly with his divine sense. Although Ao Zhantian's head was also entering the spring flowers, it was moving very slowly. For the time being he would not be in any danger. Thus, Xiaohua was not in a hurry to use any methods to save him. Xiaohua once again released a strand of divine sense onto the spring flowers. Just like before, the spring flowers immediately swallowed that strand of divine sense. Xiaohua stretched out a finger and lightly touched the spring flowers. A powerful suction force was born from the spring flowers, forcefully pulling Xiaohua's finger into it. Damn it! Xiaohua used all his strength to pull out his finger. Looking at Ao Zhantian's tightly shut eyes, he said, Ao Zhantian, I really don't know what to say about you. This is clearly a Dao sect's forbidden array, and it is the kind of ancient forbidden array. How could you be so bold as to touch this forbidden array? And or rather, your luck is too bad. This black hole's tunnel should not lead to this forbidden array, but after you came in, you dug the tunnel to where the forbidden array is. You have to know that this forbidden array devours divine sense. It is not easy for others to discover it. Xiaohua's complaints were one thing, but he still had to save him. He looked at the small patch of spring flowers that was revealed, but he couldn't see the whole picture of the formation. He simply patted his forehead and opened his delusion breaker Dharma eye. Hiss. When Xiaohua could clearly see the great array in front of him, he sucked in a deep breath. This was a great array with a radius of 100 miles. This great array was like a field of spring flowers connected together. Every spring flower bloomed with a pure blue brilliance, and the entire great array was like a beautiful flower garden located at the bottom of the pitch-black sea. What kind of forbidden array is this? Xiaohua closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, but he didn't find any clues. In his heart, he was even more certain of his previous guess. To be able to set up a Dao sect formation at the training grounds of the Dragon Island, I'm afraid it's a divine ability that only ancient Dao sect cultivators have, right? However, what is the purpose of setting up this formation? Who cares? Let's save Ao Zhantian first. Xiaohua pinched his chin with his hand and thought, this forbidden formation is set up on the Dragon Island, it borrows the water-type heaven and earth's origin energy. And the big formation is in the shape of a flower. It also condenses the wood-type heaven and earth's origin energy. If we want to break it, we must cut off the water-type heaven and earth's origin energy supply. Although this isn't too troublesome, it might damage the things inside the formation. Forget it, I'll just use the innate primordial water. Thinking about this, Xiaohua took out a water bottle and activated his mental force. A strand of innate primordial water fell into the forbidden formation. As expected, when the innate primordial water fell, it didn't cause any reaction from the forbidden formation. As the innate primordial water separated Ao Zhantian's body from the formation, Xiaohua released his mental force along the edge of the innate primordial water and easily rescued Ao Zhantian. Before Xiaohua could send Ao Zhantian into the void, the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua suddenly shouted with ecstasy, "Fellow immortal! There's Tian Xian's aura in this great array." What? Xiaohua was stunned. He cried out in shock, "How is that possible? How can there be Tian Xian on the Dragon Island? How come I didn't sense it?" However, after Xiaohua finished speaking, he laughed to himself first. Who said that the Confucian cultivator's Tian Xian couldn't appear on the Dragon Island? Looking at this Dao sect formation, how could Xiaohua not know that the ancient Dao sect cultivators had taken the Confucian cultivator's Tian Xian here to suppress him? Even the immortal emperor of the immortal palace wouldn't have thought that the Tian Xian he had been searching for who knows how many years would be in the Dragon Island, right? Of course, even if the immortal emperor knew, he wouldn't have come here to take it, right? The Tian Xian's aura is extremely weak. I only sensed a strand of it just now, but it's gone now. The Confucian cultivator Xiaohua said solemnly. However, I can be sure that Heaven's heart is here. Of course the Tian Xian is here. Xiaohua nodded. Right now we're just missing a piece of the Tian Xian. It's better to hide the Tian Xian on Dragon Island than anywhere else. The water here is abundant and can conceal the aura of the Tian Xian. Using water to subdue water. We just need to get the Tian Xian. We don't have to break this great array. Xiaohua said with a smile. This is a piece of cake for fellow immortal. Xiaohua looked at the place where the innate primordial water was after Ao Zhantian came out and nodded. It should be easy to go in, but we don't know what's inside the great array. Let's go in first. Xiaohua smiled. Now that we're here, even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, we have to go in and take a look. All right. Xiaohua withdrew Ao Zhantian and flew into the air. He landed in the middle of the Xiantian true water and used his psyche power to protect himself, just like how he dodged his enemies in the past. Then he slowly followed the flow of the Xiantian true water toward the depths of the forbidden formation. After a full hour, Xiaohua's feet sank and a strong corrosive force was produced, quickly invading his skin. Xiaohua frowned and a light flashed on the surface of his body as he tried his best to resist the corrosion. When Xiaohua pulled out his mental force to take a look, he was pleasantly surprised. Innate heavy water? Fuck, the seniors of the Daoist faction are really meticulous. Xiaohua prostrated himself in admiration. With the array outside and the innate heavy water inside, not only could the Tian Xian's aura not leak out, it would also be very difficult for someone to take the Tian Xian away. However, this was extremely easy for Xiaohua. Xiaohua took out the clear water bottle and activated his mental force. The innate heavy water was immediately sucked into the clear water bottle. This great array was dozens of kilometers wide and was filled with innate heavy water. Xiaohua spent a lot of time just to collect it. When he finished collecting the innate heavy water, the turtle shell in the center of the great array flashed with a deep blue brilliance. Xiaohua's figure flashed and arrived in front of the turtle shell. He released his mental force and rolled up the turtle shell, preparing to put it into the space. However, just as Xiaohua's mental force touched the turtle shell, rumble! Within the space of dozens of kilometers, tens of thousands of thunderbolts were produced from the great array that was as bright as a spring flower. They tore through the void and pounced on Xiaohua. Come on. Xiaohua rubbed his hands and a green light appeared between his eyebrows. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua also helped. In an instant, tens of thousands of thunderbolts were produced from Xiaohua's body. 5 Qi righteous thunder, 3 corpses in thunder, and 9 heavens divine thunder met the great array's water-type heavenly thunder wave after wave. Rumble. The strong sound of thunder tribulation and the destructive aura of landslide filled the entire great array in the blink of an eye. After a full meal's time, the thunderbolts gradually stopped and Xiaohua's battered figure was revealed from the thunderbolts. Although he tried his best to defend himself and urged the thunderbolts to counterattack, The all-pervasive water-type lightning still poured down on his body. Although Xiaohua's body was incomparably tough, he still suffered heavy injuries under the thunderbolts. Fortunately, the injuries were within the range that Xiaohua could endure. Seeing that the thunderbolts had subsided, Xiaohua released his mental force again and easily sent the turtle shell into the space. Let's go. Xiaohua, who had obtained the will of the heavens, did not dare to delay. His figure flashed and flew towards the place where he came from. Above the forbidden array, the innate true water was still flowing slowly. The way out was very smooth and they did not encounter any more dangers. When Xiaohua arrived at the peak of the smoke tree, he actually heard Ao Xing snoring again. That sometimes big and sometimes small bubble floated next to his nose along with the snoring sound. Oh, why are you only back now? Ao Xing was awakened by Xiaohua's movements. He quickly got up and looked around him. Where's Ao Zhantian? Did you save him? And I've already saved him. Xiaohua took Ao Zhantian out of the space and raised his hand to touch Ao Zhantian's forehead. However, just as he was about to wake Ao Zhantian up, Xiaohua frowned and retracted his finger. He took out the Kunlun mirror and sucked Ao Zhantian into it. Ao Xing was a little confused and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Why didn't you wake him up?" "Let's talk about it after we leave the Dragon Island," Xiaohua replied with a smile. Ao Xing glanced at Xiaohua and knew what he was worried about. He did not ask and only reminded him, when entering the Dragon Island, regardless of whether it is the Dragon Shell or the Universe Bracelet, you cannot bring a living person. You have to be careful. I know. Xiaohua nodded. When we reach the Dragon Island, I will wake Ao Zhantian up. Master Xiao, are you leaving now? Hearing Xiaohua mention the Dragon Island, Ao Xing suddenly felt reluctant to part. He said with melancholy, "Are you not going to the Dragon Palace to say goodbye? Or are you going to stay in my palace for a few days?" I don't dare, Xiaohua said with a smile. "I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, but I'm afraid of thieves thinking about me. I think it's better for me to leave this place as soon as possible." Is there a need for that? Ao Xing's parting mood was slightly alleviated by Xiaohua's words. The Dragon Island was naturally prepared long ago. It was similar to the Dragon Island when they arrived, but it was much smaller. Xiaohua woke Ao Zhantian up. Ao Zhantian looked at the familiar groove and the Dragon Island and immediately understood. He wanted to ask something but was stopped by Xiaohua's gaze. When they got on the Dragon Island, Ao Xing was unwilling to let go. He pulled on Xiaohua's sleeve and was unwilling to let go. He had lived for so many years, but he had never met a human who was so considerate to tell him stories and accompany him through life and death. In the end, Xiaohua had no choice but to send Ao Xing to the Dragon Palace. He promised that as long as the Dragon Palace agreed, he would bring Ao Xing out of the Dragon Island to train. Chapter 40-52. Not long after, Ao Xing returned happily, much to Xiaohua's surprise. Although the Dragon Hall didn't want Ao Xing to follow Xiaohua out for training, they still agreed to let Ao Xing send Xiaohua back to the hidden immortal continent. Xiaohua had no choice but to let Ao Xing enter the travel dragon. Two people and a dragon were naturally a little bored. After Ao Xing sent the few dragons who were riding the dragon to another place, Xiaohua released Lu Yi and the other disciples to play with Ao Xing. Seeing how Xiaohua was able to bring disciples without telling the Dragon Island, Ao Zhantian naturally understood how Ao Moyun escaped death. However, he didn't ask too much and only briefly explained his experience in the smoke tree. Ao Zhantian's experience was naturally lackluster, far less exciting than Xiaohua's experience. Even finding the deep cave was a coincidence. Apart from some treasures that Ao Zhantian was unwilling to reveal, he basically didn't obtain anything. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and took out a magic treasure refined by the green-robed Xiaohua from his space and gave it to Ao Zhantian, using the excuse that he obtained it in the stacked Jade Legacy realm as a gift. Ao Zhantian was overjoyed and thought of Xiaohua's guidance in the travel dragon. After thanking Xiaohua for accepting the magic treasure, he asked Xiaohua to explain. Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony and sat down cross-legged, imparting his cultivation experience bit by bit. Time passed quickly and several months passed in the blink of an eye. Sensing that the travel dragon had stopped, Xiaohua opened his eyes and said with a smile, "That's all for today. Fellow Taoist Ao, if there's a chance in the future, let's spar again." There was a look of gratitude on Ao Zhantian's face, and he hurriedly rose to his feet before extending a respectful salute. Previously, I thought that going to the Dragon Island was the greatest opportunity of my life, but now I know that meeting Master Xiao was my true opportunity. Master Xiao, Please accept a bow from this junior. You're too polite. Xiaohua smiled as he accepted Ao Zhantian's bow. Although Xiaohua had spoken on behalf of Ao Zhantian in order to resolve the karma caused by the heavenly heart of water qi, these few months of teaching disciples were real. Even Xiaohua's own disciples had not received such treatment. Thus, although Xiaohua's words were polite, he did not stop Ao Zhantian. After paying his respects, Ao Zhantian said sincerely, Master Xiao, now that the dragons have stopped, they must have reached the hidden immortal continent. If you don't have anywhere else to go, why don't you stay in my cave abode for a while? No need. Xiaohua looked at Ao Xing bringing Lu Yi and the others over and said with a smile, this Xiao is also going into seclusion. I've accumulated enough over the past few days. If I don't go into seclusion, I'm afraid there will be some trouble. Junior will wait for the day teacher Xiao comes out of seclusion. That day will definitely be the day that the 3 continents will focus their attention on. Ao Zhantian replied respectfully. Although he didn't know that Xiaohua was already the dragon master of the dragon tribe, he knew that even the immortal palace wouldn't dare to touch Xiaohua when he saw that even the minor elders of the dragon island had come to send him off. Xiaohua's cultivation had already grown a pair of wings. Xiaohua kept Lu Yi and the others and followed Ao Xing out of the dragon travel. They were now in a calm sea. Xiaohua released his divine sense and saw the land 1,000 miles away. Although this land looked unfamiliar, as long as it was the hidden immortal continent, there would definitely be a path that led to the soaring dragon mountain range. Ao Xing. Xiaohua turned his head and said with a smile, even if you send me off 1,000 miles, there will still be a farewell. This time you sent me off for more than 1,000,000 miles, right? Teacher Xiao. Ao Xing's heart was filled with reluctance. He asked sadly, when will you come to the dragon island again? Xiaohua smiled and patted Ao Xing's paw. He said, this old man should be asking you this. When will you leave the dragon island and go to the 3 rivers and 4 seas and even the 3 continents to gain experience? All right. Ao Xing nodded. His eyes were filled with determination as he replied, I know. After returning to the dragon island, I will definitely cultivate diligently with the great elder and strive to leave the dragon island as soon as possible. Xiaohua had the bearing of teacher Xiao. He warned, your dragon tribe is the pride of the heavens and is naturally tyrannical. This is also why your dragon tribe is arrogant and lazy. Perhaps the lack of descendants is the reason why your dragon tribe is unable to dominate the 3 continents. However, your lack of ambition is the key to your dragon tribe's decline. Instead of searching for the illusory dragon realm secret technique, why don't the dragon island innovate and think of your own path from a realistic point of view? Yes, I understand. I will definitely tell the great elder. Ao Xing replied respectfully. There's no need to be too formal. Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. The great elder might not have not thought of my words. The changes in the stacked jade legacy realm this time might be his doing. This? I don't know. Ao Xing replied with a puzzled expression. Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. He pulled Ao Zhantian with his left hand and said, Ao Xing, this old man will be leaving now. We will meet again if fate allows. After he finished speaking, lightning flashed around Xiaohua's body and he disappeared in an instant. Yes. Ao Xing looked at Xiaohua's mysterious lightning escape technique and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In the stacked jade legacy realm, Xiaohua had always been carried by Ao Xing. He didn't expect that Xiaohua's escape technique had already exceeded his imagination. Ao Xing's eyes were filled with a sense of fanaticism. Roar. He roared towards the sky. The wind and rain within 100 miles started to blow. A voice rang out in the wind and rain, Master Xiao, I will catch up to you. Hee. Xiaohua, who had already flown far away, could faintly hear Ao Xing's fighting spirit being stimulated. He smiled in his heart. The dragon tribe had been peaceful for a long time. If there wasn't some stimulation, how could there be a new life? After flying to land, Xiaohua let go of Ao Zhantian and cupped his hands. Taoist Ao, you and I will also bid farewell here. All right. Ao Zhantian had long regarded Xiaohua as his senior. He bowed and said, this junior will take his leave. After Ao Zhantian stepped onto the flying ship and flew far away, Xiaohua looked around and released Little White from the space. Huff huff. The little white dragon swam in the air for a while before transforming back into Xiaohua, who was wearing a crimson Taoist robe. He smiled and said, the feeling of reforming my body is indeed not bad. This taste of freedom. I haven't experienced it in a long time. And freedom is now in your hands. Go and travel by yourself. Xiao Hua encouraged. You have cultivated for a longer time than I have, and you have experienced a lot. There are many things that I don't need to say. However, you have to be careful of the Dragon Island. That day in the Dragon Palace Grand Elder clearly knew that you and Taoist Long Mai were reforming together. However, he only mentioned Taoist Long Mai and didn't ask you to come out. I don't know what he is planning. Now that the enmity between the 10 tribes of the Dragon Island is showing signs of easing, we shouldn't get involved. I understand, Xiao Hua. The little white dragon smiled and said, I am only going out to train for a few years to solidify my incomplete dragon body. I definitely won't provoke the Dragon Island. In fact, if there are any troublesome places, I will hide and immediately return after my body solidifies. It's good that you understand. Xiao Hua smiled. You should go too. Let's see what these 3 continents are like. Perhaps there will be even better opportunities. All right. The little white dragon cupped his hands and roared before heading towards the sea. Hee, the little white dragon is also suffocating. Xiao Hua watched the little white dragon fly away and secretly felt happy for him. Several hundred years ago, he should have succeeded in transforming into a dragon. However, his body was destroyed by the Xuanyan cult. Afterwards, he fled in panic and his soul was saved by me. During these several hundred years, he stayed in my mysterious dark clouds to cultivate. Now that he has completed his body solidification, how can he not go out and relax? Yes. Long Mai Xiao Hua's voice came from within his body. The dragon transformation art is not a simple technique. For Little White to be able to cultivate the dragon transformation art with his python body, who knows how many years he spent and who knows how many dangers he encountered. Without a heart as firm as a rock, it is extremely difficult to achieve. You should go out for a walk. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to his future cultivation. Then what about Taoist? Xiao Hua patted his own forehead. Long Mai Xiao Hua also flew out and changed into Xiao Hua's appearance and asked. I am naturally different from him. Long Mai Xiao Hua smiled and said, my main body is Long Mai. I am used to being calm. Cultivating the dragon transformation art is even more natural. Moreover, do you think I can leave Taoist right now? Haha, seems like Taoist also wants to go out for a walk. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. Long Mai Xiao Hua did not hide his thoughts and replied, that is natural. Not just I, Taoist green robe, Taoist Confucian Taoist etc., which one of us does not want to go out and take a look? It is just that we are still unable to completely leave Taoist right now. Perhaps soon. Xiao Hua solemnly promised, we have already begun to comprehend the Dragon Clan's fake body technique. When we have succeeded in cultivating the fake body technique, we will take a look at that 7-colored conch in my Shang Huaming's god statue. Perhaps we will discover something. At that time I will send everyone out for training. Many thanks. Long Mai Xiao Hua cupped his hands and bowed, while Confucian Xiao Hua and the others also thanked him. However, Long Mai Xiao Hua reminded again, fellow Taoist, if other fellow Taoists leave, it won't affect your cultivation in any way. However, if this Taoist leaves, it will be detrimental to your cultivation of the Tao sect's cultivation method. You have to be prepared. I have already thought about this. Xiao Hua nodded. I's nascent soul is not like ordinary Taoist cultivators. All the meridians in it are opened, the same as the meridians in the physical body. I only need to cultivate to the body fusion stage and the physical body and nascent soul will become one. Then, the physical body will not need its own meridians and can cultivate with the nascent soul's meridians alone. But the problem is, can Taoist persist until then? And can I's physical body fuse with the nascent soul? Looks like, we can only take one step at a time. Long Mai Xiao Hua naturally knew Xiao Hua's difficulties. Xiao Hua replied, actually in the worst case I can only give up my physical body and cultivate the Crimson Soul technique according to Do Shan Jun's cultivation technique. It is still early, Taoist doesn't have to make a decision so early. Long Mai Xiao Hua said with a smile, Taoist, go into seclusion first. Indeed. Xiao Hua nodded. Looking at Long Mai Xiao Hua said, but before returning to the soaring Dragon Mountain range, shouldn't Taoist wake up Jianghu first? Chapter 4053. Ha ha, of course. Xiao Hua laughed and replied, the forbidden technique of the North Sea Dragon Palace is similar to the Heavenly Dragon technique. It is very obscure for the Heavenly Dragon clan, but for I, it is very simple. The secret technique that the Great Elder gave me in return is also very accurate. I have already comprehended it during this time. Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out Jianghu's dragon body. Dragon Vein Xiaohua transformed into his dragon form and chanted in the dragon language. The heaven and earth origin energy within 1,000 li swarmed over and followed Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon claw down. Droplets of heaven and earth origin energy fell onto Jianghong's dragon body like raindrops. When the sweet rain entered her body, it was as if she was molting. A layer of strange fluctuation undulated on the surface of Jianghong's dragon body. Following that, 3-colored brilliance blossomed from the inside of her dragon body. Jianghong's dragon body suddenly trembled. Roar! Jianghong opened her eyes and roared. She pounced towards Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Roar! Xiaohua naturally regarded Jianghong as a junior. He also roared and released his dragon aura to suppress Jianghong. However, looking at Xiaohua's appearance, he was only joking with Jianghong. Buzz! A hurricane rose. That substantial dragon aura suddenly flipped Jianghong in the air. Jianghong's huge dragon body rolled helplessly. Roar! Jianghong saw that she was no match for Xiaohua. She howled and clouds appeared around her body. She wanted to escape towards the sea. Where are you going? Xiaohua laughed and shouted loudly. He blocked Jianghong's path. Roar! Jianghong was anxious and wanted to pounce towards Xiaohua. However, when she saw Xiaohua's appearance, she unconsciously froze on the spot. You. Jianghong seemed to have forgotten Xiaohua's name, but she had a deep impression of Xiaohua's appearance. He. Xiaohua smiled and said, Xiaoyun, I am Xiaohua Luyi's master. I have already saved you from the North Sea Dragon Palace. Luyi. What an ancient name, what an unforgettable name. These 2 words were like a clap of thunder in Jianghong's ears. Jianghong's figure fell into the air, unable to move for a long time. After a long while, Jianghong's body trembled slightly, and she turned into her human form. She asked anxiously and expectantly, My brother, where is he? So far away yet so close. Xiaohua was very satisfied with Jianghong's reaction and said with a smile. Jianghong was shocked and hurriedly turned to look at Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Haha. Dragon Vein Xiaohua laughed loudly. This old man is not Brother Lu. Xiaohua took out the Kunlun mirror and said, Lu Yi is inside the magic treasure. You just came out from inside. Jianghong's face paled as she cried out, Master, my brother, he saw it? Yes. Xiaohua nodded. This. Jianghong's face was pale as if she had lost her parents. Even her voice was trembling. Xiaohua smiled and said, However, Lu Yi said that your body is very beautiful. Even more beautiful than when you transformed into Xiaoyun? Really? Jianghong's pale face flushed red. She couldn't believe her ears. Of course. Xiaohua raised the Kunlun mirror and said, If you don't believe me, this old man will let Lu Yi tell you personally. Don't. Jianghong's face flushed red as she hurriedly stopped him. Master, wait a moment. What? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. However, when he saw Jianghong raise her hand and a bright mirror appeared, he smiled again. A woman dressed up for her lover, wasn't that right? Jianghong carefully dressed up and even took out a golden hairpin from her bosom and inserted it into her black hair. At this time, she looked at Xiaohua with some apprehension and whispered, Master, can you let Lu Yi come out? Of course. Xiaohua shook the Kunlun mirror. Lu Yi was sent out from the space where the Kunlun mirror's light pillar landed. As early as when Xiaohua took out Jianghong's dragon body, Lu Yi's heart began to beat wildly. At this time, his figure appeared outside and he saw Jianghong at a glance. At this time, Jianghong had already matured a lot. She was no longer as young and inexperienced as she was before. However, the familiar corners of her eyes and brows, as well as her affectionate gaze, immediately made Lu Yi drunk. Little Yun. Lu Yi pulled Jianghong and called out, You're awake? However, feeling the trembling of Jianghong's hand, Lu Yi knew that he was being rude and hurriedly let go. However, he only loosened a little. Jianghong's hand grabbed his hand and her face bloomed with a smile. Yes, brother, it was Master who saved me. Brother? Hearing this name that he often heard before, Lu Yi's heart actually gave birth to a trace of loss. However, he still forced a smile on his face and nodded, Yes, Master is very resourceful. Of course he can save you. Hee. Seeing the change in Lu Yi's expression, how could Jianghong not know what he was thinking? She smiled faintly and said, Yes, brother has done so many good things. Of course he will be repaid. Brother has met such a good master. Even I am envious. Lu Yi's eyes lit up. He hurriedly grabbed Jianghong's hand and looked at Xiaohua. Master, don't we still lack a junior sister? You won't accept Xiao Yun as your disciple, right? Xiao Hua looked at the impatient Lu Yi and said with a smile, "What? Don't you think that the heavenly abode river is in trouble?" "When did I say that?" Lu Yi's face turned red as he hurriedly argued. "Ah." Hearing Xiao Hua mention the heavenly abode river, Jiang Hong's face showed melancholy. She gradually loosened her grip on Lu Yi's hand. "Master." Lu Yi was anxious. He increased the strength of his hand and said, "If you don't accept, disciple will let martial Uncle Green Robe accept." "Ah?" Xiao Hua was stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Needless to say, Xiao Hua was very satisfied with being a master in the space. He even went to guide Lu Yi and the others in their cultivation. There's no need to let fellow Taoist Green Robe accept Jiang Hong as his disciple. Dragon Vein, Xiao Hua said with a smile. He can't teach Jiang Hong anything. This old man will accept her as his disciple. Master. Lu Yi didn't understand the situation and looked at Xiao Hua for help. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "If fellow Taoist wants to accept her, then accept her. You are also a five-clawed true dragon of the dragon race. If Jiang Hong follows you, the heavenly abode river will also benefit." Five-clawed true dragon? Jiang Hong's face showed ecstasy. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was just teasing her and didn't reveal his true body. Although Jiang Hong didn't see it with her own eyes, how could she doubt Xiao Hua's words? Jiang Hong immediately knelt on the ground and said, "Disciple Jiang Hong greets master." After Jiang Hong kowtowed 9 times, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua helped her up and said, "Good, this old man will accept you as his disciple today. Cultivate well and don't let Lu Yi bully you in the future." Master. Jiang Hong lowered her head shyly, while Lu Yi stood at the side and smiled foolishly. Time always urged people to grow old. The 2 children who depended on each other in the past were now youths. The man was full of love and the girl was full of love. They were the best couple in the world. Okay, let's return to the Kunlun Wonderland and greet the few senior brothers. Xiao Hua smiled and waved the Kunlun mirror to send them into the space. Then he said to Dragon Vein Xiao Hua, "Fellow Taoist, why can't you enter the space?" "I'm not too sure." Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was also puzzled. "Maybe it's because I used too much dragon cleansing liquid to shape my body, and it's different from the Heaven Earth Yuan Qi in the space? But how can little white dragon enter? And that dragon cleansing liquid, isn't there a large pool in our space?" Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua said with a smile, "There's no need to delve into such details. If there's time, I should study the dragon jade more. That's the inheritance of the dragon realm's heavenly dragon technique." "That's right." Xiao Hua also echoed, "Fellow Taoist, you've worked hard. After I return to the soaring dragon mountain range, I'll have to cultivate in seclusion." "I'm going back." Dragon Vein Xiao Hua said as he entered Xiao Hua's body. "Fellow Taoist, quickly return." Then Xiao Hua took out the heavenly horse flying carriage and called out Fuji Wen. He had him drive the flying carriage back to the soaring dragon mountain range. Then he sat inside the flying carriage and entered the space. Within the space, green-robed Xiao Hua had already tidied up the things he obtained from the Soul Cultivator ruins in the spring-cleansing Forbidden Sea. Now, there were a lot of huge dragon corpses and dragon crystal boulders piled up in the open space. The corpses of dragon worship and strange insects were also placed there. In this stacked jade ruins, the dragon race had lost a lot of huge dragons. The dragon corpses that Xiao Hua handed over were only 40% of the total. However, this 40% was enough to make the elders of the Dragon Hall dumbfounded. Jade Archive Xiao Hua ordered green-robed Xiao Hua to tidy up these huge dragon corpses and dragon crystal boulders. Then he waved his hand and dragon worship floated in the air. Dragon worship had lost its fetal belt and its foundation to intimidate the dragon race. However, it was not killed. At this time, dragon worship twisted its body like a huge silkworm cocoon. The upper body of this silkworm cocoon was somewhat similar to the dragon race, but it had no dragon horns or dragon claws. Dragon worship twisted in the air and looked at Jade Archive Xiao Hua with difficulty, its eyes full of fear. Jade Archive Xiao Hua looked at dragon worship, which had swallowed a lot of dragon brain matter, and sighed slightly in his heart. He raised his hand and waved again, sending it to a secluded place, leaving it to fend for itself. Then Jade Archive Xiao Hua's complicated gaze fell on the strange insect's body. Although this strange insect was blown up by Ao Sheng's sacred dragon seal, the remaining corpse was more complete than the last time. In particular, this strange insect was 10 times bigger than the one Xiao Hua encountered last time, and its strength was also much stronger. Thinking about how the dragon race's powerful body was easily torn apart by this strange insect's hind legs, even someone as strong as Jade Archive Xiaohua shuddered. Almost without thinking, Jade Archive Xiaohua picked up the strange insect's sharpest tail, formed a seal with both hands, and began to refine the execution spirit Yuan light again. After the execution spirit Yuan light was refined, Jade Archive Xiaohua sent the sword gourd into the thunder water of the immortal beheading platform to be tempered and warmed. Then he looked at Xiaoguo. At this time Xiaoguo was in a very mysterious state. She sat cross-legged in front of the Jindan that looked like the sun. Her eyes seemed to be open and her body was trembling slightly. A layer of faint fluctuation on the surface of her body was changing along with the strange phenomenon inside the Jindan. Xiaohua, who saw the obscure fluctuation, was really surprised because this fluctuation was similar to the incantation used to refine the Jindan. It was similar to the fluctuation inside the Jindan. Chapter 40-54. Hee. No matter if this golden core is a dragon core or an ancient golden core, being able to let Xiaoguo comprehend is better than anything else. Jade Archive Xiaohua did not dare to disturb Xiaoguo's comprehension. He faintly smiled and was about to leave. GG. A few thunderous low humming sounds came from the immortal execution stage. A black shadow streaked across the sky and landed in front of Jade Archive Xiaohua. Wasn't that the already awakened little Lei? Lightning flashed around little Lei's body, as its two fleshy wings faintly flapped. Hundreds of tiny lightning bolts flickered in its pitch-black eyes. When the lightning disappeared, a look of closeness and longing appeared in its eyes. Jade Archive Xiaohua stretched out his hand and gently rubbed little Lei's head. He smiled and said, "You're awake?" GG. Little Lei's eyes were filled with joy. He chirped and raised his wings with joy. Traces of lightning appeared on the edges of his wings. "It's good that you're awake." Jade Archive Xiaohua said again, "This old man has a cultivation method for lightning beasts. Are you willing to cultivate it?" GG. Lightning Beast jumped up. His wings were tightly wrapped around his back. His small body was slightly bowed, showing respect and caution. Jade Archive Xiaohua slightly smiled. He stretched out his finger and pointed at little Lei's forehead. Rumble? Thunderous sounds came from Xiao Lei's body. Lightning also burst out from his body. Jade Archive Xiaohua raised his hand to stop the lightning from expanding. Then he carefully looked at Xiao Lei. Xiaohua saw that Little Thunder's eyes were tightly closed, and the lightning flashed along with Little Thunder's eyebrows. Xiaohua knew that Little Thunder was memorizing and comprehending the inheritance of the Thunder Beast, so he was relieved. He sent Little Thunder into the thunder water below the Immortal Executioner stage, and then his figure flashed and landed on the Iceworm King's egg, Water Pattern Butterfly, and Dream Mirage Butterfly's egg. Although these insect eggs had not hatched yet, Xiaohua had already sensed a strong vitality within them. He believed that it would not be long before these little things were born. Xiaohua was really looking forward to seeing what was special about these insect eggs that had been separated by yin and yang. Whoa! A black light flashed. The Divine Power Centipede also flew over and swam around Jade Archive Xiaohua. You're also not willing to be left out? As Jade Archive Xiaohua spoke, he raised his hand and tapped the back of the Divine Power Centipede. Although the Divine Power Centipede was powerful, it was too low level. Jade Archive Xiaohua knew that there was no inheritance of the Divine Power Centipede in the Fey race. Woo-woo. The Herculean centipede seemed to be very happy. The antennae in front of its head waved rapidly. Jade Archive Xiaohua's heart moved. He smiled and said, "Your primordial spirit is relatively weak. Even if you split it into yin and yang, I'm afraid you can't compare to other demonic beasts. How about this? Since the Dragon Hall's Grand Elder can use the Dragon Cleansing Liquid to repair his primordial spirit, I'll give you some Dragon Cleansing Liquid as well. Let's see if you can have some good fortune." As he spoke, Jade Archive Xiaohua raised his hand and grabbed. Several drops of Dragon Cleansing Liquid fell on the Divine Power Centipede's body. Zzz. With a burst of crackling sounds, the Dragon Cleansing Liquid entered the Divine Power Centipede's carapace. Strands of dragon patterns faintly appeared. The Divine Power Centipede let out a low roar and its carapace quickly curled up. A wave of dragon chi enveloped the Divine Power Centipede. All right. There's still dragon worship in the strange insect. Seeing the changes in the Divine Power Centipede, Xiaohua's heart moved. He sent the Divine Power Centipede near dragon worship and the strange insect's carapace. After the Divine Power Centipede evolved, it would be able to use it. Since everyone has their own fortune, This old man will also have to work hard. Jade Archive Xiaohua looked around the space. At this time the space was already 3 million li wide. It was even bigger than when it was in the blood pool of gods and devils. Jade Archive Xiaohua's slightly proud voice sounded like thunder in the entire space. His figure gradually disappeared. Xiaohua's mind left the space. He didn't dare to rest and immediately closed his eyes to meditate. After an unknown amount of time, the sky gradually darkened. The sky was filled with dense red clouds. In the dark night sky, the Pegasus flying chariot's pure white brilliance became even more dazzling. It was like a meteor streaking across the sky. Suddenly Xiaohua, who was meditating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. His divine sense swept forward like a hurricane. Kacha. High up in the sky, a bolt of lightning flashed, illuminating the space within a radius of dozens of miles. What appeared along with the lightning was a continuous stretch of black clouds. These black clouds were connected to one another like a mountain range and like the waves of the sea. Whoa! A gale suddenly rose, covering the sky as it rolled towards the earth. However, before this lightning and hurricane could fully display their might, a muffled humph sound was heard. It was like someone yawned in the air. The space within a few hundred li stopped moving forward. Then within 1,000 li countless light shadows fell, penetrating the heaven and earth. In this light shadow the space was distorted. Fragrant flowers floated out from the void. Layers of noble qi condensed into pearls, sprinkling light and darkness over 1,000 li. Fu Jiwen was a little late to react. Seeing all kinds of strange phenomena, he hurriedly stood up from the flying chariot. The dots of runes gushed out from his body and turned into armor. Immortal Palace's inspector? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. His divine sense swept out like lightning. However, after crossing 1,000 li, it was blocked by the light shadow. Inside the light shadow, the law chains swam more arrogantly than pythons and dragons. How could Xiaohua not know that this was the Immortal Palace's inspector? However, when a crisp sound rang out, Xiaohua knew that he was wrong. Because in the flying flowers, a small winding path appeared. A female official dressed in palace attire gracefully walked over. The female official's voice rang out, "Husband Fu, are you all right? Isn't this the female official Bai En who returned to the Immortal Palace?" "Wife." Fu Jiwen was dumbstruck. He really didn't expect that the one who appeared in such a big battle array between heaven and earth was actually his wife. This concubine Bai En greets Taoist Master Xiao. Bai En only said one sentence to Fu Jiwen before turning her head. She stood in the air and respectfully saluted. Then she said to Xiaohua. Xiaohua stepped out of the flying chariot. He narrowed his eyes and looked behind Bai Han. In the light shadow, a flower-covered huiding appeared. This huiding was so abrupt. However, in the sea of flowers that stretched for several hundred li, it was so elegant. A small path leading to a secluded place appeared in the middle of the flowers. Flowers fell on the small path like broken glass. The petals withered, giving birth to an indescribable melancholy for no reason. No need for formalities. Xiaohua's gaze couldn't penetrate the sea of flowers. He simply retracted his gaze and looked at Bai En thoughtfully. "My master is waiting inside huiding. Spiritual Master Xiao, please." Bai En didn't say any more nonsense. She stepped aside and said with a smile. Xiaohua was somewhat enlightened. He looked at Fu Jiwen on the flying chariot and said with a smile, "Could it be that you're here to propose marriage? Your master is really a wonderful person." Spiritual master will naturally know when you go." Bai En blushed and replied with a smile. "All right." Xiaohua landed on the small path with large strides and said, "I just returned from Dragon Island. It just so happens that I have some treasures. If it's used as a betrothal gift, it'll be worth it." However, Xiaohua walked a few steps and didn't see Bai En following him. He turned his head and said somewhat strangely, "Bai En, you're not coming?" Bai En slightly tilted her head and replied, "This concubine is shy. Spiritual master, please go." Haha, Xiaohua laughed and stepped into the flower path. The flowers on the left side were like thousands of swaying hearts, waiting for the right person to pick them. Xiaohua walked through the flower path and arrived in front of huiding. He saw the moonlight and candlelight flickering in huiding but didn't see anyone. He didn't find it strange and stepped into huiding. Huiding was still the same huiding and the red candles were still the same red candles. However, another person stood up from the jade chair behind the stone table. Xian? Xiaohua was dumbstruck. He looked at the picturesque beautiful woman in palace attire in disbelief and cried out in surprise. How come it's you? How come it's not me? Xian's eyes flashed with craftiness. She asked back, could it be that there's only the little monk Tipu and not Princess Xn? Xiao Hua looked at this little girl who had never expressed her feelings but had already been engraved in his heart. From time to time she would smile beautifully in his mind. He replied with a bitter smile, my imagination is really limited. I really didn't expect, you're actually the one by and talked about. And, some princess. I didn't expect it either. Xn smiled more brilliantly than the hundreds of flowers outside hooting. The little monk Tipu is Xiao Hua. I also didn't expect Xiao Hua to be the famous Jinren Xiao of the hidden immortal continent. I didn't intend to lie to you. Xiao Hua's explanation was a little weak. I was just afraid of bringing you trouble. I'm not afraid of trouble. Xn said, you're the one who's afraid of trouble? Okay. Xiao Hua was helpless. He raised his finger and pointed at his heart saying, I've already apologized countless times in my heart. Unfortunately you can't hear it. Loquacious. Xn curled her lips slightly and said disdainfully, you're a little monk with a glib tongue. I won't believe you. Then you should practice the mind connection of the Buddhism sect. Xiao Hua laughed. With your identity, Mahavairakana will definitely teach you personally. Tisk. Xn sneered. Men don't say what they think. Even if I'm proficient in the mind connection, I'm afraid I can't hear what you think. Xiao Hua blinked his eyes and scratched his head with his hand, as if he was thinking hard. After a moment, he asked curiously, I don't seem to have been to Jianghu country? Good thing you didn't go. Xn snorted. If you had gone I wouldn't have come. Hee hee. Xiao Hua smiled. What are you laughing at? Where's Li Jing? Seeing Xiao Hua's evil smile, Xn stamped her feet and asked. The smile on Xiao Hua's face disappeared. She looked straight into Xn's eyes and said word by word, on Cast Love Mountain, one's heart is broken. Xn was a little surprised. She sucked in a breath of cold air and unconsciously shook her head. Fairy Jing is indeed a decisive person. Admirable, admirable. You came, just to tell me this? Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and asked with a bitter smile. Of course not. Xn's gaze was gentle. She pointed at the jade chair beside the stone table and said, take a seat first. After Xiao Hua sat down, Xn waved her sleeve and a few plates appeared beside the red candles on the stone table. There were peaches of immortality, mutant fruits, a jade pot and 2 wine cups. Chapter 40-55. This is the famous peaches of immortality of the immortal palace. You can try it. Xn sat down, picked up the jade pot, and slowly poured out 2 cups of clear wine. He said warmly, Empress Immortal Elixir was made from these peaches of immortality. Xiao Hua naturally didn't care about immortal elixirs. However, seeing how attentive Xn was, he still took one and took a bite. When the peach melted into spiritual liquid and entered his stomach, Xiao Hua praised, it is indeed the legendary peaches of immortality. It lives up to its name. If you like it, you can eat it all. Xn was delighted and pushed the jade plate to Xiao Hua. That won't do. I still want to try the imperial wine of the immortal palace. Xiao Hua smiled and reached for the wine cup. Unexpectedly, Xn hurriedly blocked him and said unnaturally, don't be in such a hurry. Tell me what you've been doing all this time. Damn. Xiao Hua held his forehead and said, you even know about Fairy Jing. What else do you not know? I know. I want to hear you tell me in detail. Xn said coquettishly. Xiao Hua looked around and said in a low voice, if we talk, can others hear us? Don't worry. Xn said with a smile, even the immortal emperor can't hear us. How is that possible? Xiao Hua didn't believe it. If you can find me so easily, how can the immortal emperor not know? Don't forget what we got in the Shenshui palace. Xn reminded him softly. Not bad. Xiao Hua understood and gave him a thumbs up. You're really something. You took that thing and eloped to the lower realm, bah. Xn spat. What do you mean eloped? Tell me. Xiao Hua knew that Xn only wanted to listen to him speak, so there was no need to pay too much attention to the specific details. Thus, he roughly explained what happened after they parted. Xn held his cheeks and looked at Xiao Hua for a long time. It was unknown whether he was listening, watching. Under the red candles on the left and right, XNXIN's beautiful face became even more focused, causing Xiaohua's heart to be intoxicated. Xiaohua. After Xiaohua finished, XNXIN came back to his senses. There was some panic in his eyes. He raised his wine cup and said, "It's been hard on you. Come, let me toast you." "All right." Xiaohua raised his wine cup and lightly clinked it with XNXIN's wine cup before placing it on his lips. The slightly viscous wine gave off a mellow fragrance that made one feel as if they were floating when smelling it. Xiaohua slightly raised his head and poured the imperial wine into his stomach. A faint floral fragrance emerged from his mouth and tongue. "I brewed this wine myself. It's not some imperial wine. It doesn't have a name and it doesn't have any special effects." XNXN put down the wine cup, looked at Xiaohua and said in a low voice, "Are you disappointed?" "No." Xiaohua replied with certainty, "Even if it's clear water to be able to watch you drink it, it's the world's #1 spiritual wine." Xiaohua. XNXN bit his lips. His face was red as he stared straight into Xiaohua's eyes. XNXN. Xiaohua also looked at XNXN. His gaze was like a clear spring, flowing into each other's hearts. At this time, silence spoke louder than words. For a full meal's time, neither of them opened their mouths, nor did they move their fingers. In the end, XNXN raised his left hand from the stone table and raised it in the air. At the same time, Xiaohua, who had a tacit understanding, also raised his right hand. The two people's hands slowly touched each other. A cold and delicate fragrance came from XNXIN's hand. The two people looked at each other and their palms touched each other. Suddenly, the red candle seemed to be blown by the wind and jumped slightly. Between the light and the darkness in Huading, XNXIN and Xiaohua opened their hands almost at the same time, and their 5 fingers clasped together tacitly. Xiaohua. XNXIN's voice was close to a moan, low and trembling. "I was worried that your strength would increase too fast and attract the attention of the Immortal Emperor. But now you're the Dragon Master of the Dragon Tribe. I'm afraid that my immortal palace won't dare to touch you at will, so I'm relieved. Come, I'll toast you again." "Good." Seeing that XNXN was reluctant to let go of his left hand and only used his right hand to fill 2 cups of wine, Xiaohua's heart melted. He raised his cup and said, "This toast is for you. Tell me about your life." "Okay." XNXN calmly finished drinking and put down the wine cup. He clasped Xiaohua's 10 fingers with one hand and propped his cheek with the other. He looked at Xiaohua with somewhat blurred eyes and told him about his life. XNXIN's experience was naturally not as rich as Xiaohua's, but those palace fights also made Xiaohua's hair stand on end. In the end, XNXN said, "Also, after my immortal palace's Heaven's Choice Assembly, the Immortal Emperor and Mahavarakana have reached a tacit understanding. The so-called war between immortals and Buddhas has been eliminated. You're now the Dragon Master, but don't be in the limelight too much. Beware of being noticed by the Immortal Palace again." "Ah." Xiaohua was shocked. "How is that possible? The war between immortals and Buddhas is imminent. Not to mention the Confucian cultivators of the hidden immortal continent sharpening their swords, even the Buddhist sect of the Elysium world is rubbing their fists. How can they stop fighting just like that? And you men only know how to fight and kill." XNXIN's fingers moved slightly and fiercely grabbed Xiaohua. He rebuked, "Once the war between immortals and Buddhas starts, who knows how many cultivators will die? Grand Mist Ancestor is adding fuel to the fire from behind, wanting to gain some benefits for the Tao sect. Could it be that you also have the same idea? I'm wrongly accused. Sophistry is like sweet talk. Xiaohua has never lacked it." He opened his mouth and said, "I just feel that things happened too suddenly. Previously in the God-Devil blood pool, the Buddhist sect and the Confucian cultivator clan fought fiercely. How can the Immortal Emperor and Mahavarakana ignore the feelings of the two clans and compromise like this? I also don't know the specific reason," XNXIN said with a smile, "but the so-called compromise is nothing more than the satisfaction of common interests or a common threat that forced the two sides to join hands. And the result of this compromise is that the Buddhist sect can preach in my hidden immortal continent and my Confucian cultivators can also clear up doubts in the Elysium world. In this way both sides' interests can be satisfied, so why not? The problem is..." Xiaohua frowned. "The Buddhist sect in Yu Province's Longevity Town had great results. They took the initiative, so why did they suddenly stop? Instead, they let the Confucian cultivators enter the Elysium world? Mahavarakana wouldn't be so easy to talk to, right?" "Of course it's not that simple," XNXIN explained. This compromise has a process, it needs a test. Oh? What test? Tell me in detail. Xiao Hua was surprised, but then he said with a smile, of course, if it involves the secret of the Immortal Palace, then there's no need to say. Xian's left thumb stuck up. Xiao Hua's right thumb also stuck up. The two of them seemed to be playing. Their thumbs stuck together and turned slightly. Xian's gaze became gentle again as he said with a smile, before the Heaven's Choice Assembly, of course it's a secret. But now, the Elysium Scripture-seeking plan has already begun, so it's not a secret anymore. Elysium Scripture-seeking plan? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. What does that mean? Is it going to the Elysium world to ask for Buddhist scriptures? Mahavairakana had just comprehended the Tripitaka Mahayana Buddhist scriptures. It seems like ordinary monks can also condense relics. His request is that if we want to stop the war, we must allow him to explain the Mahayana Buddhist scriptures in the hidden immortal continent. Xian replied, but our immortal palace naturally can't agree so easily. Our request is that there must be a bodhisattva who can go to the Great Lightning Tune Temple to bring the scriptures to the hidden immortal continent. That's why it's called Elysium Scripture-seeking plan. Isn't that simple? Xiao Hua said with a smile, just find a bodhisattva to go to the Great Lightning Tune Temple and bring the scriptures over. Hehe, do you think everyone else is more stupid than you? Xian pursed his lips and said with a smile. The moment Mahavairakana's suggestion came out, the Immortal Palace went into an uproar. All the Immortal Palace officials opposed it. However, the Immortal Emperor's decree had already been decided, so they racked their brains to increase the difficulty of finding this bodhisattva. In the end, they finally came up with a method that was almost impossible. Let's hear it. Xiao Hua was surprised. What kind of impossible method is it? First of all, this bodhisattva must be recorded in the Elysium world. Xian seemed to take out something she liked to share with her beloved. Her beautiful face smiled until her dimples appeared. Secondly, this bodhisattva must depart from the immortal town in the Yu province of the hidden immortal continent. First, he must go to the Great Lightning Tune Temple in the Elysium world and then return to the immortal town. Thirdly, this bodhisattva must preach the Confucian scriptures in the Elysium world. When he comes back from the Elysium world, he must preach the Mahayana Buddhist scriptures in the hidden immortal continent. This doesn't seem to be difficult. I can do it. Xiao Hua asked in confusion. How is this impossible? Don't be anxious. Xian rebuked. The most important thing is that this bodhisattva cannot have any Buddhist or Confucian cultivation. Or it could be said that he cannot have any cultivation. Moreover, not only can this bodhisattva not borrow any magic power in the process of preaching the scriptures in the Elysium world, he also cannot borrow any magic power in the process of going from the Elysium world to the hidden immortal continent. How is this possible? Xiao Hua was flabbergasted. How can a bodhisattva who only chants scriptures and recites Buddhist scriptures without any magic power come to the immortal town? And even if he came to the immortal town, how can he smoothly return to the Great Lightning Tune Temple in the current situation? Difficult. In the process of preaching the scriptures in the Elysium world, whether it is the immortal emperor, the Mahavairakana world revered or the great saint of the demon clan, none of them can directly make a move. Otherwise, the Elysium world revered will be considered a failure. Why is there a great saint of the demon clan? Xiao Hua was a little puzzled. Xian ignored Xiao Hua's question and said, if there is really a great difficulty, there seems to be some flexibility, but I am not too sure about the specific boundaries. I'm curious. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This war is disadvantageous to the Immortal Palace. The Mahavairakana world revered finally compromised. Why is the Immortal Palace still making so many difficult problems? Isn't this driving them away? Chapter 4056. Even the Immortal Emperor has his difficulties. Xian says faintly, don't tell me what you did in the Godfiend Blood Pool and Dragon Island wasn't for this. Then what about Vairocana Buddha? Why would he agree? Xiao Hua asks with a smile. Xian also frowns. Yeah, when I heard about this I was also worried for the Immortal Emperor. I thought that Vairocana Buddha would not agree no matter what or even lower the conditions. Who knew that Vairocana Buddha did not refute at all and immediately agreed. This made all the officials in the Immortal Palace dumbfounded, feeling that they had fallen into Vairocana Buddha's scheme and smashed their own feet with a rock. Could it be that Vairocana Buddha had already planned this? Don't forget Vairocana Buddha is... At this point Xiao Hua laughs himself. Vairocana Buddha has the art of karma. How could the immortal emperor not know how to predict the future? XN nods. Sutra seeking in extreme bliss was naturally proposed by Vairocana Buddha. If he had plans, that would be normal. But the problem is, how can there be such a bodhisattva? Even if there is such a bodhisattva, the entire sutra seeking in extreme bliss is definitely not just seeking sutras. Xiao Hua can naturally see the strangeness in it. XNXIN's thumb is still twirling with Xiao Hua as it replies, of course. Sutra seeking in extreme bliss is just a gimmick. There will definitely be many difficulties along the way. Not only will my 100 family association obstruct it and prevent it from being completed normally, even some heavenly king protectors of the Buddhist sect will think of ways to cause trouble. There are also 1,000 demons, sacred realm demons. Xiao Hua reminds, those great sages will probably not watch from the side and will not allow the immortal emperor and Vairocana Buddha's plan to be completed. Not just them. XNXN says with a smile, you Dao sect cultivators will definitely not let this bodhisattva safely walk to the great lightning tune temple in extreme bliss, right? It has nothing to do with me. I will immediately go into seclusion when I return. I will not care about anything. Xiao Hua raises his left hand and replies solemnly. It's best that you don't get involved. XIN replied, the sutra seeking in nirvana is also a process of elimination. Many forces will show up. The heavenly palace and the big Lain temple will do their best to protect this bodhisattva. But if anyone shows up, they will definitely strike with lightning. Who knows, maybe the Grand Mist ancestor will suffer a great loss this time. If that's the case. Xiao Hua looked at XNXN with a smile and said with a double meaning, do I have a great chance? XNXN naturally understood the meaning behind Xiao Hua's words. He unconsciously blushed and said in a low voice, this? I don't know. Seeing Xinxin so shy, where was the arrogance of a princess of the immortal palace? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't been close to a woman for several hundred years, so his mental fortitude was inevitably weakened. However, when he felt Xiao Hua's palm burning hot, XNXN immediately jumped in fright. He used his left hand to pinch Xiao Hua's right hand, wanting to pull his hand out. How could Xiao Hua let her have her way? He hurriedly tightened his grip. XNXN whipped a few times but didn't have any effect. He glared at Xiao Hua and hurriedly changed the topic. However, Xiao Hua, don't underestimate Mahavairocana's methods. Do you still remember the little monk Xiai Hui? Of course. Xiao Hua nodded. Is he already Manjushri Bodhisattva? Yes, he's now in Yu Province's Longevity Town. He received Mahavairocana's Buddhist edict to find a sutra seeker in Yu Province. Xiao Hua was even more baffled. Why didn't Manjushri Bodhisattva go to Western Paradise to find a Buddhist disciple? Isn't this giving up what's near at hand to seek what's far away? XNXN rolled her eyes at Xiao Hua and said, you're stupid. Longevity Town is the starting point of Western Paradise's sutra seeker. Moreover, Mahavairocana has already issued a Buddhist edict several decades ago. Every temple in Western Paradise must send a disciple to Longevity Town to worship Buddha. If a suitable disciple can be found, then wouldn't Western Paradise's Buddhist disciple need to travel thousands of miles to hidden immortal mainland? Why do I feel that there's something fishy about this? Xiao Hua said thought-provoking. Mahavairocana must have done something. I haven't found out what he did yet. XNXIN said with a smile. However, there seems to be some clues about the sutra seeker in Western Paradise. Ah. Xiao Hua was speechless. This person must have been arranged by Mahavairocana. You're wrong. XNXIN said with a smile. Mahavairocana doesn't know about this. It was discovered by Immortal Emperor when he used the clear sky mirror to search hidden immortal mainland. However, since Immortal Emperor knows, then Mahavairocana also knows. Who's this monk? How can he be so powerful? Even I want to go and take a look. Xiao Hua didn't care about it in his heart, he just followed XNXIN's words and asked casually. This monk came from Western Paradise's Golden Mountain Temple. His Buddhist name seems to be Chuanzong. Boom. XNXIN's words hit Xiao Hua like a thunderbolt. Xiao Hua's expression became sluggish. His thumb that was moving along with XNXIN's thumb also became empty. XNXIN immediately felt that something was wrong. She stopped and asked curiously, what's wrong? You know this monk? Xiao Hua looked at XNXIN's pure face and said with a bitter smile, don't forget, I've been to Western Paradise. I've really been to Golden Mountain Temple. However, I didn't say that there was a monk called Chuanzong in Golden Mountain Temple. He's called Chuanzong. This monk is the disciple of Great Master Nirvana. XNXN suddenly realized and said with a smile. He seems to be a disciple of Golden Mountain Temple after you and I left Western Paradise. How could you have seen him that day? Xiaohua was somewhat absent-minded. He was almost certain that this Chuanzong was Jianghu. After all, although Jianghu had been in meditation for hundreds of years, he didn't have any psychokinesis. However, he still had some doubts. If Chuanzong was Jianghu, why didn't he cultivate Buddhism? An ordinary Buddhist trekked from Western Paradise to hidden immortal mainland. That kind of difficulty and danger was definitely not something that ordinary people could imagine. How could XNXN not see Xiaohua's absent-mindedness? She asked tentatively, could it be, you have some karma with this little monk? Xiaohua collected his thoughts and shook his head. I still don't know who this monk is. There's no need to talk about karma now. However, if there is some karma this matter. Be careful. XIN said with concern. Anyone can seek benefits in the sutra seeking extreme bliss. Only Taoist cultivators can't. And I know. Xiaohua said with a smile. I'm also a Tipu. You're so cunning. XIN rebuked. Xiaohua looked at the empty wine cups on the stone table and said with a smile, how can 2 cups of newly brewed wine be enough? With that, Xiaohua raised the pot with his left hand and poured the clear wine into the 2 empty wine cups. XIN's eyes showed a slight pain, showing her helplessness. She pulled her left hand out of Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua naturally didn't loosen his grip, but XN shook her head slightly and tightened her grip. Xiaohua didn't dare to stay any longer and loosened his grip. XN's left hand took out a jade eye from her bosom and said with a forced smile, Xiaohua, I know you are looking for the real refining method of the wishful rod. This is the refining method I asked for from the master of Jade Pure Palace. It also records the location of some magnetism in hidden immortal mainland. I hope it will be useful to you. Oh, thank you very much. Xiaohua beamed with joy. He took the jade eye and was about to look at it. XN stopped him and said, you and I don't need to thank each other. You can take it and look at it later. Okay. Xiaohua took back the jade eye and seemed to have thought of something. He asked softly, I still have a question about the 5 cheese unifications. XN's eyebrows slightly moved. She lowered her head and didn't look at Xiaohua. She said, presumably, you have already met the great scholar of true Confucianism in the God-Devil blood pool and obtained a certificate of true Confucianism. This true Confucianism is an organization whose purpose is to find the real cultivation purpose of Confucianism. Because today's Confucianism is no longer the Confucianism of the past, the path of cultivation seems to have some deviations. Many ambitious people in the Immortal Palace and the 100 schools of Confucianism have already seen the hidden dangers, so they formed such an organization. Although the true Confucian hasn't found the true purpose of Confucian cultivation, we've already discovered that the true cultivation techniques of Confucian cultivation are recorded in the 5 heavenly tomes. These 5 heavenly tomes aren't complete heavenly tomes. One of them is half a heavenly tomes. Of course, even the 4.5 heavenly tomes are nowhere to be found. No one knows where these heavenly tomes are scattered in the hidden immortal continent, the pure land of ultimate bliss, or the 1,000 demons sacred realm. Perhaps it is the will of heaven or perhaps it is man-made. The true meaning of Confucianism has already been hidden in the dust of time. Oh right, that certificate is not only a certificate, it is also a life-saving amulet. If you encounter a great danger, you can use your true chi to crush it. It will give you an unexpected surprise. While speaking, XN's eyes unexpectedly have some clear tears. She raised her wine cup and said, Darling Xiao, come for your future, let this concubine toast you. Although Xiaohua felt that XN's mood was somewhat fluctuating, and he felt that it was inappropriate, he had plenty of time to talk to XN, so he did not mind. He raised his cup, clinked it and said with a smile, My future is also your path. Just as Xiaohua was about to finish the cup in one gulp, XN suddenly stopped. She raised her hand and extended it to Xiaohua's cheek. She lightly touched Xiaohua's skin and said in a low voice, Xiaohua, do you think this concubine is too casual? You and I have only met once. Even though we have experienced life and death in the mysterious water palace, but... Of course Xiaohua was also very surprised. After all, women were not like men, especially women of Confucianism. Which one of them did not emphasize the 3 obedience and 4 virtues and not look at indecent things? As a princess of the Immortal Palace, XN could not indulge her feelings even more. XN's private meeting with him in the lower realm was indeed a great taboo in the Immortal Palace. I think, You must have your own reasons. Xiaohua replied after some consideration. Moreover, if you don't say it, how can I know your heart? This is an opportunity given to us by the heavens. Phew. XNXN seemed to let out a long breath, as if she had put down a heavy burden. A charming smile appeared on her face and she raised her wine cup and drank it up. Kacha. As XNXIN's wine cup was emptied, the entire night sky was instantly filled with thunderbolts. It was as if heavy rain was pouring down, and all the tranquility and beauty were completely shattered. Looking at the left side of the Huiding, the brilliant sea of flowers now seemed to be ravaged by thousands of hands, and the petals fell miserably into the flower path. What's going on? Xiaohua was stunned and looked at XNXN with some confusion. XNXN forced a smile on her face and said, Darling Xiao, after today's parting, I don't know when we will meet again. You have to cultivate diligently. Kacha. Another thunderbolt struck Huiding. The whole Huiding shook and the wine pot on the stone table was knocked over. However, the wine pot was already empty, and not a single drop of wine flowed out. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air, and finally understood why XNXN took so long to fill the third cup of wine. Alas. Xiaohua sighed and looked at XNXN. Why didn't you say so earlier? Sooner or later we will have to part in the end. XNXN raised her eyebrows and looked at the large watery clouds in the night sky. There was some bright brilliance at the edge of the watery clouds, as if the light of dawn was about to come. Just like the sky, dawn will come eventually. XNXN? Looking at XNXIN's eyebrows and the swaying light in the night sky, Xiaohua understood that he couldn't say anything more at this time. He gently held XNXIN's waist, and XNXN struggled with all her might. However, seeing Xiaohua's lips on her forehead, XNXN closed her eyes in both pain and happiness. Her hands nervously grasped each other and trembled slightly. However, this trembling suddenly stopped, just like XNXIN's body, which suddenly stiffened. Her tightly closed eyes and Xiaohua's arms suddenly opened, and her eyes were filled with disbelief and surprise. Chapter 4057. After a while, Xiaohua's lips left XNXIN's forehead. The faint green light had already disappeared. Xiaohua looked at XNXN and said in a low voice, Go back. One day I will go to the Immortal Palace to find you. XNXIN's eyes rekindled with hope. I know you will. Xiaohua's name will definitely resound throughout the 3 continents. Kacha. 9 bolts of lightning struck down simultaneously, shattering Huiding, the sea of flowers and everything else. A chair on the back of a colorful phoenix appeared out of thin air. XNXN reluctantly landed on the chair, and he saw tens of thousands of colorful clouds shooting up into the sky. Pillars of noble chi propelled the colorful phoenix up into the sky slowly. Xiaohua. A sweet smile appeared on XNXIN's face. She said, Seeing you today, this life is enough. If fate wills it, we will meet again. Xiaohua slightly raised his hand and said with a smile, There is no need for fate. We will meet again soon. XNXN, you have to believe me. Okay, I believe you. XNXIN smiled. The entire night sky was lit up, and the rainy night shone brightly. Not far away, Tao Wu's figure also turned into a stream of light and shot into the sky. Along with the colorful phoenix, it disappeared into the void. Damn it, this is a little strange. Seeing all the strange phenomena disappear, Xiaohua carefully thought about it and felt a little apprehensive. XNXIN came out for no reason and left for no reason. Her strange emotions were really strange. Disciple. Xiaohua raised his hand and said, Have you had enough? No. Fujiwen obviously knew what Xiaohua was teasing him about. He said honestly, There are Immortal Palace's inspectors nearby. How would I dare to be rash? What did Tao Wu say? Xiaohua asked in a low voice. I feel that there is something strange about it. Indeed. Tao Wu's words were also strange. Fujiwen agreed. However, no matter how much I tried to get her to say, she didn't say anything. In the end, when thunder fell from the sky, she sighed and said, Thunder rises, rain falls, flowers wither, 3 cups of fate end, from now on we are strangers. Tisk. Xiaohua smiled coldly. He looked at the dark sky and said, What nonsense, end of fate. XNXIN treated me like this. How can I let her down? However, master, this matter is rather difficult. Fujiwen whispered, Jianghong bears the burden of the Grotto Heaven River. If Lu Yi wants to form a relationship with Jianghong, he has to bear the burden of the Grotto Heaven River. Moreover, Princess Xinshin is the princess of the Immortal Palace. Master, your task is very important. Of course, for the sake of my own happiness and yours, I have no choice but to cultivate properly. Xiaohua nodded and said, let's go, let's hurry back to the soaring Dragon Mountain range. Master will inform you that we still have to make a trip to the Longevity Town. Master, why are you going to Longevity Town? Fujiwen was puzzled. Aren't you rushing back to the soaring Dragon Mountain range to enter seclusion? Plans cannot keep up with changes. Xiaohua said helplessly, I have no choice but to go to Longevity Town. A very important relative of mine is there. Master still has relatives. Fujiwen was extremely shocked. That might not be the case. Xiaohua's heart was somewhat irritated for no reason. He waved his hand and said, we can only go and take a look to know. Master. Fujiwen asked in a low voice, from here to the soaring Dragon Mountain range, we just happened to pass by Pingshan country. What do you think? Xiaohua nodded. No problem. Since I have already promised you, I will definitely do it. This Kunlun immortal realm is extremely spacious. Moreover, the heaven and earth origin qi is increasingly abundant. Not to mention your Fu family, even if you Zhongquan and Changyuan two families come here, it won't be a problem. Thank you, Master. Fujiwen was extremely happy. Disciple has already told them. However, junior brother Yu and junior sister Chang's relationship with their families is not good. Therefore, they do not plan to go back and invite their families to stay in Kunlun Immortal Realm. Although junior brother Wang Bianfei did not say anything, it seems that he also misses his mother. Alas, the ancients have a saying that when one's parents are present, one should not travel far. It really makes sense. Xiaohua sighed and said, blood ties cannot be cut off no matter what. Master originally wanted to go to Longevity Town first and then return to the soaring Dragon Mountain range. It seems that I should return to the soaring Dragon Mountain range first. Thinking about Wang Bianfei's mother missing her son in the soaring Dragon Mountain range every day, Master feels very uncomfortable in his heart. Yes. Fujiwen's expression was somewhat gloomy. Disciple's parents are already old. If Disciple does not return, I'm afraid that I will not be able to see them anymore. Let's go. Xiaohua said with a smile. Then what are you hesitating for? Of course your parents chasing you out of the sect is also for your own good. But then again, even if they did something wrong, think about how they raised you. You should be filial to them every day. Fujiwen previously had a gap with his parents because of Tao Wu's background. Now that Tao Wu was a female official of the Immortal Palace, wouldn't she be 100 times more noble than an ordinary woman in the world? Therefore, the grudge in Fujiwen's heart disappeared, and he was eager to return home. Several months later, in the mountain range on the west side of Pingshan country, Xiaohua stood on the flying carriage with a smile. Seeing Fujiwen fly back dejectedly, he said with a smile, What? Your parents did not come out with you? My parents did not believe that Tao Wu was a female official of the Immortal Palace. Fujiwen said with a bitter smile. No matter what Disciple said, they always said that Disciple lied to them. Haha, it seems like they saw through your previous plan in an instant. Xiaohua said with a smile. Master did not agree that day. You used the Immortal Palace as a cover, but did not have the Immortal Palace's token. How could you persuade them to go to the Immortal Palace? Besides, without the proper ceremony, it would not be legitimate. Why would they go to the Immortal Palace with you? Actually, the most important thing is that mother's health is not good, and father is not willing to leave Pingshan country. As the saying goes, it is difficult to leave one's homeland. Fujiwen said with melancholy. But the more it is like this, the more Disciple is worried. Master understands. Xiaohua nodded. Lightning flashed around his body as he said, Look at Master's methods. Master, you can't really... Fujiwen suddenly remembered what Xiaohua had said to him earlier. Without waiting for Fujiwen to finish, Xiaohua's figure disappeared. All right. Fujiwen sat on the flying carriage and quietly looked in the direction of Pingshan country. He said helplessly, Looks like I can only use force. In less than half a cup of tea's time, lightning flashed near the flying carriage and Xiaohua's figure appeared. He said with a smile, Let's go, Disciple. It's done. Thank you for your trouble, Master. Fujiwen smiled and urged the flying carriage to fly towards the soaring Dragon Mountain range. At this time, Yu province was not as calm as Xian had said. The Buddhist sect and Confucian cultivators were still fighting openly and covertly. Chaotic Buddhist senses and eye-clearing techniques appeared in the air from time to time. Fujiwen had only been flying for a few days, but there were already several groups of Confucian cultivators blocking his path. In the end, Xiaohua put away the flying carriage and had Fu Jiwen accompany his parents in the space, while he flew towards the soaring Dragon Mountain range. Xiaohua returned to the Fortune Gate not just a day later. Xiong Yi and the other disciples did not expect him to return so soon. They were ecstatic to welcome him. Xiaohua's actions in the Fiend God blood pool had spread throughout the hidden immortal continent. Naturally, the disciples of the Fortune Gate had also heard of it. The scheming disciples like Xiong Yi had long seen the hope of Xiaohua's rise. They also saw the Fortune Gate's reputation shaking the hidden immortal continent in the future. They were full of confidence in their own futures. Xiaohua sat on the Fortune Dao Palace's throne. He did not ask about the Fortune Gate's development during this period. Instead, he explained his cooperation with the Flowing Merchant Union in detail. He also ordered Xiong Yi, Lan Ji, and Li Xiang to bring out some spiritual herbs, medicinal pills, and things from the Forbidden Spring Sea. He then released Wang Baifei and asked him to invite his mother. When Xiong Yi and the others saw that Xiaohua did not ask about the Fortune Gate's affairs, they knew that he trusted them. However, they still mentioned some important matters. When Xiaohua heard that due to the recent war and famine on the hidden immortal continent, a large number of refugees had appeared, and that the Fortune Gate had accepted tens of thousands of children as disciples in order to expand their forces, he frowned. He pondered for a moment, and his consciousness entered the space to discuss with the green-robed Xiaohua. He then ordered Li Xiang to divide the disciples and gather them in one place. When Xiong Yi heard this, he immediately thought of the tens of thousands of disciples that Xiaohua had accepted in the Jianghu country's capital. He hurriedly advised, "Master, you still have to cultivate. With so many low-level disciples, it's better to let the disciples teach them." Xiaohua smiled and said, "My Fortune Gate has just been established and its foundation is not stable. We should recruit more disciples. But if we recruit so many disciples at once, the low-level disciples won't be able to teach them. After all, they also have to cultivate." Yes, disciple did not consider it properly. Xiong Yi's face was burning. Disciple only feels that they are pitiful. Xiong Yi. Xiaohua shook his head and said, "You did the right thing. Master is not blaming you for this. If you did not accept them, they would have starved to death the next day in the wilderness. Even if my Fortune Gate does not develop, we must do these good deeds." Master means? There is no need to say more now. In short, leave the disciples that you can teach and Master will take the rest. All right. Seeing Xiaohua's determination, Xiong Yi did not refute. Li Xiang frowned again. "Master, didn't you just come back? Why do you still want to go out?" "It can't be considered going out." Xiaohua smiled and said, "I heard that the Longevity Town is going to put on a good show of seeking scriptures in paradise. Master wants to go and take a look." So that's how it is." Prince Lan smiled and said, "Disciple has long heard that the Buddhist sect has pasted a Buddhist list in the Longevity Town, waiting for a suitable arhat to reveal the list. It has already been half a year, right? No suitable arhat has appeared. I'm afraid this matter will be ruined. The show that Master wants to see won't happen." "Absolutely not." Xiaohua smiled. But just as he said this, Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved and he stood up from the jade chair. Excitement appeared on his face as he exclaimed, "That's right, although there are not many arhats who can go to paradise to seek scriptures, there is definitely more than one. Why must Jianghu send himself to death?" Chapter 4058. Master. Xiong Yi and the others looked at each other, not knowing what Xiaohua was talking about. "Master." At this time, Wang Yifei brought his mother to the main hall and was about to greet Xiaohua. Xiaohua flew in the air, waving the Kunlun mirror in his hand. A beam of light covered the two of them as he said, "Go to the Kunlun paradise first, we'll talk later." He then turned to Xiong Yi and asked, "Are those disciples ready?" "Of course." Xiong Yi hurriedly stood up and answered, "Those who can be taught and those who can't be taught are separated. There is no need for special preparation." "Good." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Bring Master there." Master suddenly thought of something and needs to do it immediately. Actually, if Master has something to do, there is no harm in doing it first, we'll talk about it after you're done. Xiong Yi answered with a smile as he led the way. Xiaohua shook his head with a wry smile. Master thought that matter was already confirmed, but I didn't expect. Master received the news too early, the real thing hasn't happened yet. Therefore Master is a little flustered. Xiaohua followed Xiong Yi to the back of the mountain and looked at the neat rows of huts. They were very similar to the huts he saw in the Imperial Thunder sect. He nodded with satisfaction and then took out the Kunlun mirror. He released his consciousness and took the hut and the boy inside into the space. Then, without daring to delay, Xiaohua nodded to Xiongyi and the others and flew out of the soaring dragon mountain range. Looking at Xiaohua's back as he flew away in a hurry, Xiongyi was a little confused. He pondered inwardly, Master has already accepted more than 10,000 disciples, and now he has taken in another 20,000 children. In total, he has 30,000 disciples, which is more than the soaring dragon mountain range's fortune gate's disciples. Could it be that Master has other plans? Xiaohua didn't know what Xiongyi was thinking. He had already activated his flying technique and rushed towards the longevity town, wanting to stop monk Chunzong before he took down the Buddha list. Of course, the premise was that Chunzong was Jianghu. Looking at the familiar scenery below him, Xiaohua didn't dare to be too arrogant. He lowered his body slightly and used the appearance-changing technique, turning into a small nose and small eyes Zhang Xiaohua. Then he took out his Confucian robe, held the feather fan in his hand, and used his flying technique to rush to the longevity town. Very quickly, the path that Xiaohua, Yuanya, Lu Yi, and Xiao Jian had taken to leave longevity town appeared beneath him. The scenery was still the same, but the people on the road were no longer the same people from back then. See? Xiaohua flew for a while and saw the Buddha in the air and the believers on the ground. He released a bit of his telekinesis, but it wasn't tight. Xiaohua gasped in surprise and exclaimed, "Why is there so much power of faith here? Could it be that the power of faith belongs to Si Hang?" As he spoke, Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the 99-meter-tall Guanyin Bodhisattva standing in midair in the distance. Needless to say, the true body of the Guanyin Bodhisattva was the real Si Hang. But the real Si Hang had already passed away, and only the fake Si Hang existed in this world. No wonder Mahavairakana revered Buddha had the idea of seeking scriptures in nirvana. This longevity town is just a town, and a Nanwu Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body already has so much power of faith. If the entire hidden immortal continent was filled with temples and Bodhisattva's golden body, how much power of faith would that be? Xiaohua greedily inhaled. He knew that if he released the Bodhi Sarira now, perhaps Bodhi would immediately attain enlightenment. Unfortunately, in this longevity town, even if the Buddha Sarira wasn't in seclusion, Xiaohua would definitely not dare to release it. Thanks to the innate divine restriction in my Naiwan palace. Xiaohua rejoiced as he flew. If it wasn't for these innate divine restriction concealing the Buddhist aura, even if the Buddha Sarira didn't want to come out, this rich power of faith would have fallen into my Naiwan palace. At that time, it would be impossible to conceal it. This is Jiangchao Temple? When Xiaohua flew closer, he used the clear eyes technique to look. He had already noticed the changes in Jiangchao Ridge, and unconsciously became a bit dazed. After a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Damn it, Jiangchao Temple is obviously my Dao sect's Taoist temple. How did it become a Buddhist temple now? Only where is that so-called Buddhist list? Xiaohua looked at the left side of Jiangchao Ridge, but didn't see any trace of the Buddhist list. Then he looked at Jiangchao Temple again. At this time, Jiangchao Temple was flourishing with incense. Rays of Buddhist light lingered above the temple. Within the Buddhist light, one after another, Buddha statues faintly appeared. Along with the sound of wooden fish inside the temple, the Buddhist light rushed out. This was precisely the imposing manner of a Buddhist bodhisattva overseeing the temple. At the same time, rays of tranquil Buddhist awareness slowly swept across the surroundings of Jiangchao Temple. With one look, one could tell that it was the inspection of the Buddhist sect's guardian heavenly king. Xiaohua pressed down on the cloud, and saluted a Confucian cultivator who was slowly flying by. "Greetings, fellow immortal, I have something to ask." "Fellow immortal, there's no need to be so polite. Is there anything I can help you with?" That Confucian cultivator was also very polite. "I heard that there is a Buddhist list of Mahavairakana in Longevity Town. Is to find people who are seeking sutras in nirvana. May I know where this Buddhist list is?" Since it's a Buddhist list, it's naturally inside the temple. The Confucian cultivator smiled and said, "Fellow immortal, it's difficult for you to see it. That Jiangchao temple only allows Buddhist disciples to enter. We Confucian cultivators are not even allowed to come within 10 feet of it." "The Buddhist sect is actually still so arrogant?" Xiaohua asked in a low voice. "I heard that on that day wasn't there a Dongfang family disciple who attacked the Buddhist sect's Manjushri Bodhisattva with a sword and extinguished their arrogance?" "Alas, that was then and this is now." The Confucian cultivator sighed. "Now the Immortal Palace is colluding with the Great Thunderclap Temple. They don't care about the fate of the 100 schools of Confucian cultivators, and actually do something evil like seeking sutras in nirvana. Even if we 100 schools of Confucian cultivators extinguish the arrogance of the Buddhist sect, what can we do? It's sad that they don't rise, angry that they don't fight. Alas, the pitiful immortal emperor. Xiao Hua observed a moment of silence for the immortal emperor in his heart. He waved his hand and bid farewell to the Confucian cultivator. Although the Confucian cultivator's words were somewhat extreme, they clearly represented the thoughts of the majority of Confucian cultivators who didn't know the truth of the matter. Under the influence of the Confucian aristocratic families, these misunderstandings had increasingly deviated from the truth, and were increasingly disadvantageous to the immortal palace. Seeing that the clear eyes technique couldn't penetrate the Jianghu temple, Xiao Hua didn't dare to use the transfiguration technique near the Jianghu temple again. He hurriedly flew out of the longevity town, found a secluded cave, and quietly transformed into the appearance of a young Buddhist monk, and once again rushed to the Jianghu temple. At the same time that Xiao Hua entered the cave, a bamboo raft floated along the Liao River. The bamboo raft was very simple and even somewhat damaged. Behind the bamboo raft stood an old fisherman holding a long bamboo pole. In front of the bamboo raft was a young monk wearing a clean monk's robe. His hands were clasped together, and he was piously looking at the Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body covered by silk on the riverside. He was chanting, Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva. Wasn't this monk Jianghu, whose Buddhist name was Chuanzang? As the bamboo raft approached the Jianghu ridge, several Buddhist senses had already swept over it. There were also several clear eyes techniques. It seemed that they had already anticipated Chuanzang's arrival. However, Chuanzang was unaware of all this. Looking at the shore that was getting closer and closer, he turned his head and said very kindly, "Boatman, please stop here. I'll have to trouble you along the way. Little monk, have a safe journey." The old fisherman stood up shakily, raised his hand full of cracks, and waved benevolently as a form of farewell. Then he propped the bamboo pole in his hand against the blue stone on the shore. The bamboo raft left the shore and slowly moved downstream. The bamboo raft drifted straight for several miles. The fisherman who had been standing steadily at the end of the bamboo raft suddenly trembled. His straw raincoat slowly disappeared and the fisherman straightened up. Small heavenly flowers appeared in the void near him. The fisherman's wrinkled face also changed, revealing a solemn appearance. However, this Buddha's face was deathly pale, and even the muscles on his face were somewhat twisted. It was obvious that he was in extreme pain. Namo Amitabha. The Buddha chanted the name of Buddha, raised his foot, and stepped into the void and disappeared, leaving only the real bamboo raft drifting further and further away in the Liao River. More than 10 miles away, a patch of blood was sprinkled on the protruding rocks above the river. It was very dazzling under the noon sun. The ignorant Chuanzang, who had always been fearless, stood below the Jianghu ridge. He respectfully put his palms together and looked at the golden body of Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva on the Jianghu temple. He then tidied up his monk robe and chanted, Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. After walking the deep Prajna Paramitha for a long time, he saw that the 5 skandhas were all emptiness, transcending all suffering. Sarira, form is not different from emptiness, emptiness is not different from form is emptiness is form. As Chuanzang chanted the sutra, he kowtowed with each step and walked up the Jianghu ridge with great sincerity. This was a path of pilgrimage and also a path of spiritual sublimation. Chuanzang enjoyed walking on it very much. Every kowtow made his body feel relaxed and made him feel that he was one step closer to his ideal and pursuit. Chuanzang, who was immersed in his own world, did not notice that the mountain path, which was originally filled with people, had gradually become less and less crowded. The equally devout believers began to disappear. On the contrary, the sound of the wooden fish, the chanting of sutras, and the chanting of the Buddhas became louder and louder in his ears. Not only did the Jianghu ridge have a strange phenomenon, but the entire longevity town also suddenly became quiet. The noise disappeared and the complete hostility turned into peace. Rays of Buddha light inexplicably gushed out. Perhaps there were people walking on the streets, or perhaps there were people buying and selling in the shops, but all these became the background. All the eyes, the focus of the entire hidden immortal continent and the nirvana world, now fell on the Jianghu ridge and on the body of Chuanzang, who was kowtowing step by step. Tens of thousands of people were admiring, tens of thousands of immortals were holding their breaths, and tens of thousands of Buddhas were watching. Everyone was quietly waiting for the beginning of a new era, waiting for the beginning of a miracle, waiting for a good show to start. Chapter 40-59. At this place, the dangers that Xuanzang experienced before would no longer exist. No one dared to face the wrath of the Immortal Palace and the Great Lane Temple in public. No one wanted to disturb this ordinary monk's devout worship of Buddha. Although Xuanzang was already bearing the burden of the war between immortals and Buddhas, his meticulous movements showed the demeanor of a bodhisattva. Finally, a loud chime came from the Jianghu temple. Xuanzang stepped onto the Jianghu ridge and arrived before the golden body of Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva. When he got up again, he looked at the golden body of Guanyin Bodhisattva that was tightly covered by silk. An indescribable melancholy arose in his heart. He said softly, "Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva, disciple is Xuanzang of the Jinshan Temple. I came here to worship Buddha under the order of my Buddha. I didn't come to the hidden immortal continent. I didn't know that the Buddha's light here can't shine. At the same time, I also know the Buddha Lord's intention. I hereby make a great vow that if the golden body of Bodhisattva is not revealed in the hidden immortal continent, if the Bodhisattva's Taoist field is not revealed in the town of longevity, I will not attain the Buddha fruit in this life." Dong. Another bell rang as thousands of Buddhists chanted, "Amitabha, Amitabha." Along with the chanting, a young novice monk came out from the side of the lotus seat of the Guanyin Bodhisattva. He put his palms together and said, "Amitabha, disciple Chongping greets Uncle Master." "Amitabha, martial nephew is too courteous." Xuanzang hurriedly returned the greeting. He looked left and right and said with a smile, "I came from the Golden Mountain Temple in the Elysium. Along the way, I heard that there are many believers in the Jianghu ridge of the town of longevity. I wonder what happened today." "All right, Uncle Master understands." Chongping replied, "My Buddha has issued a Buddhist decree, and the senior brothers and senior uncles of the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss have all come to support my river and tide temple. However, my Buddha is merciful and does not wish to incur the hatred of the Confucian cultivators. Hence, after paying respects to Buddha, they all turned back. However, the Confucian cultivators have been oppressing our Buddhist sect, so our Buddha's light can only shine in the longevity town." "Sigh, what a tragedy." Xuanzang sighed. "Buddha delivers all living beings from torment and enlightens the myriad of worlds. This is the most important thing in the world. Why can't it be tolerated in the hidden immortal continent? Buddhism is vast and will not help those who are not fated." Chongping smiled and raised his hand. "Martial uncle, you've come from afar to the longevity town. Please follow me to the temple for tea." "Many thanks, martial nephew." Xuanzang nodded and followed Chongping down another mountain path. Chongping, who was in front of him, had no cultivation at all. At this moment, Xiaohua, who had just arrived at the longevity town, suddenly felt a rarely seen aura suddenly descend from the sky, enveloping the entire longevity town. At the same time, from another direction, an extremely dignified aura also appeared, surrounding the longevity town. Everything in front of him suddenly became somewhat unreal, as if he, the mountain, and the people on the road had all turned into shadows. "Not good. Lu is here." Xiaohua was startled. Sweat dripped down from his forehead. He complained about his carelessness in his heart. Almost without thinking, he released his spiritual force. Unfortunately, his divine sense was like nothingness. No matter how hard he tried, his divine sense could not leave his body. Moreover, his figure began to drift in the air. No matter how hard he tried to circulate his true essence, he was unable to take even half a step forward. Damn it! How could Xiaohua not know that the experts of the Buddhist sect and the Immortal Palace had already sealed off the entire longevity town, eliminating any factors that would disturb Jianghu's announcement? Xiaohua's mind raced. He had brought Jianghu from the Xiaoyu continent to the Western Paradise. Now that he could wake up from his meditation, Xiaohua was very happy. If it was under normal circumstances, Xiaohua would definitely not stop Jianghu from doing anything for the Buddhist sect. However, it was unusual now. Jianghu had no strength to truss up a chicken. In front of the many forces of the hidden immortal continent, the Western Paradise, and the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, any cultivator from these forces could easily kill Jianghu. Although the Immortal Palace and the Lane Temple were protecting Jianghu with all their strength, after the two forces came, countless methods would fall on Jianghu like a storm. If the two forces were to slack off, Jianghu would die. Moreover, the two forces might protect Jianghu now, but who knew what would happen in the future? What would happen in the future? Would they still care about Jianghu's life and death? Xiaohua could not take this risk. He could not let Jianghu, his only relative in the three continents, fall into such a dangerous situation. Xiaohua clenched his teeth and landed on the ground. He retracted his aura like an ordinary person and walked towards the Jianghu temple. Amit Ba. Chuanzang stepped into the Jianghu temple. There were not many monks in the entire Jianghu temple. There were also not many good men and women worshipping Buddha. Chuanzang chanted Buddha's name and said somewhat sadly, "Martial nephew, the Longevity town is the #1 town of the Buddhist sect in the hidden immortal continent. The incense of the Buddha is still too. Sigh yes." Chuanzang Ping lamented, "Disciple has also heard from the Western Paradise's martial uncles that the incense of the Western Paradise is at its peak. Disciple really admires it. Unfortunately, if there was no one who prayed for the Sutra of Nirvana, not to mention the incense of the Jianghu temple, even the golden body of the Guanyin Bodhisattva would be pushed down again." Praying for the Sutra of Nirvana? Chuanzang stared blankly and asked puzzledly, "What does that mean? Martial uncle actually doesn't know?" Chuanzang Ping was very surprised. This matter has already spread throughout the hidden immortal continent. Martial uncle hasn't heard of it? Amit Ba. Chuanzang was somewhat embarrassed. "I ate and slept in the open all the way. When I rested, I recited Buddhist scriptures. I didn't have the chance to listen to other people's nonsense." "So that's how it is." Chuanzang Ping's face was filled with reverence. "Martial uncle, this is the right way to cultivate." "I don't dare." Chuanzang quickly shook his head. "My Buddhist sect has thousands of cultivation methods. Everyone has their own cultivation method." "Martial uncle, this way please." Chuanzang Ping led Chuanzang to a Buddhist shrine in the Hall of Great Strength. He used his finger to point at a Buddhist decree emitting a faint Buddhist light and said, "This is the Buddhist decree of praying for the Sutra of Nirvana. However, until now this Buddhist decree has not been taken down by anyone." "Is it that difficult?" Chuanzang was somewhat in disbelief. He unconsciously took 2 steps forward and looked at it. Amit Ba. Chuanzang Ping saw Chuanzang's gaze fall on the Buddhist decree and a smile appeared on his face. His whole body slowly retreated and the whole world stopped here. After an unknown period of time, Chuanzang's gaze moved away from the Buddhist decree. He then turned his head and looked at the golden body of Guanyin Bodhisattva on the Jianghu ridge. The silk on the golden body fluttered in the wind. Chuanzang's gaze then turned to the west, the far west. Finally, his gaze fell on the Buddhist decree and a firm expression appeared on his face. Amit Ba. Although it's 1,000 miles, although it's 10,000 miles, the Buddha is in this poor monk's heart. 1 step, 10 steps, what else can I ask for in the Western Paradise? Since disciple Chuanzang has already made a great wish for Guanyin Bodhisattva, disciple is willing to take down the Buddhist decree of the Buddha Lord. Then my Buddha's Buddhist light will spread throughout the hidden immortal continent. As he spoke, Chuanzang raised his hand and placed it on the Buddhist decree. Although the Buddhist light was faint, it was also endlessly tenacious. However, this Buddhist light could block the hands of thousands of bodhisattvas but could not stop Chuanzang. Chuanzang's hand touched a corner of the Buddhist decree. Wait. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the originally silent Jianghu temple. Chuanzang was slightly stunned. He turned his head and saw a faint shadow squeezing out from the crack of the door. Wasn't that Xiao Hua who tried his best to pass through the Longevity town and had no choice but to use all of his magical powers to enter the Jianghu temple from the sealed void? Chuanzang was stunned when he saw a monk with a small nose and small eyes. This was because although he had never seen this face before, an inexplicable sense of familiarity arose from the bottom of his heart. He could not help but ask curiously, "Junior brother, do you have any orders?" You. Xiao Hua saw that Chuanzang's hand was already on the Buddhist decree and naturally knew that the matter had reached the final step. He wanted to say a lot of things but he also knew that no matter how many things there were, someone would not let him say them. He only opened his mouth and said, "Seeking the sutra in the Western Paradise is extremely risky. Have you thought it through?" Even though Xiao Hua had only said a few words, the deep concern in his voice struck Chuanzang's heart harder than any hypocritical concern in the world. However, Chuanzang only smiled faintly. He turned his head to look at the Buddhist decree and replied, "Although this poor monk does not have the cultivation of Buddhism, this poor monk is still a disciple of Buddhism. Now that Buddhism needs someone to go through water and tread on fire, why can't this disciple be the person who steps into the sea of fire?" Xiao Hua still wanted to say something, but the difficulty in Chuanzang's words showed that this was his own choice. There was no coercion or temptation. Since this was the case, Xiao Hua did not have too many reasons to stop him. After all, Chuanzang's path was still up to him to walk. Alas. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. His figure stood there and gradually solidified. Boom. Chuanzang's hand slightly exerted force. A pillar of Buddhist light shot up into the sky. Thousands of heavenly flowers were born from the void shattered by the pillar of light. Following the heavenly flowers, many fairies appeared. After the fairies, many small worlds emerged from the heavenly flowers. Billions of Buddhas were chanting the scriptures of Buddhism in the small worlds. Following this Buddhist light, the imprisonment of the entire longevity town suddenly disappeared. Xiaohua's feet also firmly stepped on the ground. Amitabha. Amidst the soaring Buddhist light, Manjushri Bodhisattva appeared riding on an azure lion. His compassionate face revealed a well-thought-out plan. The voice of Manjushri Bodhisattva resounded in the longevity town. Chuanzang, you have taken down the Buddhist decree. This time, the heavy responsibility of seeking the scriptures in paradise falls on your shoulders. This trip has to cross thousands of mountains and rivers. You have to experience difficulties and obstacles. The most important thing is that you have to walk this 1,000,000 miles of road step by step. You can't use any supernatural power beyond ordinary people. Do you have the determination? Disciple Chuanzang is a Bodhi monk. I don't have any supernatural power. Chuanzang's voice was originally low, but at this time under the Buddhist light, it was like thunder. Not only did it resound in the River Tide Temple, it also resounded in the longevity town, and spread to the entire Yuzhou and even the 9 regions of the hidden immortal continent. Disciple came to River Tide Temple from Jinshan Temple, relying on Disciple's feet, step by step. Now, I'm just going back to ask my Mahayana Sutra to come to the hidden immortal continent. Whether it's 10 years or 100 years, Disciple is determined to let my Buddhist light spread all over the hidden immortal continent. Amitabha, Amitabha. The entire longevity town was filled with Buddhist light. It was peaceful and jubilant. Chapter 4060. Xiaohua, who was standing at the River Tide Temple, stared blankly at this magnificent scene. He couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart, because everything was planned early on, everything was arranged in advance. Under this grand occasion, who knew how much blood was hidden, how many schemes were hidden? Perhaps this grand occasion was the beginning of the light of Buddha, but who knew if this was the end of the light of Buddha's annihilation? Who knew how many people would fall in this so-called grand occasion, and who would care about the protagonist of this grand occasion? In the light of Buddha, monks filed out of the hall of great strength. At the edge of the chi of righteousness, Confucian cultivators wearing tall hats and robes came from afar. It was as if the killing intent of immortals and Buddhas that had accumulated for decades disappeared the moment Chuanzang unveiled the Buddhist decree. It was as if the war between immortals and Buddhas was just a joke. When immortals and Buddhas were having an affair, Xiaohua suddenly felt filthy and felt that he was not worthy of such a noble ceremony. He turned his head indifferently and floated out of the Jianghu temple. It was not that no one noticed Xiaohua's departure, but the alert Confucian cultivators thought that Xiaohua was a test arranged by the Buddhist sect, and the Buddhist sect thought that Xiaohua was a chess piece of the Confucian cultivators. When they relaxed, Xiaohua had already disappeared before everyone's eyes. Xiaohua, who walked out of the Jianghu temple, had the opportunity to seriously examine the longevity town that wrote his legend. Unfortunately, the longevity town was completely different from Xiaohua's previous memory. The roadside tea shed disappeared, the store where Xiaohua bought grain disappeared, the store where Yuanya bought buns on credit disappeared, and even the intersection where Xiao Jian set up his divination stall disappeared. Xiaohua looked at it for a while and was already bored. He turned his head to look at the high Jianghu ridge, at the tall golden body of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Although the golden body was blocked by silk, the rich power of faith around it condensed into a mirror-like flowing light. Xiaohua had no doubt that as long as his Buddha relic Bodhi came out at this time, he would immediately be able to attain Bodhisattva's Buddha fruit. However, how could he dare to expose himself at this time? Guanyin Bodhisattva's Buddha fruit was different from other bodhisattvas. It could not be replicated. If it were not for the immortals and Buddhas crushing each other, how could an ordinary monk obtain so much power of faith? Of course, at this time, Guanyin Bodhisattva attained Buddha fruit and completely subverted the plan of seeking scriptures in paradise. This was directly the fuse of the war between immortals and Buddhas. Even the Mahavairakana revered one didn't dare to bear this responsibility, so how could Xiaohua risk universal condemnation? However, after a short while, Xiaohua once again looked towards the west thoughtfully. He thought to himself in bewilderment, Elysium doesn't seem to be in the west. Why did Luer look to the west before he took down the Buddhist edict? What does that mean? Forget it, go ahead. Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then felt a little disheartened. Luer is already grown up, he should walk his own path. When Xiaohua turned his head, his gaze landed on Liao Jiang. It was from Liao River that he was rescued by Yuanya and brought to the Temple of River and Tide. At that time his cultivation had not recovered, so he did not have the intention to explore Liao River. Now that he was standing in front of Liao River, he could not help but think of the sea eye of the West Sea and Liao River. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's figure flew up and headed towards the upper reaches of Liao River. Previously, some grains were planted on both sides of Liao River, but now it was flat and clean. The villagers planted Bodhi trees and sunflower lotuses, making it look lush and green. Xiaohua flew up for hundreds of miles. Suddenly, dragon vein Xiaohua trembled in his body and called out in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, please stop." "Oh? What's wrong?" Xiaohua was slightly stunned. His figure stopped in mid-air, and he released his divine sense in confusion. He asked, "Could it be that the heavenly abode river dragon clan has appeared in Liao River again?" However, just as Xiaohua finished speaking, he felt a burst of joy in his heart, as if he had thought of something. "That's right." Dragon vein Xiaohua's voice was also ecstatic. "I sensed the aura of the Yuzhou cauldron." "How is that possible?" Xiaohua's voice was also filled with disbelief. "How could the Yuzhou cauldron be in Longevity Town?" "Nothing is impossible." Dragon vein Xiaohua said with a smile. "Fellow Taoist previously fell into the void passage in the West Sea's eye, and then appeared in Liao River. If there wasn't a passage that led directly to the void here, how could fellow Taoist come here? Since there is a passage to the void here, it is naturally possible for the Yuzhou cauldron to be here. Moreover, at that time, I'm afraid that Kong Hongwu had already taken away the other 5 cauldrons, causing the Yuzhou cauldron to lose its effectiveness. That's why fellow Taoist was able to float out from the suppression of the Yuzhou cauldron." "But..." Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. He turned his head to look in the direction of Longevity Town and said in a low voice, "At this time, the Longevity Town's immortal and Buddhist experts are all here, and the sutra seeking extreme bliss hasn't started yet. How could we dare to make a move here?" Fellow Taoist misunderstood. Dragon vein Xiaohua said with a smile, "It's impossible for us to make a move now. When the sutra seeking extreme bliss begins, the attention of the hidden immortal continent and the sutra seeking extreme bliss will follow Chuanzang out of Longevity Town. This Longevity Town will naturally be ignored, and it won't be too late for us to make a move then. And that's how it should be." Xiaohua laughed mischievously. "Moreover, this time can't be too long. Otherwise, when those Buddhist experts turn their attention back from the sutra seeking extreme bliss and land on the River and Tide Temple, you and I will no longer have a chance." Fellow Taoist is wise. Dragon vein Xiaohua flattered. Xiaohua made up his mind and his figure no longer stayed. Like a meteor, he flew forward for another 1,000 li and rushed into the depths of Liao River. At the bottom of the river he found a secluded place to hide. After waiting for several tens of days, Xiaohua finally flew out from the bottom of Liao River. When he quietly released a strand of divine sense to explore Longevity Town, it was as he expected. Not only was the incense in the River and Tide Temple declining, even the entire Longevity Town appeared deserted. It was as he expected. Good. Xiaohua secretly clapped his hands. He knew that it wouldn't be long before this Longevity Town would become a boiling cauldron of voices. Now was the best time to collect the Yuzhou cauldron. Dragon vein Xiaohua had the experience of collecting the Shuzhou cauldron, so finding the Yuzhou cauldron was not troublesome. He dived into the depths of Liao River and found the Yuzhou cauldron's aura in just a moment. Fellow Taoist. Dragon vein Xiaohua was a bit surprised. The aura of this Yuzhou cauldron is slightly different from the other 8 cauldrons. Xiaohua naturally didn't find any trace of the Yuzhou cauldron, nor did he know the difference in its aura. He asked curiously, "What's the difference?" "The aura of this Yuzhou cauldron has a kind of indomitable feeling, as if the lifeline of the entire world is pressing on this Yuzhou cauldron. And Yuzhou has always been called the central region. It is the center of the 9 regions and the Yuzhou cauldron has such an aura. This means that the Yuzhou cauldron is the center of the 9 cauldron great array. It is very likely that it is the earliest cauldron to be set up." Xiaohua understood and explained, "If we have used the 9 regions cauldron before, when we set up the array again, we will also set up this cauldron first." With that, Xiaohua followed Dragon vein Xiaohua's guidance and entered the ground. After searching for half a cup of tea, Dragon vein Xiaohua smiled and said, "I have already seen the Yuzhou cauldron. Fellow Taoist, congratulations on gathering the 9 cauldrons." "Haha, thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist." Xiaohua laughed. From now on, fellow Taoists can cultivate in peace. Roar. Dragon Vein Xiaohua let out a low roar and flew out from Xiaohua's body. Dragon patterns flashed all over his body and multicolored clouds overflowed. He opened his mouth and a mouthful of dragon breath fell into an inexplicable space. Wong wong. A burst of chime sounds came from the ground not far away, and then the entire earth shook violently. Quick! Soon there will be Buddhist experts coming. Xiaohua saw that the Yuzhou cauldron had such a big movement and hurriedly urged Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Roar! Dragon Vein Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. With a hiss, he stretched out his 5 claws and grabbed the Yuzhou cauldron. The dragon qi around his body surged and a powerful earth qi was emitted. With a boom he grabbed the Yuzhou cauldron. Then Xiaohua patted his forehead, and 8 cauldrons gushed out from the 5-colored true qi. A strong aura fell on the Yuzhou cauldron. The Yuzhou cauldron let out a cheerful roar and rushed into the 5-colored true qi. The cauldron became smaller and smaller, and was about to fall into the true qi. Haha! All of a sudden, a loud laughter rang out from not too far away from the Yuzhou cauldron. Xiaohua was within 100 miles of the cauldron, and an overwhelming aura immediately surged out along with the laughter, completely sealing the space. Even the Yuzhou cauldron, which had fallen into the true energy, stopped in midair. Oh! Xiaohua was shocked, and his divine sense swept towards the source of the voice like a hammer. Boom! A huge roar came from the distance, and Xiaohua's divine sense was actually easily shattered by the person who came. The impact of this impact overturned the entire earth. Xiaohua, it's really you? A tall Confucian cultivator wearing a green-gray Confucian robe appeared in front of Xiaohua. You were the one who did the thing on Yaotai Mountain. Kong Hongwu was also killed by you. Master calculated everything, but he didn't expect that you, a Taoist cultivator in the late stage of nascent soul, would have so many helpers. You really have too many hidden methods. If not for this old man's interest, how could I have discovered your face after lying in ambush in Longevity Town for more than 10 years? Middle 7th level Essence Energy, Great Master. Sensing his unparalleled confinement power, sensing the bone-piercing clear light in the eyes of the person who came, Xiaohua's heart trembled violently. How could he not know the other party's origin? A Confucian cultivator's Great Master was between the 6th and 7th level Essence Energy. This Confucian cultivator's Great Master was clearly at the middle 7th level Essence Energy, and his strength was almost comparable to a low-level sage of literature. Xiaohua really didn't expect that the Immortal Palace would send a Great Master who was second only to the sage of literature. Roar! Dragon Vein Xiaohua roared, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws as he pounced towards the Confucian cultivator. That Confucian cultivator coldly smiled, and with a wave of his big sleeve, countless inscribed law chains came from the void, and pounced towards Dragon Vein Xiaohua like an even more rampant python. Clang! Just as Dragon Vein Xiaohua was about to be bound by the chains, a dazzling sword light chopped down. This sword light was so sharp, and the 5 qi contained within the sword light was even more so like boiling water, breaking apart this Confucian cultivator's confinement in one blow. Not only that, Xiaohua was shocked. He rubbed his hands together, and a thick crystal light frantically poured into the space between his 5 fingers. Within 100 li of Xiaohua, thunder erupted, and each lightning bolt was stronger than a horned dragon as it pounced towards the Great Master. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.